Good evening from Memorial Stadium. Tonight, the Cornhuskers continue their homestand against Georgia Southern. The Eagles come here from Statesboro, Georgia. Nebraska coming off of a 38-17 win over North Dakota. When you went back and looked at the game, was it different than what you viewed on the field last week?
Maybe some pieces, but for the most part, we saw what we saw. You know, the offense had a good first drive. Should have scored another time in the first half and gave up a strip sack fumble and didn't touch it much in the first half. Defense was good but leaky at times, and we have some things to shore up.
Yeah, how have you viewed the tackling through two games for your defense?
Needs to get better. Part of it, though, is just getting more hats to the ball, and I think our effort's been good, but our eyes need to be a little better so that there's fewer one-on-one tackles and there's more people around it.
You lost so much veteran guys in the secondary, the safeties from last year, Cam Tatum-Brett obviously from last year. How have those guys, are you seeing development from the guys on the backside of that defense?
Yeah, we're seeing development. You know, we've had a couple busts, but I think overall in coverage they've played pretty well. We had some hitters last year, and some of these guys, when they come up, they need to mean business and hopefully create some plays for us.
Offensively, Anthony Grant, rewarded by the league as a co-offensive player of the week. He goes for 189 and 2 touchdowns. Seems like he has pretty good vision, Coach, that he kind of sees where there may be a seam or a gap for him to get to.
Really good vision, real good patience. He waits for the hole to open and accelerates through it, and we have several guys now that when they get in the second level can make a medium-length play into a big play.
Are you seeing progress from the offensive line?
Yeah, you know, that all works hand in hand, the offensive line and the running backs and the other pieces of the running game. A good running back will make an offensive line better, and a good offensive line makes running back better, so it all works together.
Folks, does your business need help financing big-ticket items like equipment, trucks, and trailers? Currency is here to help. Visit gocurrency.com for details. We'll have more with the coach coming up next.
This is Big Red Football.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Bank of the West is offering the first checking account designed for climate action. It gives back 1% of the account's net revenue to the planet at no cost to you. Shows you the estimated carbon impact of debit card purchases. And there's no minimum balance required. Learn more at bankofthewest.com/1%. Additional conditions apply. Member FDIC.
They say if you listen hard enough, you can hear the corn grow. It's true. When you're out in the field, you understand its challenges and what it needs to thrive. Channel Seedsmen bring insights from the field to our team of Bayer plant breeders. Their knowledge inspires our product development. From your best ground to your most challenging conditions, our products are designed to perform in your fields. Visit channellistens.com to see our latest innovations. Always read and follow IRM where applicable, grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit gocurrency.com and apply today.
At Nebraska, our people will always be our greatest asset. Day by day, donors give our teams the best opportunity to compete and win through their generous donations. Our vision for the future is ambitious and requires help from those who want to see Husker athletics excel at the highest level. Go big and join thousands of other Huskers Athletic Fund members with your gift today at huskers.com/donate.
Nebraska Innovation Campus creates partnerships between business and the University of Nebraska. Partners lease office space, laboratories, pilot plants, and greenhouses, all centrally located with easy access to University of Nebraska talent and resources. Nebraska Innovation Campus, creating spaces and culture that inspire. Learn more at innovate.unl.edu.
Acres Ag Day is presented in part by DeKalb. Winning has roots. Perform at your best with DeKalb brand corn. Today, the Cornhuskers take on the Eagles of Georgia Southern, coached by Clay Helton in his first season, hired during the offseason by Georgia Southern. What do you know about Clay? Have you crossed paths much with Clay Helton?
Well, knowing well from his time at USC, I think he did a good job there. Just circumstances didn't work out, and he's got another good job. He inherited the team that had run option a lot, and he's already made changes, and you can see how well they're coaching them because of the impressive win they had in Game 1 running the new system. So their guys are going to be hungry to be here, and we're going to have our hands full.
You've seen the quarterback, played at Buffalo last year. What does he do well? What do you need to do to slow him down?
Well, when he has time, he can really make throws. I think he's got a lot of weapons that he can get the ball to, a lot of guys that can run. So we need to keep some pressure on him.
Speaking of run, is it wrong to think that they just want to throw it? Will they try to mix some run game in there?
No, they definitely mix run game in. It's mostly spread run. At least that's what we've seen. 4 wides a lot of the time, and runs when you're spread out to cover the pass. They can hit you with some good schemes with the run game. So they're multidimensional, and we have to be ready for what they give us.
Defensively, how much could you even get off of their Week 1 win? It was such a dominant win. They did force some turnovers. What did you learn from them?
One of the things about the game, it was close until the third quarter, a lot like our game was. So I think we saw what they are. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some new wrinkles, but I think we have a good idea of what they're going to look like.
How surprised were you last week that North Dakota dropped 8 as much as they did? I think you thought maybe you would see more blitzing and some wild, creative stuff.
We did. We kind of asked the coaches after why they didn't do that, and they were a little afraid of giving up big plays. But I thought they did a good job keeping everything in front of them, and we're kind of used to that, seeing something a little different than we've seen on film, so we just need to be able to adjust. How
good has Casey been in just 2 games that you've been around him and seen what is he good at dissecting what he sees out there on the field?
He is. I think he's played really well. He can play better. He's missed a couple easy ones in both games that would have moved sticks for us. The turnovers is the big piece. We've really emphasized that, and defense has done a little better job getting back for us, but we have to limit turnovers, and we've had a couple too many in the first 2 games.
You didn't have Omar Week 1. You got him back last week. Looked like he did some pretty good job of blocking on the perimeter. Is that one of his better things?
He does everything well when he's available and practicing and doing things well. So, he's had a little bit of a tough road, but we're sticking with him, and he's sticking with us, and he fits in well with the rest of that receiver group. I think we got some talented guys there, and all of them can do a lot of special things.
Farmers Mutual of Nebraska. Experience the personalized difference when your insurance is kept local. Visit fmne.com to contact an agent near you. Some final thoughts from the head coach coming up next.
This is the Huskers Radio Network.
They say if you listen hard enough, you can hear the corn grow. It's true. When you're out in the field, you understand its challenges and what it needs to thrive. Channel Seedsmen bring insights from the field to our team of Bayer plant breeders. Their knowledge inspires our product development. From your best ground to your most challenging conditions, our products are designed to perform in your fields. Visit channellistens.com to see our latest innovations. Always read and follow IRM where applicable, grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit GoCurrency.com and apply today.
Bank of the West is offering the first checking account designed for climate action. It gives back 1% of the account's net revenue to the planet at no cost to you. Shows you the estimated carbon impact of debit card purchases. And there's no minimum balance required. Learn more at bankofthewest.com/1%. Additional conditions apply. Member FDIC.
This is Big Red Football.
It's time to get football fever with Elite Sportsbook. Place 4 bets of $50 or more on pro football. Get a $15 free bet. It can't get any easier than that. And don't forget, new signups can take advantage of their first bet being risk-free up to $500. Check out our updated app with integrated funding and increased functionality and play your game with Elite Sportsbook. Valid only in Iowa. Must be 21. Gambling a problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hey, Tom. Nice to see you. Rob, Mary, good morning. How are you guys? At Nebraska Cancer Specialists, our family of physicians, researchers, nurse case managers, and care team members are committed to knowing you by name. You're the reason we've dedicated our lives to delivering the most complete cancer care Nebraska has to offer. Get to know us so we can get to know you. Visit nebraskacancer.com.
Husker Radio, AM 590.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is where you come for Husker sports. KXSB Omaha and KSRZ HD2 Omaha. Broadcasting the Big Red to Nebraska, Iowa, and beyond. AM 590, ESPN Omaha. And now on the free AM 590 app for your phone.
Nothing goes better with Husker Sports and Fairbury. Fairbury premium quality hot dogs. Deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Fairbury, the official hot dog of a Husker Nation. A couple of things off script here. You're going to honor the Scoring Explosion team with your uniforms tonight. That 1983 team, you were probably a young pup when that team was playing. That was one of the great offensive teams in all-time Nebraska history, wasn't it?
Oh, I loved watching them. I was 8 years old. I was living in Texas. Dad was the head coach at Palestine, Texas then. He called back and asked somebody for autographs of the guys, and I still have a program from 1983 with Turner and Mike and Irving and the rest of the guys' autographs, and yeah, that was a special team for all of us that grew up in that era. Also, this is a Hall of Fame weekend. Some guys going to the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame, including a teammate of yours, Antonio Finoti. What do you remember of him? Antonio was at practice this morning, or yesterday, Friday, so we had a chance to talk to him a little bit. What a huge human being. What a great guy. A lot of good inductees this week and this year, and excited for all of them. Yeah, I've seen Prince walking around the building as well, and some of the guys from the 70s and 80s also being enshrined this weekend as well. All right, obviously you want to see progress week to week to week. What kind of week did you have leading up to this Game 3? Good week of practice. I think just detail needs to get better. You know, defense has been good, giving up a few too many little plays here and there, and we need to tighten that up. Offensively, need a little more consistency. Moving the ball and we get a chance to score, we got to put it in. So I want to see more of a complete game. All right, good luck today. Thank you. Comments of the head coach of the Huskers. We got more pregame coming up next from Memorial Stadium.
This is the Huskers Radio Network.
Does your business need quick, competitive financing for heavy machinery, trucks, or other equipment? Currency is here to help. Whether you're financing construction equipment, farm equipment, trucks, trailers, or any other big-ticket item, Currency will automatically find the best rates. Currency facilitates loans for up to $500,000 with repayment terms up to 72 months. It's fast, easy, and free to use. Visit GoCurrency.com and apply today.
Welcome back to the Acres Broadcast Center in Memorial Stadium. I'm Matt Coatney. Let's take another quick look at a Currency.com Big Ten scoreboard. An upset in Madison. 19th ranked Wisconsin falls to visiting Washington State 17-14. In the pouring rain at Iowa, Iowa State leading Iowa 10-7. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Earlier today, Duke defeated Northwestern 31-23. Northwestern fumbled as they were going in to score with a chance to tie the game. Purdue blowing out Indiana State 56-0, and that is the final score now. Rutgers defeats Wagner, or is leading Wagner 59-7 late in the fourth quarter. Illinois leading Virginia 24-3. They are early in the fourth quarter. Michigan State leading Akron 45-0 in the third quarter. I'm Matt Coatney in the Acres Broadcast Center in Lincoln. Get ready, Nebraska. It's game time. Greg Sharp, Matt Davison, and Jessica Cootie are standing by. Nebraska versus Georgia Southern. Husker football next.
This is Nebraska football, fueled by Hy-Vee. The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery, helping build a better Nebraska. And your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com.
Jack West to the 35, nice move, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, run, big fella!
Today's game broadcast is also presented by these local sponsors.
Husker Nation, AM 590 ESPN Omaha is giving you a shot to score amazing seats at Memorial Stadium. Third row on the 50-yard line. For your chance to win, go to AM590ESPNradio.com or open your AM 590 app, sponsored by Coors Light and AM 590.
With harvest fast approaching, the fields full of beans and corn were thirsting for a drink. Mother Nature provided over the last 24 hours with a large swath of the state receiving some beneficial moisture. The Nebraska Cornhuskers were able to quench their thirst for a win last Saturday, defeating the Hawks of North Dakota 38-17. They hope to take another big gulp here tonight as they welcome the Eagles from Georgia Southern. Good evening from Memorial Stadium. I'm Greg Sharp. It took the Huskers a while last week to put away the pesky Hawks, but a 31-point second half where the Big Red cranked up the ground game was a much-needed shot of confidence for this program. Anthony Grant earned Big Ten honors after racking up 189 yards on the ground, and he found pay dirt twice. Tonight's game will have a Pac-12 feel to it. Of course, Scott Frost spent some time in Eugene as a part of the Oregon staff, and Georgia Southern's head coach was the head Trojan at Southern Cal for 6 seasons. This is Clay Helton's first year as head coach for the Proud program, which is winners of 6 national titles at the 1AA level. Helton is taking over a program that had been built for option football. He's transforming them into the spread, trying to throw the football all over the field. To do that, Coach Helton needed a quarterback, and he found one in Buffalo in transfer Kyle Van Treese. The former Bull played in this stadium a year ago against the Huskers and tossed the pig 50 times. The Husker defense is going to be tested tonight as the Eagles threw for over 350 yards last week, and 10 different receivers caught passes in their dominant victory over Morgan State. That much-needed rain that we received in Lincoln, well, it's moved out of the area, so no rain expected tonight. In fact, we got some rays of sunshine on the far east side of the stadium splashing down right now. And there is a definite fall feel in the air tonight as the Huskers will have the lights on for this one against Georgia Southern. When we come back, we'll get a report from Tom Osborne Field from Jessica Cootie, and former national champion Matt Davison will arrive at the booth with his pregame observations as our pregame continues from the Noddle Company's broadcast booth.
The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery on the Huskers Radio Network.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Huskers on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Husker Pride, powered locally.
To win the game, you got to have more strength. You got to be tougher. You got to be reliable. You got to want it more than the other guy. And you need a great team you can count on, backing you up the whole time. Whether it's in the field with your Massey Ferguson or on the field with the Huskers, red is the color of getting it done quicker, smarter, and efficiently. So this season, make sure you're checking out the lineup that'll get more done where and when it counts. From your Nebraska Massey Ferguson dealers.
This is University of Nebraska-Lincoln student Colton Husa with Campus News. 26 Husker students participated in the Rural Fellows Learning Program. It's a 10-week summer internship across 16 Nebraska communities. Students work with local leaders to plan and execute community improvement projects. Past projects include water system improvements in Wahoo, early childhood education access in Ord, and farmers market and music festival management in Imperial.
Whether you compete on the court, at the track, on the field, or in the fields, winning isn't just a goal. It's a mindset, shaped, honed, and defined throughout the season. That's why farmers pushing themselves to be the best plant DeKalb brand corn. Wherever you compete, winning has roots. Perform at your best with DeKalb. Always read and follow grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
Bank of the West is offering the first checking account designed for climate action. It gives back 1% of the account's net revenue to the planet at no cost to you. Shows you the estimated carbon impact of debit card purchases. And there's no minimum balance required. Learn more at bankofthewest.com/1%. Additional conditions apply. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Big Red Football.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
It's time for some Nebraska farm facts. Want to know a fast way to rev up our Nebraska economy while helping the planet? It's right in your tank. When you fill up with clean soy-based biodiesel, you're increasing Nebraska biodiesel production while reducing greenhouse gases by up to 74%. So look for biodiesel where you fill up. It benefits our air, our economy, and our farmers. This message is brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers, growing opportunity from the ground up.
Let Shelter Insurance get you in the game this football season. The Nebraska Huskers are gearing up for another big year, and this is your chance to win tickets from Shelter Insurance and the Husker Radio Network. Contact a Nebraska Shelter agent, and they'll register you for a chance to win tickets to one of 4 home football games this season. Only Shelter agents can register you, so call, email, or drop by for your chance to win. Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com/Huskers and ask them to register you to win.
Here's to the locals, raised right here in the Western Corn Belt. The strong ones. We help them grow stronger, making world-class genetics research and technology local. The cutting-edge yet common-sense agronomy, the shake-em-up yields. Because we're born and raised here too, and we'll keep raising the bar to ensure you only get the best at Hogemeyer. Raised local, raised right here. Learn more at therightseed.com.
The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery, helping build a better Nebraska.
Congratulations goes out to today's Hy-Vee tailgater of the game, Francis Saltori and the Hang Tailgate from Omaha. They're the winners of a $250 gift card to Hy-Vee and eligible to be crowned the Tailgater of the Year at the end of the season. Make sure you show off your tailgate at the next Husker home game for your chance to win. Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of Husker Athletics. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Welcome back, Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field. Both teams out, getting warmed up and ready for this one here tonight. The rain has moved through the area. We've needed that badly. But for the folks that came to the game, they could leave the rain gear in the car. They're not going to need that tonight. It's going to be a beautiful night and a bit of fall in the air. Jessica Cootie is down on that sidelines, and I know you were nervous. You might have to sit through some rain. I think you're going to be just fine tonight.
Yeah, there's even some sun peeking out on some fans sitting up here in the stands. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. Slight breeze, but not bad at all. This is football weather. Been checking out warm-ups, watching some of the players that we've been keeping an eye on. Travis Vokalek, no-go, did not go through warm-ups, is not dressed out, neither is Nick Henrich. I will say this, his cast on his right hand is a little bit smaller than it was last week, so perhaps that means a progression. But Chris Kolarevic going through warm-ups with those inside linebackers today.
Well, that's good news. And, you know, this team made some progress. And Jessica, we talked about it in countdown to kickoff, that you hope that what they did in the fourth quarter, where they really got the offense cranked up, maybe carries over to tonight.
Absolutely. And they feel like they got some things going after throwing the ball around really well against Northwestern and then running the ball. I mean, and Jeremiah Searles even talked about this on our podcast this week about just for an offensive line, it builds a lot of confidence if you can just see a running back can do what Anthony Grant did last week with just a little bit of space.
Jessica, with a night game, it's a really good opportunity to get prospective student athletes from all over the country to Lincoln. even if they're on the coast or down in the southeast, time to get them on a flight on a Saturday morning in here. What is it pretty crowded on the sideline? What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, John Cook told us on Tuesday, hey, a night game is the time that you bring recruits in to sell them on coming to Nebraska. Yeah, pretty long line of recruits down here on this side, and then on the other side, that's where the party is with all the former players that are here reunited, of course, celebrating teammates, and the team is wearing those throwback jerseys here today. But Mickey Joseph was over there greeting some of his former teammates. Trev Alberts was over there taking a bunch of pictures, so it's a fun sideline over there.
Yeah, it's pretty crowded on both sidelines now as these two teams get warmed up and ready. All right, how about some thoughts from you about what are some keys for the Huskers in this one tonight?
Yeah, number one, I'd like to see the offense get into more of a rhythm throughout the entire game. Of course, they've come out fast in each of the first two games and even in the second half, but at times have struggled to keep things going throughout certain periods of the game. And I talked to Chancellor Brewington after the game last week. He said, we just got a lot of new players, a lot of new coaches and pieces that it's just going to take time, but we just got to keep continuing to click more and more each and every week. Number two, those missed tackles that we've heard so much about through this entire week. It's been a big emphasis for this defense, and Coach Shenander, players have talked about leverage and spacing and just making sure that you do not give up a missed tackle that gives up a big play. And finally, just more consistency from all three phases. We've seen flashes from the offense, defense, and special teams, but put together a complete game, more of a complete game of complementary football, and control this thing from start to finish.
Yeah, hopefully a better start tonight. It was a sleepy first half last week against North Dakota. Hopefully a little more fire out of the gate for the Big Red tonight. All right,
and by the way, Greg, those keys brought to you by Channel Grow Without Limits.
Very good. All right, Jessica, we'll check with you when the coin toss comes here in just a few minutes. Let's check out our starting lineups presented by the Nebraska Soybean Board. Let's look at that Husker offense first. The left tackle will be Teddy Prohaska, the left guard Turner Corcoran, the center Trent Ixon. He's played really well the first 2 weeks of the season. Brock Bando will be the right guard, and Bryce Benhart will be the right tackle. I also think you'll see a little bit of Hunter Anthony tonight. He lined up last week as kind of a blocking tight end with Vokalek out. Might see him change jerseys and do that again tonight in this game. The tight ends will be Chancellor Brewington, who had a touchdown catch last week, and Nate Borkacher had a couple of catches, including the score, his first Husker touchdown. The wide receivers will be Trey Palmer, who leads the team with 12 catches. Marcus Washington has 4, and Isaiah Garcia Castaneda also with 4 catches and a touchdown. Isaiah was not even targeted last week by a pass from Casey Thompson. I think that will probably change tonight for the Big Red. The running back, Anthony Grant, the co-offensive player of the week in the Big Ten Conference, already with 290 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns. He's had back-to-back 100-yard rushing games. That hasn't happened since Divine Ozigbo did it back in 2018. The last Husker to do it in the first 3 games of a season, you have to go all the way back to 2000. Dan Alexander, first 3 games of that 2000 season, rushed for over 100 yards, and he would have been following a line and a blocking line that included Toniu Fonoti, who's being inducted into the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame here this weekend. Casey Thompson, 62% completion percentage, 3 touchdowns, but 3 picks. You need that ratio to get better, and I think it will as we make our way through the season. Let's check out the black shirts for tonight. Garrett Nelson had a sack last week, is now up to 7.5 in his career. He'll be joined by O'Shawn Mathis, who had a sack last week as well. Caleb Tanner will also get quite a bit of time in that edge rusher position for the Big Red here tonight. Ty Robinson and Nash Huntmaker are the 2 starting inside guys, but look for Colton Feast, Devin Drew, Stephon Wynn to get some more playing time. Wynn played very well against North Dakota last week. The inside backers, Luke Reimer, who leads the team with 22 tackles. He'll be joined by Ernest Hausman, who got the start last week, the true freshman from Columbus. But as Jessica mentioned, look for Chris Kolarvik to also get some snaps in that inside backer spot with Nick Henrich out again for another week. The safeties are Marquise Buford, who made a terrific chase down of a ball carrier that got loose last week, made the tackle inside the 10. The defense stiffened, held that drive to 3 points. Really good play. The coaches love seeing that out of Marquise last week. Miles Farmer will be the other safety. Tommy Hill will be one of the corners, and Quentin Newsom will line up across the way as the other corner for the Huskers here tonight. Again, those are our starting lineups brought to you by the Nebraska Soybean Board. Another Nebraska farm fact: Nebraska soybean farmers are sustainable practices to leave their land better for the next generation. Huskers going through their final warm-ups. Georgia Southern has already departed and headed for their locker rooms. We're going to be hearing the pride of all Nebraska, the Cornhusker Marching Band, here just in a little bit to perform and entertain the crowd before the start of this game tonight. The Huskers and the Eagles, first meeting ever between these two programs. Georgia Southern went FBS in 2014. In the late 20th century, they were a dominant 1AA program, won 6 national titles from 85 to 2000. We'll come back. Here's some thoughts from Matt Davis, and his pregame will continue from Lincoln.
Presented by the Nebraska Lottery on the Huskers Radio Network.
It's time for another round of Nebraska Farm Facts. If there's one thing Nebraska's known for, it's our beef. And Nebraska soybeans feed a lot of them, and even more pigs and chickens. Farmers and ranchers raise livestock and poultry to provide nutritious, affordable protein for all ages to help build muscle and maintain energy for a healthy lifestyle. Keep that in mind as you prepare all that tasty meat on your tailgate grill. This message is brought to you by Nebraska soybean farmers, growing opportunity from the ground up.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Here's to the locals, raised right here in the Western Corn Belt. The strong ones. We help them grow stronger, making world-class genetics research and technology local. The cutting-edge yet common-sense agronomy, the shake-em-up yields. Because we're born and raised here too, and we'll keep raising the bar to ensure you only get the best at Hogemeyer. Raised local, raised right here. Learn more at therightseed.com.
You're listening to Big Red Football.
This year, we considered hiring an ad agency to help with our marketing.
They pitched impressive visuals and a script that was inspiring.
And exotic animal mascots to help grab your attention.
In the end, we just decided to tell it to you straight. Shelter Insurance has award-winning customer service at affordable rates.
Plus, our local agents are there to help you understand what coverage you need.
See Shelter agents Pete Voles or Brent Ruggo in North Platte, or in Broken Bow, see agent Brent Custer.
Want to get all the latest Husker news straight to your phone? Need to be the first of your friends to get the scoop on all things Huskers? Sign up for text alerts from Nebraska Athletics. Text Huskers to 83200 to get game time notifications and updates, breaking news, special ticket offers, and more straight to your phone. All the Husker news is just a quick text away. Just text Huskers to 83200. Standard text messaging rates apply and may vary by carrier.
Bank of the West is offering the first checking account designed for climate action. It gives back 1% of the account's net revenue to the planet at no cost to you. Shows you the estimated carbon impact of debit card purchases. And there's no minimum balance required. Learn more at bankofthewest.com/1%. Additional conditions apply. Member FDIC.
He's on the bench. Empty set. Schuster gets the shotgun snap. Stepping up. Trying to avoid a tackle. Gets sacked by O'Shawn Mathis. O'Shawn Mathis, second sack of the game for Nebraska.
Hey, Huskers fans, this Monday, join us for Sports Nightly from 6 to 8 p.m. as we'll recap another weekend of Huskers football and volleyball, break down the latest Nebraska football practice report, sit down with Matt Davison for another edition of Mondays with Matt, and name our weekend winners. Tune into your local affiliate or at Huskers.com or by using the Huskers mobile app. Go Big Red.
The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery, helping build a better Nebraska.
We're back, Memorial Stadium, Tom Osborne Field, getting ready for the Huskers non-conference tilt tonight against Georgia Southern. The Eagles out of Statesboro, Georgia, is where that university is located. They whipped Morgan State last week, forced 4 turnovers. Only point scored by Morgan State was a pick 6. As the quarterback, Kyle Van Treese, threw an interception that Morgan State returned for a touchdown. A little bit like the Huskers game, it was kind of a slow start. No score in the first quarter. It was 7-all with about 6 minutes to go in the first half. And then from that moment on, Georgia Southern really unloaded the clip on Morgan State to win that game. They have played a couple of times, has Georgia Southern against Big Ten teams since making the switch to the FBS level. They went to Indiana in 2017, went to Minnesota in 2019, lost both games that had the Gophers on the ropes. Probably should have won the game against Minnesota in 2019. They've also won in the Swamp since turning FBS. So it's a program, again, not going to be all that concerned about coming here and playing a Big Ten school like Nebraska tonight. I think this is going to be a heck of a football game. The Eagles, like a lot of programs, have done a couple things. They've added a lot to the transfer portal, 20 transfers into their program, so a number very similar to what the Huskers have done with this transfer portal, and 15 Eagles taking advantage of a COVID year. So they've got some really old veteran guys. In fact, one linebacker who's in his 7th season of college football. I'll tell you more about him and why he's still allowed to play 7 years after graduating high school, but he's one of their better linebackers on their team. So Georgia Southern, again, a Sun Belt Conference member, coached by Clay Helton, who really did a decent job at USC. Such high standards for that USC program. Got let go early last season. Georgia Southern also made a coaching change early in the season and started talks with Clay Helton in early October and came to an agreement with him in early November to become their head coach. And he has really revamped this team, going from an option-based attack offensively to try to throw the football around as much as possible. Well, Matt Coatney's been updating you throughout the day, but what a crazy, crazy day in Big Ten football. Iowa State has ended a long losing streak to Iowa. That is gone final now in Iowa City. 10-7 Cyclones beat the Hawkeyes today. Wisconsin also upended today. The Badgers lose at home to Washington State 17-14. So it's not been a great day to this point for the Big Ten West, with both Iowa and Wisconsin losing. Minnesota rolled on Western Illinois, and Northwestern got tripped up today by Duke 31-23. The Blue Devils led 21-0. A few seconds into the second quarter, Northwestern came back. In fact, Evan Hull, that terrific running back, was diving for the end zone in the last 30 seconds to pull them within 2. He fumbled into the end zone. It was recovered by the Devils, and they end up winning the game 31-23 over Northwestern. So 3 teams in the West have lost today: Iowa, Wisconsin, and Northwestern. Huskers hoping to notch a victory here tonight to try to uphold a little bit of the pride level for the Big Ten West. Also a crazy day nationally. Notre Dame loses to Marshall today. So the Irish start 0-2 after an impressive performance last week at the Horseshoe against the Buckeyes. They get tripped up today by the Thundering Herd, and Alabama just barely escaped an upset bid from the unranked Texas Longhorns. They needed a field goal in the last 30 seconds to beat the Longhorns 20-19. So what a strange, crazy, wild, wacky day of college football. It is really why we love the sport so much. Well, if the Huskers return the first or second half opening kickoff for a touchdown, you can win a $54,000 credit on a new vehicle from any Woodhouse Auto Family dealership this season. This week's contestant is Rachel Brickey of Omaha. Good luck, Rachel. Go to Huskers.com/Woodhouse for official rules and how to get yourself entered for that. And also time to tell you that Acres Ag Day is presented in part by Golden Harvest. Find a better solution in every acre. The pride of all Nebraska, the Cornhusker Marching Band, out on the field, entertaining the crowd before the start of this game. We're going to slip in on one more break. Matt Davison will join me in the next segment. We'll have the tunnel walk, the coin toss, and the opening kickoff of the Huskers game tonight against Georgia Southern. All that coming up next.
The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery on the Huskers Radio Network.
Touchdown, Nebraska!
If you're doing business in Nebraska, the best way to connect your organization with the excitement surrounding the Huskers is through a partnership with Nebraska Athletics. You can take your business to the next level by reaching loyal Husker fans through in-venue signage, digital and social media, radio advertising, and more.
Got it!
Join the Husker team today and email partners@huskers.com to learn more about opportunities to connect with Husker Nation. That's partners@huskers.com.
AGI plans, engineers, and manufactures solutions and systems across the world for seed, fertilizer, grain, feed, and food platforms. With AGI's industry-leading commercial and farm applications, you'll want to throw the bones after every harvest. They supply portable and permanent handling equipment as strong and durable as your beloved black shirts. Like the Huskers, their equipment is reliable and consistently outperforms the competition. AGI, supplying the world's food infrastructure. Go Big Red.
Let Shelter Insurance get you in the game this football season. The Nebraska Huskers are gearing up for another big year, and this is your chance to win tickets from Shelter Insurance and the Husker Radio Network. Contact a Nebraska Shelter agent, and they'll register you for a chance to win tickets to one of 4 home football games this season. Only Shelter agents can register you, so call, email, or drop by for your chance to win. Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com/Huskers and ask them to register you to win.
Agriculture is the economic engine of the Midwest. At Acres Equipment, we dedicate ourselves to making that engine run smoothly. We supply our farmers and ranchers with quality John Deere equipment, parts, and service. We also deliver the most advanced technology and precision ag strategies to help them farm today and for the future. Acres Equipment. Solutions for every field.
He's on the bench. Empty set. Schuster gets the shotgun snap. Stepping up. Trying to avoid a tackle. Gets sacked by O'Shawn Mathis. O'Shawn Mathis, second sack of the game for Nebraska.
Hey, Huskers fans, this Monday, join us for Sports Nightly from 6 to 8 p.m. as we'll recap another weekend of Huskers football and volleyball, break down the latest Nebraska football practice report, sit down with Matt Davison for another edition of Mondays with Matt, and name our weekend winners. Tune into your local affiliate or at Huskers.com or by using the Huskers mobile app. Go Big Red. When it comes to your operations needs, Golden Harvest wants to hear it all, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything Golden Harvest offers is an answer to what they learned from you. Visit goldenharvestseeds.com to find a Golden Harvest seed advisor ready to listen in your area.
The final moments before kickoff are presented by the Nebraska Lottery, helping build a better Nebraska.
Welcome back, Memorial Stadium. Tom Osborne Field, Greg Sharp getting ready to call some action tonight. Huskers and Georgia Southern, the Eagles, out of the Sun Belt Conference, coached by first-year man Clay Helton. And I mentioned in the open, a real Pac-12 flavor to this game tonight with Clay Helton being the head coach at USC for 6 years. Scott Frost spent a lot of time in that league at Oregon, coaching with Chip Kelly, and then Mark Helfrich, who actually is on the TV call of this game tonight. Mark was the head coach, with Scott was the offensive coordinator before Coach Frost headed to Orlando to take over the UCF program. Nebraska coming off a victory last week over North Dakota, where they put up 31 points in the second half after it was a 7-7 tie at halftime. Huskers then opened up a 10-point lead, only to see that evaporate. North Dakota fought back, got it tied, then the Huskers scored the game's final 21 points to win it by the 21-point spread. By the way, North Dakota a winner today over Northern Iowa in that game. Also out of the Sun Belt Conference, they've had a great day. We talked about the Big Ten West having a tough day. The Sun Belt's had a great day. Appalachian State has won at A&M today, and I mentioned earlier Marshall winning at Notre Dame. Those are a couple of Sun Belt teams, so just because it's this conference, you can't sleep on somebody like this. This will be a gigantic game for them coming to Lincoln to play the Cornhuskers tonight, a Big Ten matchup for them. After this, they get kind of into more league play. They've got UAB next week, then they do step out of conference to play Ball State in a couple of weeks. They finish the year, do the Eagles, with Marshall and then App State. Those are their last 2 games in November, the 2 teams that we talked about having big wins today over Texas A&M and Notre Dame. So the Huskers hope to be locked in tonight for this one. We heard from the head coach a few moments ago in the pregame comments about they thought the week was really good solid week of practice. The guys got after it. They did more ones versus ones, which means you put your number 1 defense out there in scrimmage-like situations against the number 1 offense. You don't really hit and tackle completely to the ground. You just can't do that with as physical as Saturdays are, but it certainly can simulate more of the quickness that you would see on the other side of the football. So an interesting week for practice for the Huskers, and again, let's hope they can build off that momentum that they built last week, scoring those 31 points in the second half of the game. Boy, it's so fun to sit down and look at this pride of all Nebraska, the Cornhusker Marching Band, entertain the crowd here. Great crowd. The student section full clear to the brim tonight. So sometimes you can look over in that southeast corner and some of the top rows may not be quite full. They are tonight and ready to root their Cornhuskers on what's now going to turn into a really comfortable Saturday night after the rain that we had ended a few hours ago, and sun now splashing down on the folks on the east side, particularly that upper deck on the east side. Those folks looking back into the sunlight and will for about the first quarter of this game. Huskers in the midst of a 4-game homestand. The victory last week over North Dakota, playing here tonight, and then next week, look out, here come the Oklahoma Sooners. Next week for an 11 o'clock kick. So that'll be an early game for the Big Red, then a bye week, and then back into conference play for the rest of 2022. Indiana will be here. That's also going to be a night game. We could either be at 6 or 6:30. We know it'll be a night game. Not quite sure what time. It'll be one of those certain TV networks pick different time slots, so we're not sure if it'll be 6 or 6:30. But 2 of the next 3, and actually 3 of the next 4 Husker football games will be at night. These 2 at home with this game in Indiana, and then that Friday night tilt in early October at Rutgers in Piscataway. Rutgers is now 2-0. They won easily today over Wagner, and so Greg Schiano's got his team off to a really good start, playing some great football. Are the Scarlet Knights for their game. Getting closer to the tunnel walk. See some of the guys from the Hall of Fame class down there. Some new members to the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame were enshrined last night. A great banquet here at the stadium. They were introduced to the crowd a little bit ago here on the field in pregame. And now they're down there getting ready to witness the tunnel walk before the start of tonight's game. They're introducing the starters on the big screen here at Memorial Stadium before we get this game underway for tonight. So the band's lined up for the tunnel walk and getting all cranked up and ready. Matt Davison joins me now inside the Brock. The elevator's a little slow getting you boys up here tonight.
Yeah, sorry. Coaches made me a little bit late.
Well, I kept looking over there. They weren't over there.
I know. I was waiting downstairs for a while, but we made it, man.
All right, you're here. Great crowd. The weather is cleared. Let's hope the momentum from last week late in the game carries over to tonight.
Yeah, good second half last week. Had to fix some things at halftime, and hopefully, that carries over into today. You really want to go out and play a clean game. Take care of the football. Turnovers have been a problem. Take care of the football. Be a physical team here this evening in front of this home crowd, and really try to build momentum and get a couple wins in a row tonight.
Defensively, I think there's been some concern about some missed tackles, the inability a couple times last week to get off the field. What kind of things did you see from Eric Chenander during the week?
Well, it was a big focus, right? And there's always this fine line between how much can you really practice tackling live without, getting guys hurt. And so everybody in the country is playing that balancing act. And we have had some tackling issues. There's no question about that the first couple of games. You hope it gets better. There's some guys that haven't played a whole lot of football that are out there that have missed some tackles. And then there's some guys that are veteran guys that have also missed some tackles, and that's maybe more concerning. But, I think they're going to get it figured out, Greg. We have good players on defense. We have some really good players on defense. And I just think they're growing together. I think you're going to see a better defensive effort here tonight than what you've seen in the first couple of games.
Fireworks are going off. That means one thing. That means one of college football's great traditions. Nebraska's tunnel walk is about ready to be launched from Ogallala to O'Neill. Let's listen in to college football's great tradition, Nebraska's tunnel walk. corner. Throng of Husker fans underneath the boughs of Memorial Stadium. The high five, clap, salute their favorite team. The gates are closed. Georgia Southern lined up in the southwest corner. They're ready to charge out. They may try to time this and come out at the same time as the Big Red. What a great sight. It always is. Only 7 times a year do we get to do this. Soak it in, take it in, as the Huskers look to try to get their second win in a row here tonight. Smoke coming out from the machines down by that northwest gate. Nebraska 38-17 winner last week. Gates open. Officials come out first. We'll determine later whether to clap for them or not. Scott Frost has them assembled. Here they come. And the Eagles charge out of the southwest corner as well. Let's go. Huh?
I think they're ready, Greg. It was fun coming up here just from the field. I could tell right at the, by the end of warm-ups, this team was ready to go. And, they have the throwback jerseys on here tonight. It looks a little bit different not having the names on the back. And I think the guys are really excited about that. They learned about the 1983 team a little bit this week. And I think they're ready to go. This change in weather in these last 24 hours has been crazy. We got them out of the hotel this morning a little bit, walked over to the Capitol. Took them over to the Capitol, went into the Rotunda, got a little tour of the Capitol for 10 minutes.
It feels like fall.
It really does. Feels like fall football here in Lincoln. It's going to be a great night.
Maybe back to 90s next week for the Oklahoma game. Captains charging to the middle of the field. Let's send you down there now with Jessica Cuddy for the toss of the coin.
4 captains for Georgia Southern, all 6th or 7th year seniors. Number 6 quarterback Kyle Van Treese, of course, the transfer from Buffalo. Todd Bradley Glenn, a 7th year senior. Linebacker Dylan Springer and Justin Ellis, a couple of D linemen. And, of course, for the Huskers, we have Travis Vokalek tight end. A couple of edge guys in Garrett Nelson and Caleb Tanner and Nick Henrich. And, again, Nick and Travis not in uniform. Let's send it over to the head referee, Jeff Cervinsky.
This is the head, and that is the tail. What is your call?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails is the call.
It is a tail. You've won the toss.
Defer.
Defer.
So Georgia Southern wins the toss. They defer to the second half.
So Oscar's going to get the football first. We did that in Ireland, and that worked out pretty well. All right, what are you looking at out here?
Well, it's a pretty good view from up here, isn't it? Got the construction site in the behind the stadium over there, and it's a full house, of course, here at Memorial Stadium. So our view is pretty good here from about the 40-yard line on the west side of Memorial Stadium. Get the best view of your fields. It begins with FieldNet Advisor, an intuitive and fully integrated platform that recommends when, where, and how much to irrigate. Improve your view and simplify your irrigation plan. Talk to your Zematic dealer or visit fieldnetadvisor.com.
Huskers and Eagles out of the Sun Belt Conference. Ready to play for the first time ever in these two programs' history. Nebraska with 5 national titles, Georgia Southern with 6. All coming at the 1AA level. They made the transformation in 2014, but it's certainly a program and their fan base expects to win.
Yes, they do. And first-year head coach Clay Helton, and they've changed their offense from the triple option, and now they're throwing it a lot, and so that's been a big thing within their fan base. I'm anxious to see Nebraska's offense here come out here this evening, and they're getting the ball first. They've been really good. It's been well documented, but in the first series of games and second halves, it's been good this year. And so let's see what Scott Frost, Mark Whipple, this staff came up with for the first series here against Georgia Southern.
Huskers again wearing those throwbacks. That scoring explosion team of 1983, were they something else? 52 points per game. It might be one of college football's all-time great offenses. And, of course, the heartbreaking loss in the Orange Bowl to Miami to wrap up that season. That's what Nebraska's wearing tonight. No nameplates on the back, but that red top, the white pants, the stripes down the side. That still beautiful white helmet with the red end on the side. The Eagles, primarily color. What am I trying to say? Prime color is blue, dark blue, and then the white tops with their blue helmets. And they'll be kicking from left to right. Trey Palmer deep for the Huskers. Also Zach Weinmaster back there as well. We saw North Dakota kick it away from Palmer a lot a week ago. Let's see what the strategy is here. Michael Lance, a transfer from Minnesota, will kick it away. 10 kickoffs last week, none for touchbacks. Might be some opportunity tonight for Nebraska to get a return. Glad you're with us here at the Huskers Radio Network, or if you're listening to us online at Huskers.com. Settle in. Saturday Night Football. High kick spinning towards Winemaster. He's going to grab it at the 2. Center return of the 10. Cuts to the right side, 15, 20 flag comes up, 30-yard line, couple flags come out. Huskers are going to get called for a couple of blocks in the back. One might be on Vach Clements in the backside. I'm not sure where the other one was. It was up near the 30-yard line, so really good return, but this is going to march its way back toward the goal line. Officials are talking this over.
One flag's on the 30, another flag's back on the 20, so this could be poor
there
starting field position.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both against the receiving team. Holding number 9. That penalty is declined. Illegal block in the back, number 5. That 10-yard penalty, reinforcing the foul, automatic first down.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was VOD. That's the one they'll take because it was further back. So that's disappointing because Zach did a nice job of that return. There was some pretty good blocking, but maybe now we know why.
It's too bad, too, because the guy that got blocked in the back wasn't going to make that play. But then there was a hold as well. Maybe that's why it was a good return.
Yeah. Ball at the 10-yard line, so deep in their own end for the Huskers. Trent Hickson comes out. Anthony Grant will be the back with Casey Thompson. The junior Sid O'Connor will go with 3 wideouts, trips to the right, 1 wide receiver split to the near side. From the Husker 10, Borkature's in motion. Snap back. Hand it off to Grant. Stutter steps. Slides his way for about 2. It'll be 2nd down and 8 as he gets his way to the 12-yard line. Marcus Washington was split to the near side with Alante Brown split far right. Justice Ellis there to make the Eagle tackle. He's a 6th-year player. One of those players that Jessica alluded to in the coin toss. 2 wideouts to the near side. Brown split right. Casey gets the snap on 2nd and 8. Steps, has some time, now gets hit and goes down. Sacked at the 6. That's more of a coverage sack. There was some time, but nobody to throw to. And he gets brought down by Ellis, who's made both tackles and a sack. Now you have 3rd and 14.
Now that's disappointing. Benhart on the right side. Ellis was able to get him turned up the field, went underneath and hit Casey Thompson.
Now you have 3rd and 14 at your own 6. Need to take care of the football right here. Eagles bouncing around on defense. Snap back to Casey. Throws it out in the flat. Pass caught by Alante Brown. Immediately dumped. Gain of 3. It'll be 4th down to 3 and out for the Huskers as Derek Canteen there to make the tackle for the Eagles. And not a good start offensively. Going to need a good punt from Brian Buschini.
Yeah, disappointing set of downs right there. Just got 2 with the opening run. Then you give up a sack. Put yourself in a tough position. Let's hope Buschini gets a good one off.
Brian averaging 45.9 yards a kick. It is Amari Jones standing in midfield for Georgia Southern. Buschini in the end zone to receive the snap. Good snap. Buschini hammers one away. Good kick. Jones lets it go over his head. It hits at the 40-yard line. Takes a Husker bounce inside the 30. Down to the 26-yard line is where it'll be down. Brian Buschini just unloaded the clip on that one. It's a 55-yard punt. Flips the field.
I think Georgia Southern was trying to catch Nebraska there. The return man ran towards Nebraska's sideline. The ball was coming over here. They sent a guy down, and if it was Winemaster that ran down there, a lot of the Nebraska coverage team was running down the east side of the field. And luckily, a couple guys saw the ball over here and came down here. Otherwise, I think they were going to try to pick it up and run it back.
So a great punt by Buschini. Georgia Southern with 6th-year senior quarterback Kyle Van Trees. Jalen Wright in the backfield. It's a shotgun look. Trips to the left. Now the man in motion to the near side is Hood. They throw it out to Hood on a bubble screen. Knocked out of bounds after a gain of about 2. Actually, it was Derwin Burgess made the catch. Tommy Hill bumped him out of bounds. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Good job by Tommy taking on the block, keeping his outside shoulder with good leverage. Was able to knock him out of bounds.
2nd and 8. 12:45 to go opening quarters. First possession of the game for Georgia Southern. Empty set now as they send the back white out. Little slip screen. It's complete to, again, Burgess, and he's got a first down up to the 40-yard line. Miles Farmer makes a tackle for the Huskers.
Yeah, way too much space right there.
And one of the offensive linemen, the center, was bouncing clear outside to make a block to help spring him loose for a 12-yard pickup. to the Georgia Southern 40-yard line. Van Treese as Georgia Southern working quickly. Gets the shotgun snap, gets hit as he throws. Pass caught in the flat. It's going to be a gain of about 5 yards as he found the tight end Bo Johnson for 5. Tackled by Ty Robinson, and the Huskers hit Van Treese right when he let go of the football.
Yeah, Ty beat his man. Was just a split second late. Got a good hit on Van Treese, but the ball was already gone.
2nd and 5, lickety split. That's the tempo being used by Georgia Southern here early in the game.
Really spreading Nebraska out across the field, 4 and 5 wides. Empty again here.
White sprints out to the left. Snap back to Van Treese. Looks, holds, throws, pass. Is caught, short gain. It'll be shy of the first down by a yard. Amari Jones makes the catch. Tackled by Luke Reimer. So 3rd and 1 coming up at the Georgia Southern 49. We're 3.5 minutes into the game. Snap back, Van Treese. Hands it off. That's White, and he's got a first down at the Nebraska 48. Game 3. That'll be a new set of downs for the Eagles. Isaac Gifford fired in there to make the tackle. So a pretty good drive going here by this team from South Georgia. Now it's a pistol set. White lines up behind Van Treese. Trips go left. No wideouts to the near boundary. Moving from left to right. Snap back. Flea flicker. Van Treese gets the snap, looking to take a shot downfield, fires downfield into double coverage. Pass is incomplete. Flags come out. Going to be interference on Nebraska. Tommy Hill never turned his back. The ball hit him in the back. And the ball was underthrown. Burgess stops to kind of wait for the ball to get to him. Tommy Hill runs up. The ball hits him in the back. It's going to be pass interference.
Defense, number 0. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot and includes an automatic first down.
Yeah, that was tough. The ball was underthrown, and that's why it ended up being pass interference. Tommy recovered really well. Because it was underthrown, though, the receiver tried to come back to the ball, and probably a good call.
Now Georgia Southern with a football at the Nebraska 33-yard line. 2 wide out stacked to the left, 1 to the near side, a wing to the near side. White's the back. Van Treese orchestrating this Eagle offense. Gets the shotgun snap, hands it off to White. He gets hit and stopped after a gain of 3 to the 30-yard line. Isaac Gifford hopped on his back and brings him down.
Couple new bodies in there on the defensive line. Wynn and Drew. O'Shawn Matheson as well.
See if the Huskers can force a negative play. Only had a handful of TFLs last week against North Dakota. Could use a tackle for a loss, a sack. Heck, a turnover would be great right here. Tight formation. 2 wide out, stacked to the near side. Van Treese claps the hands, gets the snap, looks left, throws left. Pass is caught by Burgess. He's got a first down as he's spun out of bounds at the 18-yard line by Tommy Hill, but a pickup on the play of 12 yards.
Boy, that was a pretty easy throw and catch. A lot of space over there, and they're going to go with tempo.
They have it at the 17. Wide receivers stacked each way. They hand it off to White. Slams into the pile. Runs into Stefan Wynn, who pushes him back after a gain of only a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Try to force a field goal attempt. Good play by Stefan.
9:50 left. Opening quarter, no score. But the Eagles on the march at the Nebraska 16-yard line. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Burgess and Jones. 1 split left. That's Singleton. Kyle Van Treese, 6'2", 225-pound senior. Jones in motion from the right to the left. Snap back to give it off to White. He gets a couple of yards down to the 12, maybe the 11. Gain of 4. Luke Reimer makes a tackle. Big 3rd down coming up here, 3rd and 4.
Yeah, really need to get a stop here. Force a field goal. Not been a great drive defensively. Haven't made any splash plays, no negative plays, as you said, Greg. But here on 3rd down and about 4, tighten up the coverage a little bit. Don't give them anything easy.
2 wide receivers each way. Van Treese in the gun. Jones in motion from the right to the left. 3rd and 4th, the 11. Van Treese gets a snap. Sets, throws, pass is caught. First down. It'll be 1st and goal at the 3. It was Jones, the man in motion, that made the catch on a quick slant. Gifford on the tackle. But 1st and goal for the Eagles at the Nebraska 4-yard line.
Wow, looked like he was going to drop it.
Van Treese turns, gives it off to White. Off the right side, gets to the 2. Push back there. It'll be 2nd and goal. Wynn and Farmer make the tackle. With this tempo, it's hard to sub. So guys are going to get tired out there. But once Georgia Southern subs, Nebraska then can bring in a different body, and they do that there. Nebraska does not, though, counter. They keep the same group out there. Trips go left. Jaleel White the back. In motions, Burgess to the near side. Snap back. Play action. Van Treese throws over the middle. Pass is nearly intercepted. Flicked away at the last second. Great play made by Nebraska's Miles Farmer in the middle of the end zone. Now you have 3rd and goal coming up.
That was nearly picked. Great job staying home. It's a little bit of a grab by Tommy Hill. He got away with it. And then Miles Farmer got his left hand on it, almost picked it off.
3rd and goal to 2. Can the defense put the stop sign up here with 8:07 to go in the quarter? No score. Burgess split far right. 2 wide outs to the left. Shotgun look. Tight end is in motion. Johnson. Snap back. Van Treese gives it off to White. Dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia Southern. What a drive by the Eagles, and they take a 6-0 lead.
My goodness. Terrible start for Nebraska. Quick 3 and out and a punt. You get a great punt and just give up a drive to Georgia Southern. They went right down the field, on the ground, through the air, and they grabbed the lead.
3 for 3 on 3rd down conversions on that drive. The last 2 were inside the red zone. And Georgia Southern's put Nebraska in an early hole. Here is Rayner to try to make it a 7-0 start. Snap down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. A 13-play, 74-yard drive, 4:59 off the clock, and Georgia Southern leads here in Lincoln by a score of 7-0. Looking for ways to get more for what you grow? Central Valley Ag can help you grow value-added grain. Central Valley Ag, the official ag co-op of Husker Nation. We do have a timeout on the field, 8:02 left first quarter. 7-0 Georgia Southern with the lead here on the Huskers Radio Network.
Every single day, Central Valley Ag works with our farmers to feed the globe. From white corn, non-GMO, food grade, and organics, the world's appetite for food-grade grain is growing every day. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Find the rep who can help you plan next year's value-added grain program at cvacoop.com. Central Valley Ag, the official co-op of Husker Nation.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Impressive drive by the Eagles as Kyle Van Treese goes 6 of 7 throwing the football in that drive, and they were a perfect 3 for 3 on 3rd downs. I'm with you. I thought the 3rd down play before the 1st and goal, I thought the receiver was going to drop the ball. He didn't, though. Nebraska's just got to figure out now what they've seen and go get things tightened up.
Van Treese was 6 out of 7 for 43 yards. They got the pass interference call on Tommy Hill. They ran it 6 times for 16 yards, including the touchdown. Just too easy. It has to be better on defense, and the offense, starts in a hole because you get a penalty on the kickoff return. So there's been a lot of things that have not gone right for Nebraska. They have got to pick it up. You don't want to get into a bigger hole against this team. It would have been great to come out and get momentum, right? It didn't happen. Now you got to reset, go out, put a drive together here on offense, and get some positive momentum.
Trey Palmer and Alante Brown deep for Nebraska this time. So Alante is now the offside returner. Lance to kick it away again. Again, he does not have really the leg to get it to the end zone. So there'll be some returnable-type kicks for Nebraska tonight. Lance hangs one up. This is a good high kick, and Palmer is going to wait for the fair catch. It just goes into the end zone for a touchback. So the Huskers will bring it out to the 25-yard line. A 7-0 hole for the Huskers to dig out of here. But now they start a drive from the 25 instead of their own 10, which is where the previous drive began. So we'll see if Casey Thompson and this Husker offense can find some rhythm. Chancellor Brewington will be one of the tight ends coming out. Grant's the back. Washington comes to the near side. 3 eligible, split right. Shotgun look for Casey Thompson. Snap back. Give it off to Grant. Stutter steps his way, dives for about 3 to the 28-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Justin Ellis, is that the only guy playing out there for Georgia Southern? He's made like 3 of the first 4 tackles in this game.
Yep. There's not enough movement up front yet.
2nd and 7. 2 eligible each way. Grant to the right of Thompson. Casey looks over the defense, gets the snap. Steps, throws, deep out. Palmer makes a catch at the 30. Stutter steps, dives his way to the 32. A gain of 4, sets up 3rd down and 3. Seth Robertson makes the Eagle tackle.
Good job just checking it down for Casey. Easy throw. But now a 3rd down, you feel like, man, I need to get this one.
3rd and 3. 2 each way. Grant in the backfield. 3-man front for the Eagles. Snap back, Casey being rushed. Throws pass wide open to Marcus Washington. 40 to the 50 to the 45 to the middle of the field. 40 slammed to the turf at the 35-yard line. Huskers needed a big play, and man, was Marcus Washington wide open on that one for 33 yards.
Good job picking up the blitz. Anthony Grant off the left side picked up the blitz. The offensive line did a great job sorting it out, and he was wide open across the middle.
Huge pickup for the Huskers. 1st and 10 at the Eagle 35-yard line. 2 eligible each way. Grant's the back. He gets the handoff. Off the right side, a couple of yards. Picked up about 2.5. Justin Ellis again on the tackle. So now you have 2nd down. Let's call it 8.
Just haven't been able to get much movement up front so far.
Can't get a crease, can they?
2 yards a pop.
Trips come to the near side. No wideouts to the far boundary. Ball in the far hash. 2nd down and 8 from the 33. Huskers down 7-0. Give it off, fake the handoff, give it off to Grant. He squirts through for a 1st down to the 25, or very close to a 1st down. Todd Bradley Glenn there to make the tackle. Leading tackler from this team last week. They're going to say he was just short of the sticks, 3rd down and inches. A little bit of a seam that time. A crease that he found. Shotgun look, snap back. Give it off to Grant. This time he does have a 1st down as he cracks his way down to the 23-yard line.
Just a couple of yards, though. They close that thing quick.
Wyland Free makes a tackle. He's a transfer from Fresno State. 1st and 10, Nebraska at the Georgia Southern 23-yard line. The first quarter is flying by. Three eligible to the near side. 1 wide receiver split right. That's Washington. Casey Thompson sets a man in motion. Brewington snaps it back, gives it off. Grant's got a seam. 20. He jitterbugs his way to the 15, slams his way down to the 11-yard line. Anthony Grant goes for a dozen more. Wyland Free again there makes the tackle. Huskers have entered the Mosaic Red Zone. At Mosaic, their mission is crop nutrition. Learn more at cropnutrition.com.
Now a couple bigger holes for Anthony Grant, and that's out on the edge. It's not right between the tackles.
Trips go right. 1st and 10 from the 11. Hand it off again to Grant off the left side. Powers his way to the 8. Bent back there. Gain of 3. 2nd and 7. As Trayvon Locke there to make the tackle for Georgia Southern. So this has been a pretty efficient drive. The big play, the 33-yard hookup to Marcus Washington. Now a big heavy dose of Anthony. Ball at the 8. 4:35 left to go opening quarter. 7-0 Georgia Southern with the lead. Trips right, Washington split left. Thompson looks over the defense. Motions Brewington. Snap back, play action. Stepping up as Casey's going to scramble to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown! What a nifty run by Casey Thompson, and the Huskers a PAT away from tying it up.
Yes. Good answer offensively right there, Greg. And that's where Casey Thompson's really good. I don't know if he's going to score from 90, but in short bursts like this, he stepped through 2 or 3 tackles, did a great job, made one guy miss, and then made another guy miss right at the goal line. And the offensive line did a lot of good work on that possession right there.
Second rushing touchdown of the year for Casey. Timmy Bleekrode to try to tie it. Buschini puts it down. A kick is up, and the kick is good. Huskers a 9-play, 75-yard drive, 3:45 off the clock, and they get this thing tied at 7. 4:17 left to go in the first quarter. 7-7 game here on the Huskers Radio Network.
At CHI Health Clinic, we believe healthcare should be personal, because knowing your provider personally makes appointments more comfortable, more productive, and more meaningful to your overall health. Get matched with a primary care provider based on your personality and lifestyle using CHI Health Clinic's My Provider Match. Take the survey at myprovidermatch.com to find the right provider for you. Getting healthier starts by getting personal at CHI Health Clinic.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at neffafoundation.org. This message is brought to you by Bayer, Science for a Better Life, and DeKalb.
A DUI is everything you didn't prepare for. You did not save for it. You did not train for it. You did not go to school for it. You did not raise your family or buy a house or get a job for it. It is not your life goal or a dream come true. You have planned for everything in your life. You did not plan for a DUI. Get a ride. A DUI costs more than you think.
Brought to you by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is where you come for Husker sports. KXSB Omaha and KSRZ HD2 Omaha. Broadcasting the Big Red to Nebraska, Iowa, and beyond. AM 590, ESPN Omaha. And now on the free AM 590 app for your phone.
Greg Sharp, Matt Davis, and Jessica Cooney. Ben McLaughlin, Matt Coatney with you in the Nautilus broadcast booth. In our Acres broadcast studios, Andrew Dowdy. Let's get you down for a Rob Seco sideline update with Jessica.
Boy, Greg, this sideline came out fired up there to start this game. Got a little bit quiet there after the defense gave up the score, but that Casey Thompson run right there fired them right back up. When the defense came off, Nick Henrich over here trying to pick up his guys, also coaching up Ernest Hausman, talking through what they saw. A lot of conversations going on with the coaches and their players about how to manage that tempo from Georgia Southern. Travis Fisher telling his players, hey, when they're going fast, you got to just stay on the wide receiver. Even when you're getting the call, just stick with that wide receiver.
Well, hopefully they had some time to adjust. The offense gave them a little bit of a breather over there. Husker football brought to you in part by your Midwest Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com for all your truck, SUV, and electric vehicle needs. After that long pass, Matt, to Washington, the last 6 plays of that drive all on the ground.
Yeah, the offensive line went to work after they hit the big pass play. It was just one after another, and Anthony Grant, 7 carries, 32 yards right now, couple of longer runs. They seem to have bigger holes out on the edge a couple of times on that drive instead of trying to run it right at Georgia Southern. But now let's see if this defense can adjust and try to get a stop.
Brendan Franke to boot it away. Brendan on the year, 11 kickoffs, 7 for touchbacks. This one sailing right to the goal line, and they'll let it go through the back of the end zone for his 8th touchback of the year. So the Eagles will take over at their own 25-yard line. 7-7 game, 4:17 left to go in the opening quarter. See if the defense can find the solution to this fast-paced Georgia Southern offense. So both offenses have had impressive drives. Nebraska started that opening drive back on their 10 and had to punt. Robinson and Feast will be the inside tackles for Nebraska. Caleb Tanner, O'Shawn Mathis are the edge rushers for this drive. Huskers look like they go more press coverage on the outside. The tight end in motion, look to throw it out to him. They get a little slip screen, and it goes for about 5 yards as Hood broke a tackle at the line of scrimmage. Tommy Hill brings him down, but looked like it was Colton Feast that had a chance to make that a no gain.
Yep, another missed tackle. Feast is going to make that tackle most of the time, but he was able to slip out of it. Would have been no gain. Instead, he got 5.
Second down and 5 from the 30. 2 wide out stacked each way. Van Treese in the shotgun. They send in motion Hood. Van Treese gets the snap. Steps, throws, pass down the field, caught out near midfield. Perfect throw on the money, on the hash. Hood, who was the man in motion, makes a catch at the 49-yard line. That's a pickup of 19.
Man, that was a good throw. Coverage was pretty good from Gifford.
Buford was sliding over there, and he got it in between them. Back to throw again is Van Treese. Steps, throws, ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. That was Colton Feast, I think, that got his hand up and swatted that away. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, really good play there. If you're not going to get home, get a hand up.
Ball to 49. 2nd and 10. 3:25 to go in the quarter. 7-7 game. 2 wideouts each way. Shotgun look. White's the back. Now White motions to the near side, so it's an empty set. Van Treese has it, throws, pass is caught in the flat. Immediately tackle was Singleton. Picked up about 5, 3rd and 5 coming up. Luke Reimer quickly to bring him down.
Just couldn't quite get home, get a sack.
So close.
He was able to stand back there and then find the check down, but still a 3rd down and a chance to force a punt.
3 for 3 are the Eagles on 3rd down. Tight formation to the near side. 1 wide receiver split left. 3rd and 5 from the Nebraska 46. Van Treese gets the shoulder high snap, throws back shoulder throw, pass caught, 1st down. Man, what a pretty throw to Singleton, who makes a grab at the Nebraska 26-yard line.
Huskers brought a blitz. It was just man-to-man out there, and it was just a back shoulder throw, and it was a good one.
On the money. That goes for 20 yards to the Husker 26. Quickly they goes. Van Treese, the snap. Steps, throws, pass batted away at the last second. Tommy Hill jumped the route. And it almost like to see Tommy set a bat and grab that thing and go.
Yeah, if he just is 6 inches further upfield, maybe he tries to get 2, and it would have been 6 the other way.
There would have been nobody between him and the goal line. So 2nd down and 10. Long throw to the flat. Tommy Hill saw that.
I'll tell you what, as a quarterback, that'll make you think about the next one out there.
2nd and 10 for the 26. 2 wide receivers to the near side and motions Hood. Now he's in the slot. Van Treese claps the hands, gets the snap. Back to throw. Steps, throws toward the goal line. Ball knocked away again by Tommy Hill on the coverage of Burgess. Down around the 5-yard line. Now you have 3rd down and 10.
Another good play by Tommy. He made a great play at the end of the game last week to knock a pass out of a receiver's arms. And that one, I don't know if it would have been complete anyway. It was pretty low, but good coverage. Now you have to get a stop and force a field goal attempt.
3rd and 10. Can the Huskers get a 3rd down stop? Trips to the near side, 1 wide out left. Shotgun look with White the back. Van Treese checking off. 10 on the play clock. Steps up, now steps back. Play clock at 5. Gets the snap, hands it off to White. Big hole, 20, 15, 10, 5 touchdown. They saw something. Van Treese checked to it. White scoots up the middle, untouched, and Georgia Southern back in front.
My goodness. 2 drives in a row. Luke Reimer was the only guy in the middle of the field. They got a lineman to the 2nd level to block him. There was nobody else home. Spreading Nebraska out across the field, Greg. The entire width of the field, and they are just either throwing it for 10 of 14 for 92 yards, and Jalen White now 7 carries for 42 yards.
And 5 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. Here is Rayner to try to make it a 14-7 lead for the Eagles. Snap down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. Today's game sponsored by Currency, an online lending solution that specializes in heavy machinery, farm equipment, trucks, and trailers. Whether you're replacing old machines or expanding your fleet, Currency makes financing simple. Visit GoCurrency.com for details. 2:21 to go in a quarter. 14-7 Georgia Southern with the lead. This is Big Red Football.
Every single day, Central Valley Ag works with our farmers to feed the globe. From white corn, non-GMO, food grade, and organics, the world's appetite for food-grade grain is growing every day. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Find the rep who can help you plan next year's value-added grain program at cvacoop.com. Central Valley Ag, the official co-op of Husker Nation.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at neffafoundation.org. This message is brought to you by Chief Industries, trusted, tested, true, and Country Partners Cooperative. Together, we can.
I'm so glad we called SOS. RAC is the coldest.
I'm always the coldest.
SOS to the rescue.
Hey, this is Dakota Crawford, wide receiver from Louisiana, now playing in Lincoln. When your AC isn't the coldest, you call SOS Heating and Cooling. Their techs don't make commissions, so they give you an honest opinion, fair pricing, and longer warranties than the competition guaranteed. Take it from the coldest. We will keep you cool this summer.
Kickoff goes through the end zone for a touchback. A.J. Allen's the back. He gets the handoff on 1st and 10 for the 25. Picks up about 1.5 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 9 for the Huskers. 2:07 left to go in the quarter. Nebraska finds themselves down again, 14-7. 2 eligible each way. Snap back. Give it off again to Allen. Lowers his shoulder. Slams his way to the 30. Now you have 3rd and 5. And again, this is kind of like the first drive, Matt. Big 3rd down coming up here.
Well, yeah, you go back-to-back fast plays with tempo, and you're in a 3rd and 5, and your defense is just giving up 2 long drive touchdowns. You don't want to give it right back to them again.
2 wideouts each way. 3rd and 5 from the 30. Casey Thompson motions Marcus Washington. Snap back. Casey has some time, can't find anybody. Now checks it down to A.J. Allen's got the first down. Makes a catch, leans forward to the 39-yard line, a gain of 8. Justin Birdsong knocked him down, but good job of the offensive line of buying some time for Thompson.
That's right. He had good time back there. He was able to retreat a little bit, buy himself even more time, and then find the check down to the running back.
1st and 10 from the 39. Again, 2 eligible each way. Thompson looks to the sideline. 1:10 to go in the opening quarter. It's 14-7. Georgia Southern with the lead. Casey turns, gives it off to A.J. Allen. Puts 2 hands on the football. Gets across the 40 to the 43. A gain of 4. 2nd down and 6. Marquez, Watson, Trent there to make the tackle for Georgia Southern. Man, Georgia Southern offensively 5 for 5 on 3rd downs in the first quarter of this game. That's why they lead it. Able to keep those drives alive. Huskers offense going to have to answer right back. 2nd down and 6. Thompson in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Straight back to throw. Stepping, holding, throwing, pass in and out of the hands of A.J. Allen at about the 50-yard line. So now you have another big 3rd down coming up. That coverage by Todd Bradley Glenn.
Yeah, he had time again there and had to go to the check down. Nobody open down the field. Trey Palmer out of the game right now. Brody Belt in for him. Marcus Washington and Alante Brown are the 3 wide receivers out there.
3rd and 6 from the Husker 43. 2 to the near side, 1 to the far side. Casey Thompson looks over the defense. Trent Nixon grabs the football, snaps it back. Stepping, throwing, pass, caught. First down at the Georgia Southern 43-yard line. Alante Brown makes the grab. Tyler Bride, the tackle. Good throw by Casey Thompson. Rifled it in there, and the Huskers move the sticks into Eagle territory.
Good route by Alante. Good throw from Casey Thompson, as you said. And a big 3rd down again picked up to keep this drive alive.
Isaiah Garcia Castaneda on the field. 1st and 10, Huskers at the 42. I'm not sure Nebraska is going to get this play off before the end of the quarter, and they do not. That should end the first quarter with a 14-7 Eagle lead. Ag Day is presented by Acres, Nebraska's premier John Deere dealer. 15 minutes in the books, a 14-7 Georgia Southern lead. Second quarter coming up. This is Big Red Football.
Dear gas prices, go take a hike. Toyota is the #1 retail brand for electrified vehicles for 22 years. The Toyota hybrid lineup brings efficiency with power, savings with style, and top-notch tech to keep you connected. Not to mention plush premium interiors and the most advanced Toyota safety features. So, now you know who you're talking to. Toyota, the #1 retail brand for electrified vehicles for 22 years. Toyota, the brand with a hybrid or electric vehicle for every driver. Toyota, the brand that helps save you money at the pump. Now, let me ask you a question, dear gas prices. You really think you can stand in the way of the #1 retail brand for electrified vehicles for 22 years? Think again. Toyota Hybrids. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
based on manufacturer estimates CY 2000 through 2021 sales.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. Time now for a Nebraska Lottery scoreboard update from the Acres Broadcast Center. Through September the 12th, buy a Nebraska Lottery Powerball with Power Play ticket and enter the voucher number for a chance to win a trip to New York City and a shot at $1 million. Powerball, top prize odds, 1 in 292 million. The Huskers' opponent next week, number 7 Oklahoma, being upset at home in Norman. 3-0, the Kent State Golden Flashes lead Oklahoma, 1:23 to go in the second quarter. They're in a weather delay in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Michigan and Hawaii have not started yet. Marshall upsets number 8 Notre Dame 26-21. Washington State upsets number 19 Wisconsin 17-14 in 2 overtimes. Texas Tech upsets number 25 Houston 33-30. Matt Campbell's first win over Iowa as Cyclones head coach 10-7 at Kinnick Stadium. Appalachian State upsets number 6 Texas A&M 17-14. It has been a wild day in college football. 14-7, Georgia Southern has the lead over Nebraska as we are getting set for the second quarter. I'm Matt Coatney. Now back to Greg Sharp.
I thank you, Matt. A lot of offense in that opening quarter. Nebraska just couldn't get off the field. Georgia Southern had it twice, scored twice. The good news, Nebraska's offense looks like it's able to move the football tonight.
Yeah, 107 yards for Nebraska in the first quarter, 134 yards for Georgia Southern in the first quarter, 14 points. And, man, they looked really good offensively. Nebraska's going to have to figure some things out on defense. Hopefully they're over there tweaking some things a little bit somehow. They've run it. They've thrown it. They're spreading Nebraska out. And we've seen a couple of missed tackles here tonight as well. And we talked about that from the first couple of games. When you have an opportunity to get somebody down, you need to do it. And so far, Nebraska hasn't gotten any pressure on Van Treese either. They're doing a good job getting the ball out of his hands fast, but we haven't gotten much of a pass rush at all.
Looking for the first interception of the year. Thought Tommy Hill had a chance on that last drive. He read it perfectly, got a hand out there, and you're glad that he batted it away. But it looked to me, and I'd have to go back and see it slow-mo, but it looked to me like that was an opportunity maybe to get a pick and go the other way. But all right, offense, 1st and 10 at the 42 of Georgia Southern. Brody Belt's out there. A.J. Allen in the backfield. It's kind of been a rotation of Anthony Grant and A.J. Allen at backs for the Huskers in the first 3 games. Waiting for the media timeout to come to an end, and we're ready to roll. Huskers now moving from north to south, left to right as we view it, here in quarter number 2. Shotgun look. Belt now sprints out. Turn, give it off to A.J. Allen to the 40. A.J. explodes to the 35. Twisted down after a 10-yard pickup. A.J. Allen running hard right up the middle. Todd Bradley Glenn there to make the tackle.
Run Brody out of the backfield to pull one guy out of the middle of the field. And that opens things up, and A.J. Allen hit a nice hole.
11-yard pickup. Trips go left. Allen stays in there. Snap out. That little bubble screen and the flat pass caught by Brody Belt. Gets a block on the edge. Gets about 3 yards on the play to the 28. Really needed to probably bust that to the outside, did Brody. But a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 coming up.
It was not a great throw from Casey. If that one's a good throw, he's able to get the sideline. It's a much bigger gain. He had to stop and wait on the ball.
Casey's 6 of 7 early on throwing the football. 2nd and 7 from the 28 of Georgia Southern. Huskers down 14-7. 2 wide outs to the near side, 1 to the far side, or actually 2 each way. Allen still the back. Casey Thompson looks over the defense. 8 on the play clock. Allen sprints out, so it's an empty look. Casey going to run with it. Quarterback is raw to the 25. Slips his way to the 21-yard line. Should have a first down. So Thompson able to slide his way for about 7 yards. Watson Trent, the backer, makes the play.
Again, similar to the play to Allen, they run the back out of the backfield, go empty. They go with him, leaves the middle of the field wide open.
Empty again for the Huskers. Snap back, Casey looking, stepping, throwing for the end zone. Man out there, Brody Belt, touchdown, Nebraska. Brody Belt's first career touchdown.
Yes! Brody right down the middle of the field. Casey Thompson threw a dime. Another good drive from this Nebraska offense.
So Brody Belt made the catch earlier in the drive. That one, though, moves the scoreboard 6 notches. Timmy Blakeroad to try to tie it up. So Another impressive drive by this Husker offense. Snap down. Bleakroad's kick is up, and the kick is good. Well, nothing goes better with Husker Sports and Fairbury. Fairbury premium quality hot dogs. Deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Fairbury, the official hot dog of Husker Nation. It was a 10-play, 75-yard drive, 3:41 off the clock, and the Huskers get this thing tied up again at 14 apiece. 13:40 left first half, and we're back with Nebraska's kickoff coming up here on the Huskers Radio Network.
They say if you listen hard enough, you can hear the corn grow. It's true. When you're out in the field, you understand its challenges and what it needs to thrive. Channel Seedsmen bring insights from the field to our team of Bayer plant breeders. Their knowledge inspires our product development. From your best ground to your most challenging conditions, our products are designed to perform in your fields. Visit channellistens.com to see our latest innovations. Always read and follow IRM where applicable, grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
The name of our new promotion says it all. Powerball First Millionaire of the Year. Through September 12th, buy a Powerball with Power Play ticket at any Nebraska Lottery retailer and enter the voucher number to win a trip to New York City for New Year's Eve on December 31st, 2022. Plus, you'll also get a chance to win $1 million and become the Powerball First Millionaire of 2023. Remember, this promotion ends on September 12th, so plan ahead and play today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Nebraska Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Today's attendance, 86,862 fans arrived alive today. Brought to you by NDOT Highway Safety Office. Reminding all drivers, buckle up. Put the phone down. Just drive. Well, 14-14. Neither defense has really been able to put the clamps on the other team. Let's see if Eric Chenander can get some kind of a plan to stop this Eagle offense, which has been electrifying the first two times they've had the football. And great, Matt, on third downs.
Yeah, and a couple of them were third and long.
That's been, unfortunately, a bit of a disturbing trend. Brody Belt, in 30 games as a Husker, has 16 career touches, 8 catches, 8 rushes. He's just such a versatile football player.
He's a really good player. And you know, over in Ireland, he didn't get the number of snaps that going into the game was planned. Last week, maybe similar, but here tonight, 2 catches already.
Here's a returnable kick, but no, waving for the fair catch is O.J. Arnold at the goal line, so it'll come back out to the 25-yard line. So, and then Frankie continues. I think there's a flag down at the 32-yard line. Man, on a fair, is that a flag or just some trash?
Looks like a flag, I think.
Yeah, they're talking about something, so this may be the first penalty of the game on Georgia Southern.
There's no foul on the play. First down and 10 at the 25-yard line, Georgia Southern.
Could you have a block in the back on a fair catch? Maybe you can't.
Oh, yeah, I think.
Okay, well, maybe there goes my theory. Throw that out the window. All right, first and 10.
You could have a blindside block. You could have all kinds of stuff. Yeah. It's illegal.
White lines up in the backfield with Van Treese. Now they're going to go Wildcat set with him. He gets the snap, gives it off to Van Treese. They hand it off. Little trickery to Hood running around the right side. He gets free for about a 9-yard gain. Reimer brings him down. So they snap it to the back, who does an inside handoff to the quarterback, who hands it off on a sweep the other way to Hood. Goes for 9. 2nd and 1. That was a nifty little play. Snap back. Wide receiver screen the flat. Pass caught. First down to the 40-yard line is White, the back who went out to the boundary for 5 yards. Ball at the 39 now. So, man, they're going fast, and they've got Nebraska spinning right now in defense. Van Treese with trips to the near side, rolls the pocket right, being hit as he throws down the field. The pass is up for in the air. Marquise Buford makes the pick. There's the first INT of the year for the Husker. Marquise Buford pulls it out of the air at the Nebraska 24-yard line.
Wow, he went up high to get that one, Greg. It looked like Devin Drew was bearing down on Van Treese. Made him I think, get rid of it a little quicker than he wanted to and maybe influence the throw. And a big turnover. Nebraska needed that.
So Buford, there's the first INT of the season for the Huskers. Buford went down. That ball was just kind of hanging out there. It's almost, in essence, a punt, but you get a stop and you get the ball back in this 14-14 tie. Acres Ag Day is presented in part by Beck's Hybrids. Beck's is dedicated to serving a community of farmers who love what they do and are proud to be farmers at heart. 14-14 game, 12:58 left, first half. Back with more football after this. This is Big Red Football.
The big box stores have a secret. When you walk out the door with a new purchase, that's where the service ends. At Ty's Outdoor Power and Service, you get great deals on brands like Hustler, Toro, Honda, and Steel. Plus, you get a dedicated experienced service center. With annual maintenance and repairs, your equipment will last longer and perform when you need it most. See us in Lincoln, Omaha, or Gretna and get 10% off your residential service. Visit TysOutdoorPower.com, promo code radio, or mention radio to redeem.
It pays to parlay college football with Elite Sportsbook. On Thursdays through Sundays in September, bet a 4+ leg parlay of $50 or more on college football and receive $10 free bet. It's literally that simple. And don't forget, new signups can take advantage of their first bet being risk-free up to $500. Check out our updated app with integrated funding and increased functionality and play your game with Elite Sportsbook. Valid only in Iowa. Must be 21. Gambling a problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hey, this is Brittany Rexius.
And this is Tim Rexius.
With Rexius Nutrition Stores.
After 20 years in the health industry, we've seen so many 3-pill weight loss gimmicks that just don't work.
And that cost hundreds of dollars, so that's why we decided to change the game.
EX30. It's the total package. Boost the metabolism, control the cravings.
Detox, energize, and increase focus all in one.
But don't take our word for it. Come try a free sample for yourself and see the EX30 difference at any of the 7 Metro Rexius Nutrition locations.
Husker Radio, AM 590.
At Noddle Companies, their roots run deep through Husker Nation, continuing to develop great places throughout our community. Noddle Companies are looking forward to another year of excellence and cheering on Husker football. A 14-14 tie, early second quarter. Marquise Buford just got the Huskers' first INT of 2021 with that pick at the 24-yard line. So now the offense has a chance for the second time of the game because the Huskers got the opening kickoff to go grab a lead in this game. And let's see Casey Thompson, Matt. He has been terrific to start this game, both throwing and running the ball here tonight.
Yeah, 7 out of 8, 88 yards. He's run it 3 times for 9 yards, and, of course, the nifty touchdown run. Nebraska hasn't really stretched the field much except for the touchdown to Brody Belt. Let's see if Nebraska tries to take a shot here in this possession.
So the Huskers will line it up. Henry Lutovsky's in there at right guard on this drive. Grant back in there in the backfield. Casey goes shotgun. Got a wing to the near side. Snap back. Fake the handoff. Throw it down the middle. Pass caught. Trey Palmer at the 35. Weaving to the outside. Gets stood up and knocked down around the 38-yard line. It's a 14-yard pickup, though, and a first down for the Huskers.
Another good throw from Casey Thompson. Big hole in the middle of the field. Trey Palmer ran right into it, and Casey hit him right on the 3 in his chest.
Ball at the 39. First and 10. 2 wideouts to the near side, 1 to the far side. Grant's the back. He gets the handoff. Cuts up the middle. Follows blockers. 45. Pulls the defender for almost 10 yards. Good, strong run. Huskers starting to run now better between the tackles than they did earlier in the game. Seth Robertson, one of the safeties for the Eagles, makes the collection at the 48. 2nd and 1. Trips to the near side. Thompson turns. Gives it off to Grant. Left side. First down to the 48 of Georgia Southern.
Yeah, you're right. A little bit more push now. Anthony now with 10 carries on the night.
Huskers doing a good job of mix between the run and the pass. Palmer, Brown. Oliver Martin now in the field. Comes racing to the near side from the 48 of the Eagles. Thompson looks at the sideline. Play clock at 8. Now has them lined up. Gets the snap. Gives it off to Grant. Anthony stutter steps his way down to the 44, maybe the 43. A game about 5. Justin Ellis makes the tackle.
Just a step away there from that being a big play.
He's at 50 yards rushing already.
Georgia Southern has both of their safeties playing, at least 12 yards deep.
Thompson gets a snap, takes a shot deep downfield, looking for Martin, makes a catch. Is he in bounds? Yes! What a grab. Oliver Martin inside the 20-yard line at the 18.
Wow. Back shoulder throw. Casey put it on him, and that was a great catch, as you said, by Oliver and getting a foot down.
1st and 10, Nebraska at the 17, trying to break a 14-all tie. Early second quarter. Empty set, no backs in the backfield. Thompson operates out of the shotgun, gets a snap, steps, looks, gets hit, and he's going to get sacked at the 23-yard line. He'll lose 5 yards. Tried to make a quick throw. Anthony Wilson came off the edge, so they sent extra guys, and they get to Thompson, second sack of the game for the Eagles at the 22.
Man, had such a good drive going. Now you're playing way behind the chains. Georgia Southern, they brought one extra guy there, beat Nebraska off the left side.
2nd and 15. Grant to the left of Thompson. 3 wideouts to the near side. Now Brewington in motion. Back toward the line of scrimmage. They give it off, and the Huskers flinched up top. I think Oliver Martin rocked a little bit on the edge. That's going to cost Nebraska 5 yards.
Oh, man.
3rd penalty of the half.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 89. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Boy, that's just inexcusable. Oliver knows better. We're going to hand it off there.
Yep.
Your wide receiver, just watch the football.
So now you get a sack and a procedure penalty. And looking at 2nd and 20 from the 27-yard line. 14-14 game, 10 minutes left in the half. Huskers have not led tonight.
Don't turn the ball over and try to at least get 3 here.
Thompson gets the shotgun snap, hands it off to Anthony Grant, breaks a tackle, bounces to the outside, and there cuts back in the inside. 20, stutter steps his way down to the 17, 16-yard line. So it was 2nd and 20, now it's 3rd and 9 as he goes for 11.
Man, the stop-start, the ability to change direction, he is pretty elite.
So now 3rd and manageable, 3rd and 9 at the 16-yard line. You're definitely in field goal range. 2 wideouts each way. Grant stays in the game. Thompson in the gun, gets the shotgun snap, steps, throws, back shoulder throw, pass caught Martin. He's got a first down at the 6-yard line. Stopped right there, but the Huskers will have 1st and goal.
Well, this is the most involved Oliver Martin has been this year. That was a good route over there just to run up the field. He has great speed. He came out of that break, and the ball was on top of him. Good throw from Casey Thompson.
Huskers in the Mosaic red zone. At Mosaic, their mission is crop nutrition. Learn more at cropnutrition.com. Shotgun look, trips to the near side, handoff to Grant off the left side of the 5, and stopped back at the 5 or 4-yard line. Between the 4 and 5, 2nd and goal coming up. Quinn Williams there to make the Eagle tackle. 2nd and goal. 8:45 to go in the half. 14-14 game on what's turned into a gorgeous night here in Lincoln. 64 degrees at game time. 2 wide outs to the near side. 1 to the far side. It's Martin. Thompson claps the hands. Looks over the Golden Eagle defense. Gives it off to Anthony Grant. He's in there. Touchdown! Off the right side as he cut back. Great blocking on the right edge by Ben Hart and Lutovsky, and the Huskers, for the first time tonight, have the lead.
Untouched. A great cut from left back to right, and the Nebraska offensive line caved it down. And he walked in untouched. Really good drive, and you think about that sack and then the 5-yard penalty. Nebraska goes to the ground to get 11, and then 9 yards to Oliver Martin, and that set up the touchdown.
Jimmy Bleakrode's point after try is up and good, and Nebraska has a 7-point lead here now, 21-14. Time now for a Big Ten scoreboard presented by GoCurrency.com. Let's check out what's happened today in the league. Interesting day there. Matt told you at the quarter break, lightning delay in Ann Arbor. They haven't started yet. That isn't going to matter. They get a minute of football there, and the Wolverines are going to roll tonight in that game. Idaho and Indiana just getting underway in Bloomington. Buckeyes roll Arkansas State today 45-12. Michigan State a 52-0 winner over Akron. Washington State goes into Camp Randall and wins today. 17-14 over the Badgers. Minnesota roughs up Western Illinois 62-10. Duke gets off to a 21-0 lead at Northwestern. They hang on to win 31-23. Evan Hull fumbled at the goal line in the last few seconds of the game. Looked like he had a touchdown. They would have had to get the 2-point conversion to tie it, but he fumbled it into the end zone, and the Blue Devils survive. Penn State, a 46-10 winner over Ohio. Maryland can really score. They put 56 on Charlotte, win 56-21. Iowa State snaps a long losing skid to Iowa. They win 10-7. The Hawkeyes just struggling mightily with the offense right now. They're 1-1 on the year. Illinois comes back from losing a game at Indiana. They beat Virginia 24-3. Purdue blasts Indiana State 56-0. And Rutgers a 66-7 winner over Wagner. Our game is sponsored by Currency, an online lending solution that specializes in heavy machinery, farm equipment, trucks, and trailers. Whether you're replacing old machines or expanding your fleet, Currency makes financing simple. Visit gocurrency.com for details. Huskers just went 76 yards in 10 plays, 4:33 off the clock. Matt, their drives tonight have been 9 plays, 10 plays, 10-play drives. Long drives. I'd like to get short drives for the offense, but again, that you need to get stops and turnovers in the other side of the 50-yard line, but you still love the way this offense is able to turn it down the field.
Yeah, 230 yards right now for this offense. Casey Thompson's 10 out of 11 for 139 yards. Anthony Grant, 13 carries, 67 yards, and a touchdown. Oliver Martin was big on that last possession. Brody Belt with a couple of catches. Trey with 2. Alante with 2. And Marcus Washington had the long one for 33 yards. So getting a lot of guys involved. A.J. Allen has been involved in the running game as well. He has 4 carries for 20 yards. So offensively, seeing a lot of good stuff. Defense finally came up with a turnover, and the Huskers turned that into points the other way. Now you want to get another stop, right? Keep this momentum going. As you said, Georgia Southern gets the ball to start the second half. It'd be great to get another stop here and go down and add another score and go up 2 scores here in the first half.
Just feels good to be on top finally, as Huskers were just kind of climbing uphill the whole night after being pinned deep to start the game. 3 and out. The Eagles took the football, went down and scored. Nebraska tied it. Eagles came back, scored again. Nebraska tied it. Then you get the turnover and go grab the lead. Arnold and Lewis deep for the Golden Eagles. Brendan Franke, who has a couple of touchbacks, aiming for another one here. Franke with a check of alignment. Arm in the air, the approach, and the boot. This one might be returnable, but waving for a fair catch, though, is Arnold. And so another touchback, and Georgia Southern will bring it out to the 25-yard line. Van Treese gets picked off. Really his first mistake of the game. He's 11 of 16, 97 yards. Played against Nebraska a year ago as a Buffalo Bull. Went 27 of 50 in that game. Been more accurate to start, but did get picked that last drive. Gerald Green down the backfield with him. 2 wideouts each way. Now it's an empty set as Green sprints to the right. Huskers are offside, and Van Treese hit as he throws. The ball's loose, and the ball, that could be picked up by Nebraska and advance for a score, and they do, but more than likely Nebraska's offsides. Gifford picked it up, finally went in the end zone. And are there not flags out?
Well, there's flags, but it's a matter of did Nebraska jump or first, or did Georgia Southern move?
Looked to me like Nebraska was offside on the edge. Caleb Tanner came roaring around the left side.
Offside. Defense number 2. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, we wasted fireworks.
Well, hey, play it to the end. You're right. I mean, maybe the center rolled the football and you saw that, and maybe the official saw it. But no, it's a procedure penalty in Nebraska. The Huskers' fourth penalty of the half. So 1st and 5 now for the Eagles. Van Treese gets the snap, gives it off to Green up the middle, breaks a tackle, 45, look out, 50. He's to the 40. Buford trying to track him down, 30, 20, 15, 10. Buford knocks him out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Man, that has popped open a couple of times tonight for Georgia Southern. Long run by Gerald Green, and he races it all the way down to the 3-yard line.
Wow.
67-yard run. Van Treese goes shotgun. 2 wideouts right, one on the near side on 1st and goal. Give it off again to Green. Twists and fights his way to the 1. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 1-yard line. Second and goal at the 1.
Let's see if that touchdown-saving tackle by Buford matters.
It did last week. Huskers able to hold when he did that last week. High snap. They give it off to Green again. This time he gets pushed back. I don't know. No signal yet. Now it goes. The arms go up. Touchdown. Well, a bust on the run game, and man, that thing popped wide open for Nebraska. Va Clementson could look like he might have got held at the one of the offensive linemen, but he got sealed.
Huskers had Va Clements and Chris Kolarvik at linebacker on that possession. No Reimer, no Hausman. Of course, Nick Henrich not playing today. Man, 218 yards of offense for Georgia Southern here in the first half already.
So the lead, barring the extra point, was a short-lived one for Nebraska. Rayner to try to tie it at 21. Kicking into the north end zone. 75-yard drive in 3 plays. The big thing, the 67-yard march. Snap down, kick is up, kick is good. We got a 21-21 game here in Lincoln. Timeout on the field. 7:27 left before halftime. A 21-21 tie. Nebraska, Georgia Southern. This is Big Red Football.
Here we go again. The celebrating, the accolades. Ever since we added Marco to our team, our technology can't lose. Day after day, success after success, Marco's made our business IT a force to be reckoned with. The only drawback of being technology all-stars is keeping champagne away from the electronics. Find out what your technology could be saying at marconet.com.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we help you find vehicles designed with purpose and function, prioritizing safety, technology, and the dependability you need. Visit our Chevy locations in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo to shop in-stock and inbound inventory, or to order your new vehicle. And as your Chevrolet Business Elite dealer, we offer commercial vehicles, including medium-duty trucks and low-cab forwards. Visit SidDillonChevy.com.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Chevy, find new roads.
Well, that didn't take long. Huskers had a lead for about a minute and a half. Now it's back to a tie game midway through the second quarter. Let's go get a Rob Seco sideline update with Jessica. I really haven't noticed anybody get banged up. What's the half look like injury-wise?
Well, after the last touchdown score by Nebraska, Teddy Prohaska went into the medical tent. Looked to be holding an arm. I don't know if it was shoulder or arm, but he emerged, came back out. Looks to be good to go. But after that last score, as good as Oliver Martin was, Mickey Joseph was giving him an earful about the penalty. Of course, he has very high standards and expectations for his guys. So made a couple big catches, but also not happy with that penalty either.
Yeah, and that's I love that about Coach Joseph, that he wants those guys, but it's really good to see Oliver contribute to this football team
It
right
is.
now.
We have a lot of wide receivers that can get it done at a high level, and the big ovation you're hearing right now in Memorial Stadium is Dave Remington down on the field being recognized, and one of the all-time greats, not just in Nebraska, in college football.
Good to see Dave. He's down getting some pats on the back, some congrats. We welcome some new members to the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame. We heard from Tony Fanotti during the Husker game day today. Prince Amukamara also going into the Hall of Fame. And some Lee Kuntz, Rick Lindquist, some guys from back in the 70s also being enshrined last night. It's always a fun time to see some of those guys come back on campus.
Wow. I hadn't seen Tonu in a long time, and it was great to see him. He came to practice yesterday and got a big bear hug from him. He's still a huge dude. Prince, of course, saw him before the game today, and congrats to those guys on the Hall of Fame. Tremendous players.
21-21 game, 7:27 left to go before halftime. Lots of offense in this thing so far. 218 yards for the Eagles, 230 for Nebraska. Huskers have the one turnover. They got the interception on Van Treese. But boy, Eric Chinander will not like that big run that set up that score for the Eagles.
121 yards on the ground for Georgia Southern. so far.
Lance has it teed up. Anthony Grant, one of the deep returners, along with Zach Weinmaster. Lance the approach and hammers a kick away. Anthony Grant coming up, makes a grab at a 6 to the 10, 15, stays to the near boundary, 20, 25, and then caught it at the 26-yard line. So Nebraska will take over there. Neither team has called a timeout yet in the half. And both teams have been so efficient offensively, just the one turnover, and that was the pick that Buford had on Van Treese. And they'll mark it right at the 25.
Brock Bando back out there at right guard.
A.J. Allen will be the back. 2 wideouts to the left, 1 to the near side. Allen had some carries in the first quarter. 4 carries, 20 yards. They motion Palmer. Give it off to Allen. Bounces to the outside, gets a block on the edge. Here he goes, 30, 35. Allen to the 40, lowers his shoulder, leans forward to the 43-yard line. What a nifty run for 18 yards.
Wow, didn't look like he was going to get anything out of that and just bounced it to the left and just kind of got lost in the shuffle, and nobody really saw him squirt out to the left side. Ended up being a nice game.
The true freshman picks up 18 to the 43. Now Gabe Irvin in the game in the backfield. Wide receivers left and right. The tight end is an H-back in the backfield. It's a pistol set. Thompson turns. Play actions. Back to throw. Step throws. Pass. Off the hands of Marcus Washington. A little bit behind Marcus. He tried to adjust. Got his hands on it, but couldn't hang on. 2nd and 10.
He was open. I think there was a little miscommunication. Casey thought he was going to sit down a little bit more in the middle of the field.
2nd and 10. 6:46 left before halftime. We'll talk to President Ted Carter coming up at halftime. Backs on each hip. For Thompson, Gabe Irvin, the primary running back. Snap back. Gabe gets the handoff. He bounces his way up the middle, fights his way for a couple to the 45. Now you have 3rd and 8 coming up.
Yep, incomplete on first down. Run it for 2. Now you're 3rd and long.
Christian Varner, a North Carolina transfer, makes the tackle. Huskers 5 of 6 on 3rd down. 3rd and 8 coming up here. Allen now back in.
You feel like you need to score on every possession. This is big 3rd down here. You don't want to give it right back to him.
Wide receivers left and right. Pistol set. Allen behind Thompson. 3rd and 8 from the Cornhusker 45. Blitz coming. Picked up. Taking a shot deep downfield. Looking for Trey Palmer. Can't quite make the catch at the 20-yard line. I'm not sure he saw it. Didn't look like he had very good vision of the ball. It sailed kind of right by him. Now the Huskers are going to be forced to punt for the 2nd time tonight.
It looked like a pretty good throw. I don't know if he, as you said, if he found the football or not. But it didn't look like he made a great play on the ball once it was on him.
Buschini had a good punt early in the game. Yeah, I don't know that he quite picked the ball up very well. Amari Jones deep for Georgia Southern. Buschini will try to pin the Eagles deep. Bryant hangs one up. Good high booming kick. Jones going to let it bounce. It hits at the 5 and is going to kick into the end zone. So that's going to go as a 55-yard punt, but only a 35-yard net, as the ball will come back out to the 20-yard line. Acres Ag Day is presented in part by DeKalb. Winning has roots. Perform at your best with DeKalb brand corn. 5:54 left first half. All 3 timeouts remain for both teams. And really neither defense. That's a second punt for Nebraska. The Huskers defense only stop tonight was an interception. So it has been really smooth sailing for the offenses in this game tonight. You don't like that. Don't really want to get into a shootout with the Sun Belt. Sun Belt, Fun Belt, what they call it. Well, they've had a great day. App State winning at A&M. Marshall winning at Notre Dame. Georgia Southern trying to pull that off here tonight. It's been a really good day for the Sun Belt Conference. Next week, Oklahoma will be here, 11 a.m. It's an early kick. We'll have one of those first early kickoffs of the year. The Sooners returning the trip that Nebraska made down there last year, and what a game it was in Norman last year.
Yeah, they were hoping for a night game last year, of course. Didn't get it. We were hoping for a night game here and didn't get it. Fox likes those noon games. They had the choice, and they took the game. Of course, everybody wants the Nebraska-Oklahoma game, but they had the pick, and they put us at 11 a.m. next week. So it's going to be a great atmosphere. A ton of guys coming back next week from every era of Nebraska football. So that'll be a lot of fun, and Saturday will be a big-time atmosphere for Oklahoma here in Memorial Stadium.
Yeah, for Fox, that big noon kickoff, noon being Eastern time zone, has just been such a valuable property. They've had a tremendous game today with Alabama, Texas. The Crimson Tide kicked the late field goal to edge the Longhorns by a point. And that whole crew will be here in Lincoln next week for Oklahoma and Nebraska. Sooners lead in the third quarter against Kent State, 14-3. It was a 7-3 game at the half, so they've had a tough game offensively in Norman tonight for that one, but we know it'll be revved up and ready for next Saturday. But business at hand as Huskers need to get a win here tonight in a battle with Georgia Southern, a 21-21 tie. 5:54 left to go in the opening half of football. Georgia Southern, again, has just been so productive on third down. Huskers have yet to turn them over on third down. They're 5 for 5 on third downs in this game. Eric Janiner's, searching for a way to try to put the brakes on this Eagle offense here in the first half.
I mean, Nebraska's had the ball over 15 minutes, just over 8 minutes for Georgia Southern. We're +1 in turnovers, yet tied. It's been quick drives. They have 21 points on 27 plays, 218 yards.
Gerald Green remains in the game in the backfield. He had that big run, 67 yards, took it down inside the 5. Van Treese, the sixth-year senior quarterback who last year was at Buffalo, played against the Huskers in the stadium. He has done a good job again here tonight. 3 wide outs to the near side from the Eagle 20-yard line. Van Treese looks over the defense from the shotgun formation. Man in motion is Hood. Snap it back. Give it off to Green. Racing around the left edge. Gets upended on the corner by Marquise Buford after a gain of 3.
Good job coming up in support from the safety spot. Luke Reimer there to clean it up.
2nd and 7. Do sub 1 wide out in as Singleton coming in for Jones. Green remains the back. 2 wide outs to the right. 1 tight to the formation on the near boundary. Luke Reimer showing blitz. Van Treese gets the snap. Back to throw. Step throws. Pass caught. First down. Singleton makes the grab at the 36-yard line. Pickup of 13.
Wow.
Quentin Newsom banged him out of bounds. Actually, to 35.
2 Huskers right there. Pretty good throw into a tight window.
New set of downs for the Eagles at their own 35. 2 wideouts right, 1 to the near side. Fake the handoff. Van Treese rolls the pocket, throws it right. Pass is incomplete. Gifford on the coverage in the far boundary on Hood. Nice job by Isaac. 2nd down and 10 coming up.
Really good closing speed right there in the last 5 steps. The ball's in the air, and Gifford did a great job exploding towards the football and knocking that one away.
3 wide receivers go right, 1 to the near side. Green remains in the backfield. Van Treese looks over the defense and may have got Nebraska to jump. No flags. Pass thrown, and Quentin Newsom gets tangled up with Singleton. They're going to throw a flag on Quentin. Looked like both guys were kind of fighting for position down there. Quentin's not sure about the call.
Wow, that would have been a 3rd and 10.
Pass interference. Defense number 6. The ball be placed at the spot of the foul. Includes an automatic first down.
Don't know about that one.
I haven't seen a good replay of it. Looked like they were both kind of hand fighting. It was right there on the Georgia Southern sideline.
I don't think Singleton knew the ball was coming. Quentin did. Quentin had a better look at that than he did.
Yeah, he just kind of put both hands on him at the top of the route.
1st and 10 for the 46. Van Treese turns, fakes the handoff, back to throw, rolling right now, throws it in the flat, pass caught, knocked out of bounds is Burgess by Gifford, but it's a pickup of 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2 at the Nebraska 47 with 4:41 to go in the first half. And a game tied at 21. And Van Treese playing well. He's managing the game really well for them, making good throws.
Just no pressure, Greg. I mean, he stands back there. Then he rolls to the right, has plenty of time, and delivers the ball.
Van Treese looks to the sideline on 2nd and 3 from the Nebraska 47. Gerald Green, the back in the backfield with him, trips to the near side, 1 wide out, split right. Van Treese turns, gives it off to Green. Big hole right side. Flips a tackle, and he's gone. 30, 20, 10, touchdown. Georgia Southern, they're back in front, 27-21.
A one-on-one opportunity to make a tackle, and Miles Farmer came up from the safety spot and didn't really slow him down much, Greg.
So Georgia Southern just cutting through the black shirts here tonight. Gerald Green, who didn't start, didn't really see him in the first quarter, has had some monster runs for Georgia Southern tonight as Rayner will try to kick one through the post. Green now at 120 yards in this game on 5 carries. 4 minutes exactly left in the half. Huskers jump off sides. Tommy Hill tried to anticipate the snap. He's off sides. That was an 80-yard drive, 5 plays, a minute 54. Gerald Green has just been electrifying tonight. So half the distance to the goal and the penalty. Nebraska's 6th penalty of the game.
Man, you think about that pass interference call. You know, Quentin had good coverage. There's no reason to put his hands up on the guy at the top of the route. You're right there to make the play. Would have been 3rd and 10. Instead, it's a first down, a missed tackle, and they score. And now a lot of pressure back on the offense as Georgia Southern gets it to start the second half.
Rayner will try to make it a 28-21 game. Snap down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So a 28-21 lead. The last 14 points have come from Georgia Southern. And now they have a touchdown lead, 4 minutes to go. Huskers do have all 3 timeouts left, and obviously 4 minutes, a load of time for this Nebraska offense.
Gerald Green has 5 carries for 120 yards. They have 287 total yards on 32 snaps. Nebraska's winning time of possession. We're +1 in turnovers.
Just slicing the defense up tonight is Georgia Southern. Van Treese has been very effective. I know he threw the pick, but just very effective, very accurate. He's made some really high-quality throws. These backs are really good in green and white. And Nebraska just hasn't had the answers for them tonight in this game. Long way to go. 4 minutes to go and a half. Down by 7. Didn't think we'd see a shootout tonight, but that's what we have. So got to go get it done. Just keep scoring points.
Yeah, the offense has got to be aggressive and can't waste plays. Have to be strategic and score as many points tonight as you can, because so far it doesn't look like the defense has much of an answer right now. Did get the 1 turnover, but other than that, have not even forced a punt from Georgia Southern.
Just can't get home, Matt. Just have not had much pass rush in 3 weeks, and we've seen teams, Northwestern, North Dakota, and now Georgia Southern, that have thrown the ball a lot and just can't get home. And when you give quarterbacks, particularly veteran quarterbacks like Van Treese, a lot of time, and we've seen 3 quarterbacks that have played a lot of football in Helinski, and then last week Schuster, and now tonight in Van Treese, those guys are going to pick you apart, and that's what we've seen.
Yep, have to beat a guy one-on-one. We have to get off blocks better. We have to tackle better. I mean, they're creating a lot of space with their alignments, but everybody knows that going into the game, right? I mean, they're going to spread you out 4 and 5 wide, empty sets, and try to get you in space against good athletes, and they've been able to move the ball up and down the field so far. Nebraska's been pretty good offensively.
Yeah.
I mean, 21 points with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. You feel like you're in pretty good shape. Casey Thompson's been good.
Trey Palmer's going to be deep for Nebraska. Lance to boot it away. Again, we'll visit with University President Ted Carter at halftime. 28-21 Georgia Southern. In just a wild first half of football here in Lincoln tonight. If you like offense, this is your thing. You're seeing 2 high-octane groups go at it tonight. So Lance, right-footed kicker. With the approach and the boot. Angles one towards Zach Weinmaster. He's going to come up make the grab with a fair catch, so the Huskers will start the drive from the 25-yard line. So everybody's kicking away from Nebraska's prime return guy. And we did see Nebraska line up with kind of two prime returners a kick ago. They had both Alante Brown back there along with Trey Palmer to try to get another guy with a threat over there. So we'll see if Bill Bush can make an adjustment on that, because that's what everybody's doing, kicking it away from Palmer and Anthony Grant, who will line up in the backfield with Casey Thompson. Wide receivers tight to the formation on the near side, one wide out, split left. Alante Brown in motion. Oh, looks like a busted play. Casey Thompson running off the left side, slides forward for a couple yards. Casey went right, everybody else went left. So a bust there, gain of 2, 2nd and 8.
Well, that's not the start you want to a drive. At least he turned it into 2-yard gain.
Ball to 27. Wide receivers left and right, a slot to the near side. Now racing to the near boundary is Chancellor Brewington. Thompson gets the snap. Looking, holding, rolling out, flips it out. Alante Brown makes the catch to the 30, weaves his way back to the middle of the field, has a first down up to the 37-yard line. Danced his way for about 10. If he could have got one more step to the outside, I think he could have had a lot of open field to go after. L.J. McLeod makes the tackle for Georgia Southern.
It's a good play by Casey.
Wide receivers left and right. Brewington in motion to the far side. Thompson gets the shotgun snap. Looking, stepping, throwing downfield. Trey Palmer makes a catch, gets hit, and hangs on at the 40-yard line of Georgia Southern. Nice catch and play made as Najee Thompson makes a tackle for Georgia Southern, but the Huskers have it now at the Eagle 40.
Another good throw and catch. Good protection.
Pick up a 24 to the 39 is where they'll mark it. Pistol set, Grant right behind Thompson. 2:40 to go in the first half. A 28-21 Eagle lead. Snap back, Thompson. Play action. Steps, throws down the field looking for Washington. Makes a catch at the 10. It'll be 1st and goal, Nebraska. Marcus Washington, second big catch of the half. Anthony Wilson makes a tackle.
Great catch. He knew he was going to get hit, Greg. They're in too deep. Safeties. Great throw from Casey Thompson. Marcus is a tough kid. He knew he was going to get popped, and he made the catch.
1st and goal to 10. Two wide outs to the near side, one on the far side. Grant the back. Casey hands it off to Grant, racing to the right side of the 5, tripped up 2-yard line. Just got ankle tackled by Wilson, or he would have dashed into the end zone. It'll be 2nd and goal, the ball to 2.
Might not be bad if Nebraska uses clock now.
Clock will be under 2 minutes left in the half after this snap. 2nd and goal to 2. Two wideouts left. Washington to the near side. Grant the back. Casey Thompson on the shotgun. Gets the snap. Puts it in the belly of Anthony Grant. Oh, keeps it himself. Scoots to the left. Touchdown, Nebraska. Casey Thompson's second rushing touchdown of the night.
Great drive by Casey Thompson. Boy, was he good on that drive, Greg. Think about the first play of the drive. It's a broken play. He turns it into 2. It might have been his fault, by the way, but he still turned it into 2. And a great read right there to pull it out of the belly of Anthony Grant and around the left side for a touchdown.
Timmy Blakerod to try to tie it at 28. Cameron Piper to snap it back. Buschini puts it down. The kick is up and through the pipes. 28 all. 1:50 left to go in a half. But Georgia Southern has all 3 timeouts left. Nebraska, 6 play, 75 yards, 2:10 off the clock. And Casey Thompson's second rushing touchdown of the game.
Man, has he been good. 13 out of 16, 201 yards and a touchdown through the air. And he's rushed for 2 touchdowns as well. Nebraska with 325 of total offense at 28 points. Got to get some stops. And this is a little scary right now with 1:50 to go and 3 timeouts because they get it to start the second half as well. Man, does this Nebraska defense need a stop here at the end of the half.
Just need to get home, make a quarterback feel uncomfortable. Nebraska's not been able to do that in the 3 games so far this year. Frankie to kick it away. Lewis and Arnold deep. Frankie's been able to get it to the end zone on all of his kickoffs so far tonight. Frankie with the approach and the boot. End over end kick. That'll sail into the end zone as well. Touchback again. Out to the 25 it comes. You think about the last 2 halves of football for the Huskers. 31 points last week. in the second half against North Dakota, 28 points tonight against Georgia Southern. That's 59 points in what, in essence, is one football game. The problem is what the defense has given up tonight, in 28 points, and just really looks baffled at how to try to stop the Eagles.
Yeah. Need to attack a little bit on defense. I don't know what else to say. It's just like more aggression, big hits, get up the field.
Try to get some negative plays.
Get a pressure on the quarterback.
Trips to the right, one wide out to the near side. White's the back. And it looks like timeout taken? Yep, timeout taken by Georgia Southern before they snap the football. So they'll use their first timeout there. 28-28 game. Late first half. Sun has sat behind us. Lights taking full effect here at Memorial Stadium. Second of a 4-game homestand for the Big Red. Oklahoma next week, then a bye week, and then back into conference play. October the 1st with Indiana coming to town. So, see what Clay Helton draws up. Well, the Eagles come back out. And keep in mind, Scott Frost has 3 timeouts to play with to end this half as well. So if you get an incomplete pass or a sack, maybe Nebraska gets the ball back one more time before halftime. 2 wideouts right, one on the near side. Garrett Nelson standing up on the near side. Snap back, Van Treese hands it off to White. White picks his way. Marquise Buford grabs him, but he gets about 9 on first down as he runs all the way to the 34-yard line. They have run it just enough and really effective when they've run it tonight to get Nebraska so spread out that there's just a lot of running lanes for them to navigate. 2nd and 1. Van Treese with trips to the right. Gets the snap, looks right, throws right. Pass is caught for a first down by Burgess at the 39-yard line, a gain of 5. Minute 20 left in the first half. 3 wideouts come to the near side, one to the far side. Jalen White, the back. Kyle Van Treese looks over the defense. Gets the snap, holds it, steps, throws, pass, caught near boundary. First down at the 50-yard line, pulled in by Singleton, and knocked out of bounds at the 49 of Nebraska. So it's a pickup of 12. Quentin Newsom on the coverage. Another long throw.
Was from the right hash all the way to the left sideline. He had a little bit of pressure on him, too. That was a really good throw.
Trips go right, one to the near side. And Treese gets the snap, puts it in the belly of White. He's immediately hit and dropped. Good play made up front by Luke Reimer. That'll be a loss of a yard. 2nd down and 11. A quick timeout by Clay Helton. His second. There's 50 seconds left in the half.
Boy, that was a big play. Great job by Reimer playing up right near the line of scrimmage.
So 1 timeout remain now for the Eagles. Mentioned earlier, Nebraska only had 4 TFLs last week. There's one right there. That's the first of the night tonight. The Reimer tackle for a loss of almost 2. Just this defense not creating enough negative plays and not making quarterbacks feel uncomfortable at all. But Reimer makes a nice play there. So the ball now back on the Eagle half of the 50.
Man, you just feel like this is such a huge possession in this game. With them getting it to start the second half, really need to stop.
Trips go right, 1 wide out. Singleton to the near side. Van Treese looks over the Husker defensive front. Snap back. Huskers send a blitz. They throw a little floating pass down the sideline. White makes a terrific over-the-shoulder catch on the coverage of Garrett Nelson for a first down of the 38-yard line. Terrific throw. Laid it right in the basket.
Incredible. Garrett was right there, had his arm in the air. Somehow the ball goes past his arm and dropped right in there for a completion.
Van Treese quickly gets the shotgun snap, looking left, throws left, pass nearly intercepted. Nelson dropped back, kind of as a zone blitz. He comes backwards and he almost had it thrown right to him. 2nd down and 10. Man, that was an unbelievable throw and catch.
Great catch.
On that 2nd and 12. Trips go right. Van Treese in the shotgun, clapping his hands, looking to the sideline. 37 seconds left in the first half, a 28-28 tie. Van Treese shifts right, White to the left. Gets the shotgun snap, looking, holding, stepping, throwing, pass behind the intended receiver, but he makes an adjustment, makes a catch, and takes it down to the 9-yard line. What a grab by Sam Kennerson, and then he got collared at about the 9-yard line. He's down. I don't know how he made that grab. It was a deep slant that he was able to kind of reach behind him and grab the football and take it down to the 9.
Looked like it had a chance to be picked. Somehow the ball got through and he was able to go up and get it. Miles Farmer right there looked like he had a chance to knock it down. Didn't even get a piece of the guy or the ball.
Kennerson holding his leg. Buford whacked him at the end of the play. And it's going to be first and goal at the 9.
It's his left leg, and he appears to be in a lot of pain.
I'm with you. I thought that might get intercepted because I thought it was behind Kennerson.
Boy, you hate to see this. That was a heck of a play. It's his right knee. But, man, Miles Farmer's right there, Greg. Like, worst-case scenario, you have to hit him. You know, he tried to go past him and knock the ball down. You got to do one or the other. Go through the guy and the ball. He flew past the ball and the player.
They're working on his leg at the 10-yard line, and he's in a lot of pain. You wonder if, this stallion go down. I don't quite know what happened to him.
They've brought out some equipment. I think this one's going to take a minute.
Yeah, the Gator's coming out to pick him up. Let's get to Rob Seco. Let's bring Jessica in Rob Seco's sideline. I mean, that defense just has to be kind of wondering how to get a stop on these guys. Jessica, what are you observing down there?
Yeah, and again, seemed kind of frustrated, seemed kind of down when they come back over to the sideline. Trent Hinkson went up and down and said, hey, defense, we need you. And Travis Fisher talking to his guys, just, hey, keep playing hard. Just keep playing hard, and I got your back. So, yeah, trying up and down the sideline, coaches and offensive players trying to keep this defense up.
That's all you can do. I mean, there's been a couple chances. I thought Tommy Hill had a chance at a pick. I thought Farmer had that one that maybe he could get, but then some just amazing throws earlier on this drive. Garrett Nelson with great coverage on the back who made a one-handed grab of the ball, kind of going right over the shoulder of Garrett. There's been some really good execution by Georgia Southern in this game, but that's all very disappointing because we're here in a 28-28 tie, and what you right now want to do is try to hold them to at least 3 points here and not fall down by 7 going into the break.
It's not often you're sitting here almost halftime and you have 325 yards and 28 points on the board, and you've given up more yards on the other side. I mean, Miles was there to make that play. You know, the defense was in a good position to make a play on that football and didn't do it. And now they have, what are they, at the 10-yard line? 9-yard line, first and goal. They have one timeout left, so they could run it.
Just some really good execution on this drive by Georgia Southern. And, you know, the Nebraska's been leaky at times, obviously on some of those big run plays, but some of these throws and catches that Van Treese has been able to make and some of the grabs by White, some of the other guys, they've got the Gator out there lifting up Kennerson and putting him on the Gator. It's a leg injury to the sophomore wide receiver for Georgia Southern. 28-28 game, 29 seconds left in the half. First and goal, Golden Eagles with the ball at the 9-yard line. And the Gator exiting the premises. He's getting high fives from all of his teammates. Taps on the head.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Looks like it could be serious. That was his first catch of the night.
Well, need something here. Need the defense to at least force them to try 3 with them getting the ball to start the second half. And this defense needs halftime to try to get in and figure something out on how to try to put the brakes as the Gator pulls out of the northwest tunnel here at Memorial Stadium. So Van Treese will line them up. Actually, they have I thought it was at the 9. It's at the 7 where they mark the football. White's the back. 2 wide receivers left, 1 the far side. In motion's Amari Jones. Snap back, looking to throw the bubble screen. They throw it in the middle. Pass caught, and Marquise Buford makes a tackle at the 1-yard line. And now Clay Helton racing down the sideline, calls his final timeout. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 1. It was J.J. McAfee who made the grab, the tight end for Georgia Southern. Now they have 2nd and goal. They actually mark it at the 2.
Now they just ran a little slip screen back to the left side. They had the tight end on the right and then tried to throw it back across the formation. And Buford was there, but a nice gain down to the 2. And now they have no timeout, so they're going to throw it.
Yeah, with 18 seconds, can't risk trying to run one in and get tackled.
Ball is pretty much right in the middle of the field. You know, the only thing, if they do run it, it could be a quarterback draw. If they spread you across the field and he sees a little opening, maybe he tries to run it himself. I don't see them just handing it off here because the time could run out. If you a big pile, you take your time getting up.
2 wide to the right, 1 on the near side. Van Treese sends a man in motion. That's the tight end, McAfee. Snap back, flags come out. Was there motion up front? Might be on Georgia Southern.
This would be quite large if it's a 5-yard penalty. It gives them a little more space, but
Illegal snap.
Nice.
Number 66, offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
First penalty of the game on Georgia Southern. So they have come on the road tonight, and that's their first mistake. Let's make that hurt. 2nd and goal. Now the ball back to the 7. No timeouts remain for the Eagles. 2 wideouts right, 1 on the near side. Van Treese, play actions, looks, steps, throws, pass is caught by Singleton. He's tackled in bounds at the 3-yard line. The clock might end before we get to half. 9, 8, 7. The referee's racing the ball back to spot it. 5, 4, 3. Van Treese does spike it with 2 seconds on the clock. And there is a flag on the far side. Did somebody not get set? If it's a false start, you could run the clock out to end the half.
That's right. If they were in a legal formation or if they were not set. It's a good tackle by Quentin Newsom in space down here on the near sideline just to get him to the ground.
Scott Frost is out of the field asking, does that mean a runoff?
Snap infraction. Offense. Number 66. Because the clock was running, there's a 10-second runoff that occurs.
Halftime.
The end of the first half.
Wow.
So the Huskers, with Newsom making the tackle inbounds, they get the ball set, but the penalty with 2 seconds left, as he said, it's an automatic 10-second runoff, so no points on the drive, and we go to halftime at a 28-28 tie. Don't go anywhere. A lot coming your way coming up here in half.
This is the University of Nebraska President's Halftime Show. The University of Nebraska, committed to education, research, and innovation that helps create a better future.
Farmers can make what seems impossible reality with a little hard work and ingenuity. They find solutions to reduce inputs and improve their yield. Valley Irrigation is no different. As the leader in irrigation technology, we deliver results and optimize your operation. Because when you have a vision for the future, you need the people that can make it possible by your side. Expect what's next. Expect what's possible from Valley. Visit us at valleyirrigation.com.
More Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic care first. Studies show that chiropractic is safe, drug-free, and the most effective treatment option for back, neck, and joint pain. It can also help patients of all ages reduce migraines, improve mobility, and maximize athletic performance. Keep the entire family healthy and active with natural, cost-effective chiropractic care. Find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
To win the game, you got to have more strength. You got to be tougher. You got to be reliable. You got to want it more than the other guy. And you need a great team you can count on, backing you up the whole time. Whether it's in the field with your Massey Ferguson or on the field with the Huskers, red is the color of getting it done quicker, smarter, and efficiently. So this season, make sure you're checking out the lineup that'll get more done where and when it counts. From your Nebraska Massey Ferguson dealers.
Bank of the West is offering the first checking account designed for climate action. It gives back 1% of the account's net revenue to the planet at no cost to you. Shows you the estimated carbon impact of debit card purchases. And there's no minimum balance required. Learn more at bankofthewest.com/1%. Additional conditions apply. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Big Red Football.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at neffafoundation.org. Brought to you by Farmers Cooperative, standing with those who grow, and Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be, member FDIC.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
When you're a fan, you wear your team's jersey on your back and your heart on your sleeve. After a win, your world glistens. Lose, and the hurt permeates your soul. You'll always have a place with us in the Cox Fan Zone, where everyone can play and connect with other fans in a big group hug. See, in the Fan Zone, you're not some crazy fan. You're home.
Hey, Husker fans, this is Greg Sharp, voice of the Huskers. Say Fan Zone into your Contour voice remote to play. Not at home? Visit cox.com/fanzone. Go Huskers.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
Here's to the locals, raised right here in the Western Corn Belt. The strong ones. We help them grow stronger, making world-class genetics research and technology local. The cutting-edge yet common-sense agronomy, the shake-em-up yields. Because we're born and raised here too, and we'll keep raising the bar to ensure you only get the best at Hogemeyer. Raised local, raised right here. Learn more at therightseed.com.
For 46 years, our focus has been our customers at Sid Dillon Buick GMC Cadillac in Fremont. Come see for yourself how easy buying your new car, truck, or SUV at Sid Dillon can be. Stop by our dealership in Fremont to order your new vehicle and shop in-stock and inbound inventory. And if you need a commercial vehicle, we're your GMC Business Elite dealer. Shop at SidDillonBuickGMC.com.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is where you come for Husker Sports. KXSB Omaha and KSRZ HD2 Omaha. Broadcasting the Big Red to Nebraska, Iowa, and beyond. AM 590, ESPN Omaha. And now on the free AM 590 app for your phone.
This is the University of Nebraska President's Halftime Show. The University of Nebraska, committed to education, research, and innovation that helps create a better future.
We're back. It's halftime of the Huskers matchup today against Georgia Southern, and as we do each and every week, a chance to check in with the president of the University of Nebraska, Ted Carter. It's great to be back here, Memorial Stadium, second straight home game of the season. It was great to have the win last week against the Fighting Hawks of North Dakota, and I know the team is fired up and hungry to get a win. Any thoughts on last week's victory over North Dakota?
I think the obvious and big thought is a win, and a win for our fans. I mean, we have the greatest fans in the country, and it was so great to see so many people show up again. Sell out number 383, beautiful day, and I expect that we'll see something similar this weekend.
Enrollment announced this week. Give us an update on what lies ahead for the campuses this year, especially when it comes to affordability and access for Nebraska students.
Yeah, so obviously when it comes to enrollment, we are focused on one word, and that's growth. Growth for the state. The state obviously needs us to grow, and the state can't grow without us. So businesses need more workforce, and nobody provides that like us. So I'm really pleased to say that we saw some growth in key workforce areas like engineering, ag, and allied health, and we're rallying the troops to attract and retain more talent to our university. I've said this before, but we offer students and families an unbeatable combination of value and quality, and we're going to take every possible opportunity to share that story. Our graduation rates are increasing, which means more students are graduating in 4 years, limiting their debt and getting them into the workforce more quickly. We established a 4-year graduation rate through our Board of Regents. And so for both incoming freshmen and transfer students who want to finish their degree as quickly as possible, that's a really important aspect. If they follow the requirements and they're not able to graduate in 4 years, we'll cover the difference in cost. We're committed to paid internships. This is the year of the paid internships. We also have opportunities for study abroad and other experiential learning opportunities. The goal is that no student will graduate here without some hands-on, real-time learning. Nebraska Promise continues to be a positive for us. That's a free tuition for Nebraskans with a family income of $65,000 or below. And as we've talked about before, we froze tuition again for the second straight year to help students and families have some predictability with their finances so that they know what that's going to look like. And then, of course, we're going to continue to work hard to grow the university, support students, and meet the needs of the state.
You alluded to this earlier. More students leads to more graduates, more workers to fill that workforce, and it's certainly needed in our state. What can Nebraskans expect from the university when it comes to that job pipeline?
So we're working across the entire post-secondary education enterprise. It's really important. In this past spring, the legislature set a statewide goal of 70% of Nebraskans 25 to 34 years old to have a degree by 2030. So if you take a look at where we are today, 58% of Nebraskans in that age group have completed a degree. So there's a long gap to close between 58 and 70%. And as we look forward, about 70% of the future Nebraska jobs are going to require a college degree in the future. So the goal is to address this workforce shortage in our state in meaningful ways. Our University of Nebraska graduates a little over 11,000 students each year over 3 different graduation periods. And let's face it, these are our doctors and nurses and teachers and business people, the IT professionals of the future. So we're working very hard to make sure that more students get to the finish line and are ready to join the workforce here in Nebraska.
Visiting again with Ted Carter, University of Nebraska president. This past spring, you released some big numbers regarding an independent economic impact report. What can you tell us about the impact that the university is making on Nebraska?
Well, at the end of the day, the university isn't just providing graduates to fill jobs, it's also contributing to our state economically. We generated $5.8 billion over the last 3 years per year in economic impact for the state of Nebraska. So that's a return of $9 for every dollar invested by the taxpayers here in the state to the university. 1 out of every 7 working Nebraskans are educated by NU. And when you accumulate the impact of former students, they grow the state's earning power by nearly $2.9 billion annually. And this is a stat that I think most people would be surprised. Across the entire state of Nebraska, 1 out of every 27 jobs in the state is supported by the University of Nebraska. So, as you can see, university touches every city, every county throughout the entire state of Nebraska. And we play a critical role in the state's economy's success and, of course, quality of life.
No doubt. Great update from you, as always. Should be a good second half here, and then we've got a big game with Oklahoma next week. That'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely starting to feel like fall, and looking forward to that. Looking forward to hosting the Sooners. That's going to be a huge game, a lot of national attention. So a lot of reason to be hopeful going into the future.
Appreciate the time. Thank you. Ted Carter with us here at Halftime. We've got more coming up next.
This is the University of Nebraska President's Halftime Show. The University of Nebraska, committed to education, research, and innovation that helps create a better future.
Backed by popular demand, Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
Farmers can make what seems impossible reality with a little hard work and ingenuity. They find solutions to reduce inputs and improve their yield. Valley Irrigation is no different. As the leader in irrigation technology, we deliver results and optimize your operation. Because when you have a vision for the future, you need the people that can make it possible by your side. Expect what's next. Expect what's possible from Valley. Visit us at valleyirrigation.com.
The Mazda lineup of SUVs will provide safety, performance, and capability on your journey ahead. From the 3-row Mazda CX-9 to the first ever Mazda CX-50, our sales team is ready to guide you to the SUV for your lifestyle. Shop the Omaha Metro's exclusive Mazda dealers at Woodhouse Mazda in Bellevue or Woodhouse Place Mazda. Visit us online for your next Mazda SUV at woodhousemazda.com.
Here's to the locals, raised right here in the Western Corn Belt. The strong ones. We help them grow stronger, making world-class genetics, research, and technology local. The cutting-edge yet common-sense agronomy, the shake-em-up yields. Because we're born and raised here too, and we'll keep raising the bar to ensure you only get the best at Hogemeyer. Raised local, raised right here. Learn more at therightseed.com.
Welcome back to the Noddle Company's broadcast booth at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. We're at the half in Nebraska, tied with Georgia Southern 28-28. I'm Matt Coatney. Chiropractic care keeps people of all ages healthy and active and is a safe, natural, affordable healthcare choice. Chiropractic is proven to improve mobility, prevent injury, and treat pain. Find a chiropractor near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic. Games underway right now. Next week's opponent for Nebraska, number 7 Oklahoma, was only ahead of Kent State 7-3 at the half, but now they are late in the third quarter and Oklahoma blowing out Kent State 30-3. Number 4 Michigan, after a lightning delay, leading Hawaii 14-0 there midway through the first quarter at the Big House. Idaho, after a lightning delay on the road, leading at Indiana 7-0 there early in the second quarter. Auburn being surprised by San Jose State. They're at the half, 10-7. The Spartans leading Auburn. Number 11 Oklahoma State 17, Arizona State 3 at the half. Number 10 USC leading Stanford 35-14. They are at the half. Number 12 Florida early in the third quarter leading Kentucky 16-13. Kansas in a dogfight in Morgantown against West Virginia 42-34. The lead for Kansas. In double overtime, number 25 Houston falls in Lubbock. The Red Raiders of Texas Tech defeat Houston 33-30. Number 19 Wisconsin loses today at home at Camp Randall. Washington State 17, Wisconsin 14. Iowa State wins the Cy-Hawk Trophy 10-7 over Iowa. Marshall knocks off number 8 Notre Dame 26-21. Another big upset today. Appalachian State defeats number 6 Texas A&M 17-14. Shop Woodhouse first. 18 brands, 16 convenient locations. Simplified car buying to save you time. Shop, finance, and buy online at woodhouse.com. Nearly 700 yards of total offense in the first half. 28-28 Nebraska and Georgia Southern. We'll have more halftime in a few moments.
And it's going to be just like the old days, you know, but even better, because now it's old school meets new school.
Whoa, did you just dip your pizza in Dorothy Lynch?
Yeah, man, it's amazing. Here, I got extra. Try it with your hot dog.
Oh, wow. Hey, we need another hot dog over here. So as I was saying, it's a whole new game now.
Here we go again.
Rooted in our tradition as a team.
Shake up tradition with the one-of-a-kind flavor that goes with anything, game day or any day. Dorothy Lynch, endless flavorabilities.
This year, we considered hiring an ad agency to help with our marketing.
They pitched impressive visuals and a script that was inspiring.
And exotic animal mascots to help grab your attention.
In the end, we just decided to tell it to you straight. Shelter Insurance has award-winning customer service at affordable rates.
Plus, our local agents are there to help you understand what coverage you need.
See Shelter Agents Pete Voles or Brent Ruggo in North Platte, or in Broken Bow, see Agent Brent Custer.
28-28 tie at the half. Let's go down and hear what the head coach has to say. Jessica.
Coach, what does your defense need to do to slow down that Georgia Southern offense?
Play a lot better. We don't have enough eyes on the football right now. We're not getting enough hats to the ball, too many one-on-one tackles, and we haven't made them. I was disappointed in how the defense played. They need to answer the bell in the second half.
Great half by your offense. What do you need to do to keep that going here in the second half?
Well, the offense needs to be efficient in this half. Until the defense picks it up, we got to make sure we're efficient and we take care of every drive and try to get points on every drive. It's that kind of game.
Appreciate your time.
Yep.
And that halftime chat with Coach is proudly brought to you by Channel. Channel Seedsman place products to perform across Nebraska. Get expert advice that yields results at channel.com. Greg, back up to you.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Time now for our power and performance halftime stats. Lots of offense in that first half. 364 total offensive yards for Georgia Southern. 185 through the air, 179 on the ground. Nebraska 325. You like that? 202 through the air, 123 on the ground. Anthony Grant with 75 yards rushing to lead the Huskers. Casey Thompson, brilliant in that first half. 13 of 16 for 202 with a touchdown. He also ran for 2 scores, so what a half by Casey. But Georgia Southern, Kyle Van Treese, 19 of 26 for 185. But they ran the ball 15 times for 179 yards, nearly 12 yards a carry for Georgia Southern in the first half. Our Power and Performance halftime stats have been sponsored by Manzer Equipment in Osmond, Nebraska, your full-line Massey Ferguson dealer. Proud supporters of the Huskers and Nebraska farmers since 1975. Got to get a stop. Got to get a couple of stops. Got fortunate there. The penalty at the end of the half ran the clock out, so we at least go to half, Matt, tied to 28 all game.
Yeah, really fortunate there at the end of the half, no doubt about it. And hopefully there were adjustments made at halftime, right? I mean, that was tough defensively. 364 yards and 28 points, and probably should have been more, at least a field goal there. But, yeah, you got to tackle better. Coach Frost said it. You got to tackle better. You got to get off blocks. We have to get some pressure on the quarterback. He's thrown it 26 times. We haven't touched him much. He did throw the one pick, maybe 1 or 2 pressures, but we have to touch him up a little bit, get some hits on him, make him move around a little bit more, and really tackle better. It was not a good performance. Now, offensively, there were a lot of good things, over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, and you'd think you're in good shape at halftime with the offensive numbers that were put up by this team. But instead, you're tied and you're giving the ball to them to start the second half. Clay Helton is probably going to think Nebraska's going to adjust. He's going to have some answers. This is going to be quite the match here in the second half to see how Nebraska's defense can play against this offense that has so far just shredded them.
Acres Ag Day is presented in part by Valley, the leader in advancing agriculture productivity from the first center pivots in 1954 to the latest precision ag technology of today. 28-28 tie. Georgia Southern will get the ball to start the second half. Nebraska will be kicking it away. Beautiful night, very little wind, a little bit of breeze out of the northwest, but it's not affecting the game at all. And it's just a matter of who can get some stops. There are 2 stops in the first half for Nebraska's defense. The interception by Marquez Buford, and then you have the end of half with the clock being run out because of the penalty on them that cost them a chance to grab the lead with a field goal. So let's see if the Huskers found something they could do differently defensively to put a break on this high-powered Idaho offense. Frankie will kick it away from left to right here in the third quarter. Lewis and Arnold deep for the Eagles. And Georgia Southern, again, they went to Minneapolis in 2019, the year before the pandemic, and they had Minnesota beat with about 2 minutes to go, and then a big mistake in special teams cost them that game. So they felt like they were right on the cusp of getting a Big Ten win 3 years ago. And tonight, coming here with a lot of confidence after rolling their opening opponent, and they're in a tie game with Nebraska here at the half. So big 30 minutes of football ahead for Husker football. Frankie has it teed up. The approach and the boot. Hammers a deep one into the back of the end zone. So another touchback for Frankie, who's just been outstanding in that phase. So let's see what Eric Chinander was able to kind of put together as a plan to defend this offense here in half number 2. Really thought Nebraska left a couple of picks out there. Thought Tommy Hill had a chance. Miles Farmer had a chance to get additional interceptions in that first half. And Treese comes out.
I think in this first set of downs, you're going to see what adjustments were made. See what Nebraska does if they try to bring more pressure, try to confuse Van Treese somehow.
Green's the back. Van Treese in the shotgun, turns, play action, throws it in the flat. Pass caught by Singleton. He's hit and dropped after a 5-yard pickup. Good tackle on the edge by Quentin Newsom. 2nd and 5 coming up.
Still 5 yards, though, and big cushion over there. They just throw a quick hitch for 5 yards.
It's in essence a bit of a running play. So 2nd and 5. Trips go right. One wide out to the near side. Gerald Green, who had an electrifying first half at 120 yards on the ground. Off to the right of Van Treese. Send a man in motion to the near side is Hood. Turns, runs upfield. Throws, pass caught by Singleton for a first down. Newsom makes a tackle, but it's a pickup of about 8 to the 38-yard line. I thought Hood might have turned up and headed toward the line of scrimmage before the snap of the football. It was close. And a first down for the Eagles.
Nebraska brought pressure there with Luke Reimer. Didn't quite get home. They've done a good job with Van Treese getting the ball out quick.
2 wide out stacked each way. Green the back. 1st and 10 from the 38. In motion's Jones. Back to throw is Van Treese. Steps, throws, pass wide open in the middle. Pass caught for a first down by Hood at the Nebraska 47-yard line.
Pressure again with Luke Reimer. Nebraska brought an extra one. And Van Treese found the open man yet again.
16-yard pickup, that time to the Nebraska 46. 2 each way as the Eagles line up quickly. Van Treese claps the hands. Now looks to the sideline. Now he's checking off. 12 on the play clock. 28-28 tie early third quarter. Van Treese. 5 on the play clock. Gets the snap, steps, throws, pass is in, and then dropped. Good hit by Newsom on Singleton right when the ball got there. Jarred it loose. It's 2nd down and 10.
Good closing speed right there for Newsom. The throw was high. If it was into the body, he might make the catch. It was high, and then Newsom was there to make the hit and knock the ball away.
2nd and 10. Opening drive of the second half. Game tied at 28. Singleton tight to the formation on the near side. 2 wide receivers split right. Van Treese gets the snap. Huskers send a blitz. Van Treese throws it deep down the field looking for a man around the 10-yard line. Leaping catch. Oh, my goodness. Another great grab at the 11-yard line. That's pretty good coverage on the far side. It was Burgess who makes the catch at the 9-yard line.
What a throw. Tommy Hill was right there. That was good coverage. It was over the outside shoulder and a diving catch. What a throw and catch. Man, Georgia Southern.
They've just done that a handful of times tonight. It's not quite 1st and goal. They turn, give it off to Green, and he gets stood up at the 10. Gain of a yard. It'll be 2nd down and 9. There have been 3 or 4 times tonight as Feast and Farmer make the tackle where Nebraska's right there. It's just a perfect pitch and catch by Georgia Southern. Not much you can do about some of that. Tip your cap. White's now in there at the running back spot. 2nd and 9 from the 10. Hold them to a field goal try if you can, if you're the defense. Trips come to the near side. Van Treese sends a man in motion. That is Burgess. Awaits the shotgun snap. Has it. Play action. Rolls the pocket right. Looking, being rushed. Throws it out of the back of the end zone. It'll be 3rd down and 9. Good job and good heat applied by Caleb Tanner. Came right up in his grill.
Yeah, that was a good job by the defense. Everything was covered. Caleb had good pressure, and this has been a good drive from Georgia Southern, but if Nebraska could force a field goal now, this would be big.
3rd and 9 from the 10. 12-17 third quarter. 5 of 5 tonight are the Eagles on 3rd down. Trips to the near side, 1 wide out right. Crowd making some noise here in Lincoln. Van Treese checking off now. He's got White the back in the backfield with him. Play clock at 4. And snap back. Van Treese steps, throws, pass caught, touchdown. Little slant pass, found Jones. He's in there and back in front of the Eagles.
My goodness.
So what a drive. Again, a third down conversion. They are perfect on third down tonight, 6 for 6.
They ran a guy in. Well, they did. They had trips left, just ran double slant. Too much space.
34.
And right down the field again.
Yep. And an unbelievable catch to get him down to the 11-yard line. So Nebraska did not have an answer on that drive for the Eagles. Rayner to kick it through the uprights. And he does to make it a 35-28 game. From blowers to chainsaws, clear your to-do list with battery-powered tools in the Steel AK Homeowner Series. Started at $199.99. Find yours at STIHLdealers.com. 12-12 left third quarter, 35-28. Georgia Southern with the lead here on the Huskers Radio Network. He's on the bench. Empty set. Schuster gets the shotgun snap. Stepping up. Trying to avoid a tackle. Gets sacked by O'Shawn Mathis. O'Shawn Mathis, second sack of the game for Nebraska.
Hey, Huskers fans, this Monday, join us for Sports Nightly from 6 to 8 p.m. as we'll recap another weekend of Huskers football and volleyball, break down the latest Nebraska football practice report, sit down with Matt Davison for another edition of Mondays with Matt, and name our weekend winners. Tune into your local affiliate or at Huskers.com or by using the Huskers mobile app. Go Big Red.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Nebraska Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Huskers ground game powered by Sept Brothers. Nebraska rushed for 123 yards, and fans could receive 12 cents off each gallon of gas tomorrow at Sept Brothers. The official rushing and fuel savings totals will be announced after the game, but a good first half. Husker ground game powered by Sept Brothers. 8-play, 75-yard drive, 2:48 off the clock, an impressive throw and catch that got the ball down to the 11, and then 3rd and 9 at the 10, and Amari Jones pops wide open on a quick slant to score the touchdown, and the Eagles back in front by 7, and now the pressure goes back to the offense. Got to answer in this high-scoring affair here tonight in Lincoln. Palmer and Brown back deep, so Bill Bush has adjusted. He's put 2 speedy returners back instead of their offside returner. See if Nebraska can bust something here in the kick game. Just a wild game here tonight, and boy, just Nebraska just befuddled by this Georgia State offense, and they are executing at a very high level. They have made some terrific throws and catches tonight where Nebraska's had good coverage. Here is Lance to kick it away. The approach on the boot. Trey Palmer getting underneath it, waits to the fair catch at the 5-yard line. That one was kicked pretty close to the boundary. So Nebraska will start a drive at the 25-yard line. Well,
a lot of pressure on the offense.
Yeah.
When the defense can't get a stop, literally, they haven't punted. You just feel like you have to score on every possession, because right now you do.
Yeah.
And if one of these teams gets a turnover, you feel like that's going to be maybe the difference here in the second half. Nebraska's offense has been really good, too.
Henry Lutovsky gets the start in the second half at right guard. Casey Thompson will have Anthony Grant behind him. Tight formation. Pistol set. Isaiah Garcia Castaneda in motion. They give it off to Grant. Stumbles forward for about a yard off the right side. Justin Ellis makes a tackle. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Well, I'm impressed with Georgia Southern's offense. They are very efficient. They're making tough plays, big plays, and Nebraska just can't make them feel uncomfortable. So Matt's right. It's the pressure's on the offense to match these scores and hope you get a stop later in the game. 2nd and 9. Twins go left. Thompson gets the snap, Fakes a handoff, step throws, pass in and out of the hands of Trey Palmer. Nope, Isaiah Garcia-Castaneda. It'll be third down coming up.
Looked like a good throw. I don't know if it got tipped out of there or not. It was right into the body. And now, man, a big 3rd and 9.
Sure is. Isaiah Garcia-Castaneda has not caught a pass since the Northwestern game. And in motion is Palmer to the near side. Snap back to Casey. Step, throws, deep out, pass caught, slipping, trying to slip a tackle, but can't. It's not enough for a first down. Lontae Brown made the catch at the 34. It's a 9-yard gain. Actually, it was Omar Manning making the catch, and Manning slow to get up.
It's 4th and a foot.
Boy, it's decision time for Scott Frost. You'd think no way here, but the way the defense has been able to get stops, and he's going to send the punt team out here. And some boo birds come out for that decision.
It's 4th and 6 inches. I don't know.
I feel like you almost need to. Man,
I thought he would go for it right there, honestly. I thought he would go for it. I know it's early. There's so much time to go in this game, but you feel like you should be able to get 6 inches.
Jones.
Anthony Grant has been really good in short yardage this season.
Snap back to Buschini. He hammers one away, end over end. Jones coming up to make the fair catch, does at the 25-yard line of Georgia Southern. So Scott Frost elects to punt there on 4th down and less than a yard at his own 34. And now some real pressure on the defense here as the Huskers trail it by 3 points. Ag Day is presented by Acres, Nebraska's premier John Deere dealer. We have a timeout on the field. 10:57 left, third quarter. Georgia Southern 35, Nebraska 28 here on the Huskers Radio Network.
A DUI is everything you didn't prepare for. You did not save for it. You did not train for it. You did not go to school for it. You did not raise your family or buy a house or get a job for it. It is not your life goal or a dream come true. You have planned for everything in your life. You did not plan for a DUI. Get a ride. A DUI costs more than you think.
Brought to you by the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Backed by popular demand. Hy-Vee drive-through flu shot clinics. Just follow the signs in your Hy-Vee parking lot to get your flu shot right from your car. It's easy, convenient, and no appointment or prescription is necessary. Drive-through flu shots are offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Or get your flu shot inside your Hy-Vee pharmacy at any time with no appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, you get a 20-cent Hy-Vee fuel saver. Some restrictions apply.
Well, a real rarity in this game just happened. A 3-and-out for the Eagles defense. Nebraska with 4th and less than a yard from their own 34. Scott Frost electing to punt away. And so now your defense, now they have the pressure. They've not been able to stop this team tonight. Haven't made them punt. Huskers down 7. So now you need defense to make a play. Get a sack, get a turnover, do something here. Try to keep you within a score in this game, as it has just been hard sledding tonight for the defense against Georgia Southern's offense.
Yeah, you hope they might make a mistake at some point. He did throw one pick. That was his worst throw of the night by a mile. Otherwise, he has been on target and on time. The ball's been coming out quick. O'Shawn Mathis out there now. Devin Drew, Stefan Wynn.
Huskers look like they've kind of tightened up their coverage a little bit more, trying to sneak up and cut off those short little passes. Maybe a Newsom or you got Brandon Moore out there right now at a corner for Nebraska. So Brandon Moore, the former UCF transfer, getting some time for Tommy Hill, the opposite corner of Quentin Newsom. 1st and 10, Georgia Southern, their own 26. They lead it by 7, third quarter. 10:57 left in the period. Van Treese in the gun. White shifts to his left. Snapback play action. Looking right, throwing right. Pass caught, but short gain. As Brandon Moore wraps him up at the 31. It is a gain of 5 yards, though. Burgess made the catch. So Brandon Moore, who was a late addition to this program, came to Nebraska in early August. Getting some big snaps right now in this game. 2nd and 5 from the 31. White's the back. Trips and a triangle to the near side. Hood in motion. Snapback, Van Treese looking right, pumping, holding, rolling, being chased, throws it out of bounds. Now you have 3rd down and 5 coming up. Luke Reimer was in hot pursuit that time. All right, chance. Huskers have not stopped them on 3rd down tonight. They are 6 for 6.
And boy, do they need it.
Yep.
Good coverage down the field there. Got a little bit of pressure on him, forced him to throw it away. Somebody knock a pass down, force a punt for the first time.
Trips to the near side, one wide out right. Van Treese claps the hands. There was movement up front. Did Brandon Moore move?
Brandon Moore came across the line of scrimmage.
Offside. Defense number 24 with contact. That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Incredible. A 3rd and 5, a chance to force a punt, and he comes across and touches the wide receiver to give him a first down. I don't know if I've seen that before.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. So, new set of downs. 1st and 10 from the 36. 2 to the near side, 1 wide out right. White shifts from the left to the right. Van Treese turns, gives it off to Jaleel White. He fights for it for 5, almost 6 yards. O'Shawn Mathis grabbed him and held on, but it's a 6-yard pickup. 2nd down and 4 coming up. Boy, they have picked their spots well when to run the ball. And because they spread out Nebraska so much, there are running lanes for these guys to find, and they have found them tonight. 2nd and 4. Now it's an empty set as White drifts out. Van Treese steps, throws in the flat. White makes a catch, slips a tackle, gets upfield, and is a yard short of the first down. He gained 4. It'll be 3rd down and 1 coming up.
Tough tackle out there, but Gifford couldn't get him to the ground. It's 3rd and about a foot.
Ball at the 45 of Georgia Southern. They lead it 35-28. 9:20 to go, 3rd quarter. 2 wideouts to the near side, 1 on the far side. Shotgun look. White's the back. Van Treese gets the snap. Puts it in the belly of White. He's got a first down. Fights his way to the Nebraska 49 and then bent back there. So a pickup of 6. Stephon Wynn grabbed a hold and pulled him back. But a new set of downs coming up here for the Eagles, who lead it by 7. Huskers tonight have been penalized 7 times in the game. That was a big one on Brandon Moore. Empty set, 5 wide for Georgia Southern. Van Treese has a man in motion as Hood. Back to throw as Van Treese throws down the near sideline. Pass incomplete. Quentin Newsom, good coverage on Singleton on the near boundary. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Wow, that was similar to the other one that they called pass interference on. Just one-on-one, they threw a back shoulder, and Q was right there. No flag. 2nd and 10.
Van Treese's numbers tonight, he is 26 of 37 for 267 and a touchdown. Empty set again on 2nd and 10 from the Nebraska 49. Huskers send a blitz. Van Treese steps, throws, pass is incomplete. Tried to find Hood, who couldn't hang on to it at the 45. It was Buford in coverage now. 3rd and 10. Chance to get off the field.
Couple substitutions for Nebraska.
Caleb Tanner comes in. Ty Robinson comes in. Mathis and Nelson are your edge rushers. 3 to the right, 1 to the near side for Georgia Southern from the Nebraska 49, Van Treese. And their movement up front. The left tackle jumped early. Pishon Wembley looked like he left early.
Full start. Offense number 74. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Only the 3rd penalty of the night on the Eagles.
3rd and 15. Come on.
8:32 left. Third quarter, 35-28.
They're probably going to try to complete something underneath. You have to tackle well here. Force him to throw it underneath and rally to the football.
Then Treese claps the hands. Gets the snap. Back to throw. Steps through pressure. Rolling right. Being chased. Flags come out. They throw down a field. Pass incomplete. There is a flag in the backfield. The pass was incomplete. It was intended for Singleton.
Holding. Offense. Number 72. The penalties declined. Fourth down.
And the Huskers are going to make a punt for the first time tonight.
All right. O'Shawn Mathis got some good pressure around the left side. It was incomplete, plus a holding call. Oliver Martin back to catch this one.
Anthony back to punt. Martin back at the 10. 35-28. Huskers trail it. 8:25 to go in the period. We were tied at 28 all at halftime. Snap back to Beck. Hammers one away. Martin comes up, makes a fair catch at the 16-yard line. So that's where Nebraska will get it. And the Huskers have forced Georgia Southern for the first time tonight to punt the ball. Timeout on the field. 8:17 left third quarter. It's 35-28. Georgia Southern has the lead here on the Huskers Radio Network.
Hey, Husker fans, it's time to gear up for the season. So let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Nebraska pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Husker Athletics and football fans everywhere.
More Nebraskans are choosing chiropractic care first. Studies show that chiropractic is safe, drug-free, and the most effective treatment option for back, neck, and joint pain. It can also help patients of all ages reduce migraines, improve mobility, and maximize athletic performance. Keep the entire family healthy and active with natural, cost-effective chiropractic care. Find a chiropractic physician near you at nebraskachiropractic.org. Get your life back with chiropractic.
At Nebraska, our people will always be our greatest asset. Day by day, donors give our teams the best opportunity to compete and win through their generous donations. Our vision for the future is ambitious and requires help from those who want to see Husker athletics excel at the highest level. Go big and join thousands of other Huskers Athletic Fund members with your gift today at huskers.com/donate. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is where you come for Husker sports. KXSB Omaha and KSRZ HD2 Omaha. Broadcasting the Big Red to Nebraska, Iowa, and beyond. AM 590, ESPN Omaha. And now on the free AM 590 app for your phone.
Greg Sharp, Matt Davison, Jessica Cooney, Ben McLaughlin, Matt Coatney back with you at Memorial Stadium. Andrew Dowdy punching the buttons for us here tonight. We're inside of our Noddle Companies broadcast booth, and Noddle Companies, their roots run deep through Husker Nation, continuing to develop great places throughout our community. Noddle Companies are looking forward to another year of excellence and cheering on Husker football. Well, you go back to the last possession of the first half, then Georgia Southern got the ball to start the second half. Huskers went 3 and out. They got the ball again. So they've had 3 possessions to Nebraska's 1, and the Eagles got 7 points. That keeps Nebraska in the game. Now a chance to go tie it.
Chance to go tie it. Man, you just feel like this offense has to score every time they get it the rest of the game. And that means calling, the right plays, executing the plays, not, staying away from penalties, staying on schedule on offense in front of the sticks.
Anthony Grant back out there at running back. Anthony, 76 yards on the ground. 2 wideouts go left, 1 to the near side. Nebraska will start this drive at their own 16-yard line after the fair catch from Oliver Martin. Casey Thompson, outstanding first half. Palmer in motion. Turn to give it off to Grant. He's got a little seam on the edge. Trying to cut to the outside. Does 20-25. Bumped out of bounds. Near a first down at the 26-yard line. Good block on the edge. Trey Palmer picked off somebody. Kadri Jackson makes a tackle for Georgia Southern.
Yeah, I think that was Marcus Washington, but it was a good block, Greg, that sprung him to the sideline.
Gain of 10, right at 10. So new set of downs. Empty set, no backs with Casey. He gets the snap. Step throws, pass caught Palmer for about 8 yards. Tackled at the 34-yard line by Bride.
Man, when he decides to get rid of it, it comes out quick. Doesn't look like the pocket was starting to shrink quite a bit, and he just let it rip. Good catch by Trey Palmer.
2nd and 2. Grant now in the backfield with Thompson. 2 wideouts each way. Snap back, give it off to Anthony. Picks his way for a first down. Oh, he just steamrolled a defender, ramming his way to the 40-yard line. A 6-yard pickup. He just blew up Weiland free. And he's staggered. He's like a boxer, and he's down at midfield. He took a blow delivered by Anthony Grant, and he's on a knee.
Yeah, that's
stop the fight. Stop the fight.
Yeah, that was a heck of a run. He got his pads down and ran straight over the top of him, and he's going to have to come out of the game. That looks like a clear concussion. And that got the crowd fired up. You don't ever like to see an injury, but that was a heck of an effort by Anthony Grant to run over the safety.
So the Huskers will have 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line. Free is being helped to the side. No, he's still down in the middle of the field, sitting there with the training staff attending to him there. And a wide receiver that we think might have broken a leg in the first half. He's now up, walking toward the sideline. He's obviously being helped to the sideline, or guided to the sideline.
Yep, he has 4 tackles here tonight, starting safety for him. So, that obviously is a pretty big blow for them if he can't come back in the game. More importantly, that was a first down run by Anthony Grant, and Nebraska now out to the 40-yard line.
7:24 to go, third quarter. It's 35-28, Georgia Southern with the lead. Huskers trying to drive and tie it. Pistol set, Grant right behind Thompson. 2 wideouts tight to the near side. Alante Brown in motion. They hand it off to Grant. He cuts back the other way, stumbles forward, and gets about a half a yard. Got tripped up by Dylan Springer. If he could have kept his footing, I think he would have had a little seam to go for a ways.
Yeah, I think that would have been a nice gain. Just barely tripped him up.
2nd down and 9. Pistol set again. Wide receivers left and right. Thompson looks over the defense. Gets the snap. Back to throw. Step, throws, and overshoots Anthony Grant. Now you got a big 3rd and 9 coming up.
Went tackle over that time. Protected it pretty well. There was a weird angle on that throw.
So 3rd and 9 coming up at the Nebraska 41. 6:46 left, third quarter. Huskers down by 7. Two wide outs to the near side, one on the far side. Need a play here. Thompson gets the shotgun snap. They send a blitz. He has time. Steps, throws. Pass caught first down at the 50-yard line. Sliding away is Marcus Washington all the way down to the 41 on the far boundary. Whistle to throw over there to Washington for a big gain and a Husker first down.
Good job by the offensive line sorting that out. And then by Casey, that was a strike thrown over to the Nebraska sideline for a big 3rd down conversion.
17-yard pickup, 16-yard pickup of the play as they mark it back at the 42 of Georgia Southern. 6:20 to go in the period. Pistol set again. Grant behind Thompson. Snap back, play action. Back to throw, stepping up, flag, got a hold on Benhart. Thompson takes off and runs, slides to a stop at the 29, but he got holding on Bryce Benhart coming up.
That's a killer. Would have been all the way down to the 30-yard line.
Holding offense, number 54. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
8th penalty of the game on Nebraska. Now you got 1st and 20.
Bryce was falling down and had him by the jersey. It's a good call. He took a wide angle to go around Bryce, and he just couldn't kick step back fast enough to get into position. He ends up kind of falling down and then pulls the jersey on his way down, and now Nebraska's in 1st and 20.
Ball back to the Husker 48-yard line. All right, you got 3, maybe 4 downs to try to pick this up, so whittle away at this thing. 2 wide outs, stacked to the near side. Grant lines up behind Thompson from the Nebraska 48-yard line. Also have an H-back, Marcus Washington in motion. Hickson snaps it back. Grant bounces to the outside. Anthony to the 50, gets a block on the edge, 45-40, out of bounds around the 38-yard line. Didn't get the first down, but got a whole chunk of it back. Might have got away with a hold on the edge by Washington, but the Huskers pick up a big chunk of that penalty yardage and then some, have second down and 6.
Yeah, that looked like it could have been a clip on Washington. He ran in motion and then tried to come back in and get his guy.
2nd and 6 on the 38. Grant now over 100 yards. Third straight game. Snap back, give it off to Anthony again. Picks his way forward, down to the 34. It'll be 3rd and 2 coming up. Grant becomes the first Husker back to run for 100 yards in the first 3 games of the season since Dan Alexander, one of your teammates in 2000.
He was pretty good.
Yes, he was.
All right, 3rd and 2. You got to think it's 4-down territory here.
Huskers go quickly, snap back, give it off to Grant. He dives forward, has a first down all the way near the 30. That'll move the sticks. 4:50 left in the period, 35-28, Georgia Southern with the lead.
Yeah, they'll get Anthony out now. He has 21 carries. A.J. Allen into the game. Need Anthony to be fresh in the fourth quarter.
I've not seen Allen yet the third period. Ball at the 31-yard line, 1st and 10. Brewington races off the field. Allen lines up off to the right of Casey Thompson. Tight formation to the near side. One wide out, bounced out left. Snap back to Casey. Play actions out of this look. Steps up, avoid pressure. Throws for the end zone. Has a man at the 10. And it's Trey Palmer making a... Did he make the catch? No, they'll say it bounced to him at the 7-yard line.
Coach Frost had a good look at that one, and I think he would be upset if he actually caught that one, and he doesn't appear to be upset. So
there was a little bit of pressure, Matt, right up in the face of Casey. I don't think he quite could extend the throw as much as he wanted to. So 2nd and 10, ball at the 31. Scott Frost standing next to the...
Trey Palmer saying he caught it.
Scott Frost thought about challenging it, but says, no, we're not going to. 5 on the play clock. Huskers going to have to hustle here not to get a delay game.
They're not going to get it off.
2 wideouts each way. 1 second on the play clock. Huskers snap it. They did not get it off. It's a delay game penalty on the Huskers. This will cost them 5. So they took a long look at the play to see if he caught it or not. I don't think he did. He did not.
That's
Trey Palmer
really
thought
close.
he did.
He didn't catch it clean. I know that. It went through his hands and then into his body.
So, all right, so 5-yard penalty, 2nd and 15 at the 36. Huskers down 7, getting late third quarter.
It's a big 5 yards.
Well, Huskers overcame a holding penalty earlier in this drive. A.J. Allen's the back. He lines up in a pistol right behind Casey Thompson. Wide receivers left and right. Brewington now in motion. Snap back. Give it off to A.J. Allen. Bounces to the left. 30, 25, 20. Needs to make one man miss. Can't get around him, but down to the 13-yard line. A.J. Allen exploding down the field for 23 yards and a first down.
Huge hole. Great cut back to the left. He had one man to beat, Greg. I'm surprised he didn't make him miss, quite honestly. He's really good in space, but a big play on a 2nd and 15.
1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. Huskers down 7, but driving to try to tie it. 4 minutes left third quarter. Allen lines up behind Thompson. Wide receivers left and right. Back to throw. Stepping, throwing, pass. Caught at the 7-yard line by Washington. It'll be a gain of about 6. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Huskers in that Mosaic red zone at Mosaic. Their mission is crop nutrition. Learn more at cropnutrition.com. 2nd and 4 from the 7. Huskers yet to score in the half. They were tied at 28 at intermission. Down right now, 35-28. Pistol set. An H-back lined up to the right of Thompson. Snap back, give it off to A.J. Allen. Picks his way to the 5, to the 1, dives, touchdown, Nebraska.
Pretty good a set of running backs back there, Greg Sharp. That was a nifty run by A.J. Allen and a big drive by Nebraska's offense. An extra point away from tying it.
Anthony Grant, some heavy lifting on the drive, and then A.J. Allen, 2 terrific runs to score. And A.J. Allen is making his presence known on this football team. Timmy Bleekrode to try to tie this up. Snap down, a kick is up, and the kick is good. It's a 35-all game with 3:18 left to go in the third quarter. A 13-play, 84-yard drive 4:59 off the clock. And A.J. Allen found that red end zone from 7 yards out. And we're right where we were at halftime, a tie game. Time now to see what's on tap, presented by Bud Light. Husker soccer tomorrow will be at Hibner Stadium taking on nationally ranked USC at 1 o'clock. Husker volleyball will take on nationally ranked Stanford Tuesday night at the Devaney Center, 7 o'clock. And then Husker football will take on nationally ranked Oklahoma next Saturday, right back here at Memorial Stadium, 11 o'clock for kickoff. Husker game day will begin at 7 a.m. on Saturday. Oklahoma, a 33-3 winner over Kent State. It was 7-3 at the half. Sooners got it going in the second half against the Flashes of Kent. Here, 35 all, 3:18 to go. Hopefully the defense has a little confidence. They made them punt the last time. Hopefully they built a little confidence up.
Yeah, this crowd is going to be big these last 3 minutes and 18 seconds of the third and the entire fourth quarter. Will this team to victory somehow? Had almost 900 yards of offense in this game from both teams with more than a quarter to play.
By the way, what's on tap presented by Bud Light. Allen now 68 yards on the ground. Huskers at 192 on the ground today. In fact, both teams, how about that? Both teams right at 192. Casey Thompson, 17 of 23. He has been so accurate tonight. Plus, he's run the ball pretty hard a couple of times.
It was big to overcome that. 2 penalties on that drive. A holding call, and then a delay of game on a 2nd and 15, and they hit the big run out the backside with A.J. Allen. Back to a tie game, and now you put your defense out there and ask them to get another stop.
Frankie's been dynamite tonight, kicking the ball through the end zone. See if he can do it one more time. Arnold and Lewis deep. .35-35, a shootout tonight. Sunbelt, Fun Belt football tonight. The Sunbelt team coming into Lincoln. Great day for their league. App State beat A&M on the road. Marshall beat Notre Dame on the road. This kick at the goal line, he's coming out. Is Lewis to the 10, 15, slipped a tackle, 20, and then Phelan Sanford knocks him down to the 21-yard line, so they lose 4 yards by not fair catching that. And they'll start at the 21-yard line. 3:11 left third period. 35-35 game. Georgia State today almost beat North Carolina. So that league has had a heck of a day.
Yes, they have.
You win at Notre Dame and A&M and in a fight in Lincoln right now, 35 all. Twins to the near side, one wide out, split right. White's the back. Kyle Van Treese, the transfer from Buffalo, waits the shotgun snap. Gets it. Hands it off to White. Breaks through. Garrett Nelson wraps him up and brings him down. It's a 14-yard pickup, though, all the way up to the 35-yard line. These backs, White and Green, are both really good.
They're over 200 yards on the ground, Greg, on 19 carries.
1st and 10 from the 35 now for the Eagles. From Statesboro, Georgia. Van Treese has trips to the near side, one wide out, split right. They throw a little bubble screen. Pass caught by Hood, and he's got about 8 yards to the 43-yard line, twisted to the ground by Ernest Hausman.
They run a lot of stuff, don't they? I mean, counters, split zones, tunnel screens, go routes.
They're going to be a handful for anybody on their schedule coming up this year. Clay Helton's got some weapons. 2nd and 2 from the 43. Van Treese looks over the defense, claps his hands, gives it off to White, picks his way right to the first down stick, but he has it to the 46. Hausman again knocks him back. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. 2 minutes left third quarter. 35-35 tie here in Lincoln. 2 wideouts each way. is Nebraska can't get sacks, has only one tackle for a loss in the game. Empty set now as White drifts out. Look right, throw back to the left as Singleton makes a catch, has blockers, 45-40, and then rocked down at the 39-yard line. Big hit by Garrett Nelson, but that play explodes to the Husker 38-yard line.
Again, Nebraska blitzes, and they get the ball out quick. So the blitzes are not getting home, and there's been Eric Shenander sent a lot more pressure here in the second half.
Two wide out stacked to the right. Van Treese gets the snap, looks right, throws right down the field toward the end zone. The pass is incomplete. A battle for the football. Tommy Hill was tied up on that far side with Burgess. It sailed over both their heads at the 10. It'll be 2nd down and 10. So Tommy Hill, who got a series off, back out there at corner. Huskers change personnel.
500 yards for Georgia Southern on the nose.
Nash Hutmaker comes in, along with Caleb Tanner. White's the back. 3 wide out, set to the near side. Nobody to the right. Van Treese gets the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls right, looking to throw, steps, throws downfield as a man open at the 15-yard line. Catch made by the tight end Johnson, and he is down at the 1-yard line. So Bo Johnson popped open. They had nobody lined up on that side of the field, but they roll the pocket that way and flip the tight end down the field.
He's wide open.
Man.
And then it looked like he was going to get tackled at about the 8-yard line, and he made it all the way down to the 1.
Van Treese in the shotgun. White's to his right. Snap back. They give it off to White. Van Treese keeps it, and he gets knocked down for a loss of a yard back to the 2-yard line. So he faked the handoff to White, kept it himself. Reimer brings him down. A loss of a yard. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 2.
He should have given that one, I think.
Man, these guys are just a handful. There are so many different guys. They had 10 different guys make catches last week. They're approaching that today. 2nd and goal at the 2. A 35-35 tie last minute of the 3rd quarter. Van Treese gets the handoff, gives it to White. He's hit and stopped at the 1. It'll be 3rd and goal. Stood up by Isaac Gifford, so 3rd and goal, and that's going to be the last play of the 3rd quarter. So both sides score a touchdown in the 3rd quarter. We're going to start the 4th quarter, but Georgia Southern is going to have the ball at the 1-yard line to try to reclaim the lead on what has just been a wild football game here in Lincoln on a Saturday night. So that ends the quarter, 35-35. The 4th quarter coming up next. This is Big Red Football.
Every single day, Central Valley Ag works with our farmers to feed the globe. From white corn, non-GMO, food grade, and organics, the world's appetite for food-grade grain is growing every day. Our planet is hungry. Together, we feed it. Find the rep who can help you plan next year's value-added grain program at cvacoop.com. Central Valley Ag, the official co-op of Husker Nation.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at neffafoundation.org. Brought to you by Frontier Cooperative and Nebraska Farm Bureau, the trusted voice for Nebraska farm and ranch families.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we help you find vehicles designed with purpose and function, prioritizing safety, technology, and the dependability you need. Visit our Chevy locations in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo to shop in-stock and inbound inventory, or to order your new vehicle. And as your Chevrolet Business Elite dealer, we offer commercial vehicles, including medium-duty trucks and low-cab forwards. Visit SidDillonChevy.com.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Chevy, find new roads.
Welcome back to the Noddle Company's broadcast booth at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. Nebraska and Georgia Southern tied 35-35 at the end of 3 quarters. I'm Matt Coatney. Time now for a Nebraska Lottery scoreboard update from the Acres Broadcast Center through September the 12th. Buy a Nebraska Lottery Powerball with Power Play ticket and enter the voucher number for a chance to win a trip to New York City and a shot at $1 million. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million. Let's take a look at scores right now. Number 20, Kentucky, hanging on at number 12, Florida. Wildcats 23, Gators 16, very late in the game. Number 11, Oklahoma State 20, Arizona State 10, early fourth quarter. After a lightning delay, number 4, Michigan is blown out Hawaii 35-0 late in the second quarter. Indiana at home trailing Idaho 10-0. They're at the half. Number 7, Oklahoma, blowing out Kent State 33-3. They're late in the fourth quarter. Auburn leading San Jose State 17-10. They're in the third quarter of play. There is a huge light show going on here at Memorial Stadium. Fans have their cell phone lights out, and what a great scene right now. But the Huskers need to get some defensive stops and get some more scores. We're tied at 35. Let's go back to Greg Sharp.
All right, thanks, Coach. Tough challenge here as the fans are really revving this thing up. Thunderstruck. It's a cool scene here. It's going to be a big snap coming up, 3rd and goal for Georgia Southern at the 1-yard line. We were 28 all at half, 35 all going to the fourth quarter. Loads of offense tonight. Georgia Southern over 500 yards. Nebraska over 400 yards. Nebraska has forced the game's only turnover, the interception by Buford. So Marquise Buford had a pick in the first half, but they just have had a dickens of a time putting any pressure on Van Treese. Only 2 tackles for a loss in the game. One of those was just a moment ago, and Van Treese on the keeper moved the ball from the 1 to the 2. So 3rd and goal here at the 1. See if somebody, Matt, can make a play.
Yeah, they've been able to run it tonight. This would be a huge stop, obviously. Do they possibly fake it and try to throw it? I doubt it. The way they've run the football.
Scott Frost racing down the sideline. I think he's going to call a timeout. Yep, he is. So they saw something they didn't like, or something he saw that they were going to try to do to Nebraska. So Scott Frost uses one of his 3 second-half timeouts here before the snap of the football, and that had to be something that he saw with their alignment.
Or we didn't have the right personnel out there, one of the 2.
Yeah, the safeties were talking at the last second, Farmer and Buford, as we look at the replay of that. So a timeout taken early here in the fourth quarter. Big snap coming up. If you could force a negative play here, maybe force them to kick 3. All right. See what Georgia Southern, Clay Helton calls. See what Eric Chenander in the defense comes up with. 3rd and goal at the 1.
Colton Feast, Ty Robinson, Wynn, Garrett Nelson, big bodies.
Only one wide out, split left. White's the back. Van Treese gives the handoff to White. He's hit, and he's stopped at the 2-yard line. Huskers stop the play. He'll lose a yard. It's 4th and goal at the 2. Great stop by the defense. Great penetration up the middle.
Wow, a lot of energy in this building during between the 3rd and 4th quarter. The music, and I think they're going to kick it.
Here comes the field goal unit out.
What a big stop. Wow, Greg.
Whoa, that was huge. 1st and goal from the 1, and they don't get in. Here's Rayner to try to put it through the uprights and give Georgia Southern a 3-point lead.
How about the timeout by Scott Frost before the last play?
Saw something, they got lined up right and made a huge stop. Rayner, the approach, the kick is up, and it is good. And so Georgia Southern has the lead, but that's a win for the Black Shirts there to hold them to 3 and make it a 3-point game at 38-35. That is a big moment in this game. The early plays of this fourth quarter, huge. 10-play, 77-yard drive, 3:29 on the clock. Ends up with basically a point after field goal from 21 yards out. So Nebraska able to get the stop. So now a chance to go grab the lead. You go get a touchdown, you have the lead.
Man, that was a huge play. I mean, you're coming out of a third quarter break into the fourth on a 3rd and 1 from the 1. Yeah. 3rd and goal. And Scott Frost calls a timeout. Didn't like something, personnel or whatever we had out there. And boy, did it pay off.
Palmer and Brown deep for the Huskers. Lance to kick it away. Now would be a good time for a big-time return. Lance on the approach and the kick. This one sailing towards Trey Palmer. And he's going to let it go over his head to the back of the end zone. And Nebraska will start the drive from the 25-yard line. 38-35, Georgia Southern. Only 18 seconds into the fourth quarter on a night that offense has ruled. But the defense right there with a huge stop to force them to kick the 3. So Thompson comes out. Anthony Grant, who has had some rest now because A.J. Allen finished that last series. So 114 yards on the ground. 2 wideouts right, a wing to the near side. Pistol set, Grant right behind Thompson. Snap back. Take the handoff, roll the pocket right. Casey throws it out, the flat pass, caught by Brewington. He's immediately dumped for a loss of 4 yards. Coming up hard was Tyler Bride, the corner, and he knocked his legs out. A loss of 4. It's 2nd and 14.
Yeah, that one, right when he threw it, you knew Brewington was going to get hit hard, either low or high. They went low and flipped him. Now you're behind the chains already.
2nd and 14. Huskers down 3 early fourth quarter. Thompson sets a man in motion. Gets the shotgun snap. Backpedals. Throws downfield pass. He got his arm hit as he let it go. It sails incomplete. Now you have 3rd and 14.
He was looking for Trey Palmer. He kind of had palms up there at the end. Thought Trey was going to break out towards the sideline.
Oh, boy. All right, 3rd and 14 coming up. So a negative play on first down. Incomplete pass on second down. 2 wideouts. Actually, 3 eligible to the near side. 3rd and 14 from the Nebraska 21 after you just had a big-time goal line stop. Snap back. Casey stepping up to the pocket. Going to try to scramble, and he gets twisted down after a gain of 4. It'll be 4th down and 10.
Boy, that wasn't the series you're looking for.
Casey got helicoptered down. He's okay. He bounces up. Thought he may have a little bit more of a lane to run through, but he got whacked down by Marquez Watson Trent, one of the linebackers. So now Buschini needs a big kick. Jones deep to retrieve it for Georgia Southern. They lead it by 3. Early fourth quarter.
Need a big punt here.
Buschini gets the snap. Hammers one away. Good high kick. Jones racing up. It's a shorter kick. He gets away from it. It bounces and rolls out of bounds around the 32-yard line. So a little fortunate.
Not his best, but a good kick.
43-yard punt, no return. So the kick out of bounds helped out there. Well, nothing goes better with Husker Sports and Fairbury. Fairbury premium quality hot dogs deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Fairbury, the official hot dog of Husker Nation. We do have a timeout on the field. There is 13:15 left in the game. Georgia Southern with a 38-35 lead. This is Big Red Football.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
Whew. Sometimes being an office printer feels like I'm competing in an Olympic sport. Thankfully, I have Marco's Managed Print Services on my team. Marco's game plan helps me make big plays while saving big bucks. And Marco's lightning fast tech support gets me back in the game fast. I'm up. Find out what your printers could be saying with Marco's Managed Print Services at marconet.com.
And it's going to be just like the old days, but even better, because now it's old school meets new school.
Whoa, did you just dip your pizza in Dorothy Lynch?
Yeah, man, it's amazing. Here, I got extra. Try it with your hot dog. Oh, wow.
Hey, we need another hot dog over here. So as I was saying, it's a whole new game now.
Here we go again.
Rooted in our tradition as a team.
Shake up tradition with the one-of-a-kind flavor that goes with anything. Game day or any day. Dorothy Lynch, endless flavorabilities.
Early fourth quarter, 38-35. Georgia Southern leads it. This has been a wild football game, 28-all at the half. We are approaching 1,000 yards of offense in this game. There have been few and far stops really on either side. The game's only turnover was a Nebraska interception. Buford picking off Van Treese. So if you like defense, this really isn't your cup of tea tonight. This has been all about the offenses.
Yeah, a lot of points, a lot of yards. 13-15 to go. Man, you felt like that last drive, Nebraska just really needed to get something going. Try to bootleg out on first down and lost 4 yards on it. That's one where Casey sees the guy coming towards Brewington. Maybe you just sail it over his head out of bounds. And at least you're 2nd and 10 instead of 2nd and 14. But now you're asking the defense to get another stop.
Braxton Clark getting some time at a corner on this drive. Van Treese, his numbers tonight, 29 of 43, 328 with a touchdown and a pick. Ball at the 32 of the Eagles. They lead it by 3. Early fourth quarter. 2 eligible each way. Now it's an empty set as Green races out to the left. Van Treese waiting. Play clock. Plenty of time. Still 12 on the clock. Gets a snap. Steps, throws, pass caught, little bubble screen in the flat. Gifford makes a tackle, but it's a pickup of about 7 as they find Singleton out wide left.
He's been accurate tonight. He's been on time. The ball has come out quick.
Their timing's been so good. 2 wideouts each way, 2nd and 3. From the Eagle 39. They hand it off to Green. He's hit and stopped after only a gain of a yard. O'Shawn Mathis grabbed him and flipped him back. 3rd and 2 coming up. We've called O'Shawn's name a couple of times in the second half. He's been more active. All right, let's see. Haven't had a 3 and out tonight. This would be a good time for that.
Sure would.
Mathis comes out. Nelson comes in. Wide receivers tight to the formation, left and right. Van Treese now sends a man in motion, Burgess. Back to throw is Van Treese being rushed, throws it to flat, pass caught, it's going to be a first down. As grabbing it is Burgess, and he's twisted down at the 47-yard line. They pick up 7 yards on the play. Ernest Hausman makes the tackle. Huskers had some heat on Van Treese that time, but he was able to make an accurate throw around the pressure.
Yep. Like Miles Farmer was trying to knock it down. He was coming with the pressure. They bring him across the formation. That's a tough play to defend for the linebacker, Hausman.
Trips go left, 1 wide out to the near side. Snap back, Van Treese gives it off. Green blasting forward. He's got a first down to the Nebraska 42-yard line. 10-yard pickup. Hausman might have saved a touchdown on that one.
Just big holes, Greg. They're just all these runs. They're up over 220 yards now on the ground.
38-35 Eagles. They have it at the Nebraska 42. 3 wideouts left, 1 to the near side. Van Treese looks over the Nebraska defensive front. Snap back, play action, step throws, pass caught. And Braxton Clark immediately rocks Derwin Burgess to the ground, but it's a 9-yard gain to the Nebraska 33. Man, they're just kind of getting what they want offensively all night long.
Need a tipped ball, a fumble, something.
2 wideouts to the left, 1 to the near side. Green's the back, 2nd and 1 from the Nebraska 33, 3-point Eagle lead, fourth quarter. Van Treese hands it off to Green, gets slammed up in there, but I don't know if he quite got to the 32 or not. Looks like he might be a half yard short. Garrett Nelson brought him to the turf, and it will look like be 3rd and down in inches.
Yeah, I think he's just short.
So, 3rd and inches. Big play here. 10:20 to go in the game. 38-35. Georgia Southern with the lead. Van Treese in the shotgun. Green to his right. Snap back. They hand it off to Green. He slams in there. I don't think he got there. Caleb Tanner was in there along with Isaac Gifford.
I think he lost about a foot.
It's 4th down. They've already put the fist up. It's 4th down and less than a yard. Decision time for Clay Helton. They're really on the outside of field goal range.
Oh, they'll go for it for sure.
Keeping the offense out there. And you're right. I think he lost a foot or so. Can this defense put a clamp on the drive right here? Down 3 of the Huskers. Clay Helton might wait and let the play clock go down and call a timeout.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's going to do. So he uses one of his 3 second-half timeouts. 9:35 left to go in the game. It's a 38-35 game with Georgia Southern in front. Acres Ag Day is presented in part by AGI. AGI supplying the world's food infrastructure. Oh, well, we just had the goal line stand where they forced him into 3. This one, you had 2nd and 1, and Nebraska stuffed back-to-back runs. Clay Helton seems a little hot on the near sideline.
He tried to call timeout. He turned to the official and said, timeout with 1 second on the play clock.
And they gave it to him.
And right when he said timeout, the guy stopped it. And there was about 7. So, cost 6 seconds. Let's see if at the end of the game, if 6 seconds matters one way or another.
Yeah, he wanted 6 more seconds to come off the clock. All right, here we go. 4th down and less than a yard. See what Nebraska can do on this. Jalen White now in the game. So Green comes out, White comes in it back. Trips go left. I'm not sure they run the ball here. I think they might try to get something on the edge. Quick flip, quick pass. Oh, they give it off to White. He's got a 1st down. Stumbles forward inside the 30 down to the 28-yard line. So they get 5 on 4th and 1. Keep the drive alive. Up by 3. Now you got to just stiffen up here and keep them out of the end zone. Already down 3 of the Huskers with 9:20 to go in the game. Van Treese lines them up 2 each way. Man, can Nebraska get home once in this game? Snap back to Van Treese. Play actions. Gets hit as he throws. Pass headed down the end zone. Buford goes up and makes the interception at the 1-yard line. Marquise Buford's 2nd pick of the game, and it was created by some pressure on the quarterback, Van Treese.
Garrett Nelson brought the pressure, Greg, and that forced the throw to be a little bit short, and Buford did a great job of getting his head around and coming up with the pick. Nebraska's going to be down at the 2-yard line, but a huge play, obviously, to get the turnover.
So the Huskers have it at their own 2, down 3, 9:03 left to go in the game. Timeout on the field. Huskers will have it deep in their own end here on the Huskers Radio Network.
And it's going to be just like the old days, but even better, because now it's old school meets new school. Whoa, did you just dip your pizza in Dorothy Lynch?
Yeah, man, it's amazing. Here, I got extra. Try it with your hot dog.
Oh, wow. Hey, we need another hot dog over here. So as I was saying, it's a whole new game now.
Here we go again.
Rooted in our tradition as a team.
Shake up tradition with the one-of-a-kind flavor that goes with anything, game day or any day. Dorothy Lynch, endless flavorabilities.
The Ford truck lineup is purpose-built from the ground up, designed to be tough and productive. Crafted with high-strength, military-grade aluminum alloy body and torture-tested high-strength steel frame with new tech to help you work smart and hard. The F-150, Ranger, and Maverick are built tough and ready to tackle whatever lies ahead. Hit the road in confidence and learn more about Ford trucks in-store or online anytime at WoodhouseFord.com, your trusted truck dealer since 1975. Woodhouse Ford.
I'm University of Nebraska-Lincoln student Hannah Fahm with Campus News. Students in Nebraska's Rake School of Computer Science and Management created software that is saving a Nebraska e-commerce company 34,000 hours of work per year. Created by a group of 5 Rake School students for their Design Studio capstone project, this software is one of 300 real-world software solutions created by Rake School students.
Huskers get an interception. They're 2nd in the game at the 2-yard line by Marquise Buford. I'm going to get a Rob Seco sideline update here with Jessica. I know he's one of your favorite guys to talk to in the team. That was a big-time play.
He really is, and boy, that's more like it. Talk about way to get a sideline fired up, and Coach Fish is loving it. He is Jag down here. The last offensive series, though, the offensive coaches were pretty disappointed with what the offense did out there because they had been preaching about having a mentality of, hey, we got to go do our job, and our job every time is to go score. So coach is saying, hey, we got to bounce back right here. We'll see how they do it on this long drive.
Yeah, 98 yards, Matt. It's not ideal, but you'll take it because second time you've had the ball with a chance to go get the lead here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put a drive together. I understand you're on the 2. This is a tough place to start, but there's a huge turnover by the Black Shirts. Looked like they were driving. There was a first down play. Garrett Nelson with good pressure, and then Buford comes up with a big pick. This is where you need your offensive line to make some things happen. Push people around a little bit, create a couple seams, run the football, get it out of here, out from behind the goal line, and try to put a drive together.
1st and 10, 2-yard line. Washington split to the near side, a tight formation right. Shotgun look for Casey Thompson. With Grant in the end zone with him. Snap back. They give it off to Anthony. He bounces to the left, gets a couple of yards to between the 3 and the 4. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Looked like that play was supposed to go right. He cut it back to the left. He got it out to about the 4.
A little bit more room to work. Still lining up in the end zone out of the shotgun. Wide receivers left and right. Need the offense to put a drive together. Turn. Give it off again to Grant, picking his way to the right to the 10-yard line and bent down there. So gain 6, 3rd and 2 coming up here. Huge play. Grant again over 100 yards for the 3rd straight game as Locke and Canteen make the tackle for the Eagles. Giant play here. Huskers have been great on 3rd down, 7 for 11 tonight. Wide receivers left and right. Shotgun look, turn. Give it off to Anthony. Grant's got a first down at 15. Bounces to the outside. Gets ankle. Tackled at the 16. Gain of 6 more. And that'll move the sticks. And the Huskers now get away from that goal line.
All right, 3 straight runs. Gets you out past the 15-yard line. Now you open the playbook up.
1st and 10 at the 16. A.J. Allen comes in for Grant. Anthony's a load of carries tonight with 24. In motion is Trey Palmer. He switches sides with Chancellor Brewington. Now Brewington in motion to the near side. Casey Thompson gets the shotgun snap. Steps, throws, pass, a diving attempt, incomplete. Ball pops out around the 24-yard line, intended for Isaiah Garcia Castaneda.
Should have been caught. It was a little bit low, but you got to make that play.
2nd and 10. Clock not a huge factor yet. We're midway through the 4th quarter. 2nd and 10.
Man, got to make every play now.
2 wideouts to the near side, 1 to the far side. Allen the back. Thompson looks to the sideline for the signal. Now Casey claps the hands. Gets the snap, fakes the handoff, steps, throws. Washington makes a catch to the 20, weaves his way to the middle field. 25's got a first down out to the 27-yard line. 11-yard pickup. Marcus Washington having a big game for the Huskers. New set of downs for the Big Red.
A couple guys for Georgia Southern looking to come out of the game. Nebraska doesn't switch personnel, so they're going to have to stay out there.
2 wideouts right. Washington split to the near side. 1st and 10 from the 27. Allen again in the backfield. Brewington in motion to the far side. Thompson gets the snap. Steps up in the pocket, trying to elude the rush. Fights his way forward to the 30, 35, 36-yard line. Scrambles for 9. It'll be 2nd down and 1. Watson Trent made the tackle. Casey a little bit slow to get up. I think he's okay. 2nd down and 1 coming up. Now Logan Smothers is out there.
Yeah, Casey Thompson going out of the game. Logan Smothers in at quarterback.
So Logan Smothers comes in, goes shotgun. Twins go to the right, 1 wide out to the near side. Logan bounced in there in a hurry, so this almost looks like it was a planned insertion of Smothers. They turn, run the zone read. Logan keeps it himself, 40. He spins his way to the 45, 46-yard line. Ball comes out at the end of the play.
Oh, no.
Georgia Southern has the football. It looks like at midfield.
Logan says he was down. Logan says he was down. We'll see. Man, that was... They had that dialed up. They knew they were going to try to get Logan in there for this play.
It looks like he's down. They've shown the replay in the stadium already. My naked eye, I thought his knee was down when the ball popped out. Big call because the football, if it's the Huskers, will be at the 50-yard line. Logan going out. Casey set to come back in. But we're going to have to see what this... The call on the field is Georgia Southern football. And they have not announced that the play is under review yet. They've shown the replay in the stadium. And
the ruling on the field of a fumble recovered by the defense is under further review.
Okay, now it is. We do have a Hogemeyer Hybrids replay review brought to you by Hogemeyer Hybrids. Raised local, raised right here in Husker Nation.
That's close, Greg. I think it might have been out. The first review that I see here, it looks like it was out. It was a good punch by the defense. Man, oh man, what a shift in momentum. The play was dialed up well. It was a big gain. It would have been a first down.
Yeah, I think the ball's coming out when his knee goes down. I think this is going to stand. Oh, my goodness. Nope.
First turnover of the game for Nebraska. Logan knew that this was coming. He knew that this play, a series of plays potentially, or at least this play was going to be called. Came in, executed it well. Just have to hold on to the football, obviously. And it looks like it's going to be Georgia Southern ball with 6:23 to go, and they have a 3-point lead.
Great punch out by the defender for Georgia Southern.
It was. He came with the right hand and punched it out.
It's razor close. I'm with you, though. It was called a fumble. That's the big thing about this. They're taking their time on this.
Well, we had one of these against Northwestern, too.
Yep.
And it was called a fumble, and they kept it. And as you know, there's been more. See, right there, though.
After further review, the ruling on the field has changed.
Oh boy.
Quarterback knee is down at the 46-yard line with control of the football. The ball be placed at the 46. First down and 10, Nebraska.
You know, I don't know what I am all time on these reviews. A pretty high percentage. I'm so glad I was wrong on this one. Wow. Maybe they have angles we don't have. The ones that we saw, it sure looked really close. They overturned it, which means they had conclusive evidence. They saw the knee down and he had possession of the ball. And now Casey Thompson back out there.
So, ball at the 46-yard line. A.J. Allen in there. Casey goes shotgun. 2 wideouts each way. As that run was for 10 yards for Logan. And a near disaster at the end of the run. Now it's an empty set as Allen races to the right. Casey, quarterback draw. He's to the 45, to the 50, down to the 46-yard line of Georgia Southern. It's an 8-yard pickup. It'll be second down and 2.
Boy, that could have been a much bigger play than that.
He's a little slow again
Casey
to get up.
A little slow to get up after that one. That could have been a much bigger play. There was nobody in the middle of the field. Just needed to hold the block for a split second longer right in the middle of the field.
Second and 2. Now we're at 5:48 left to go in the game. Trips go right. Shotgun look. Allen in the backfield. They turn. Give it off to A.J. He blasts forward for a first down. Punishes his way down to the 38-yard line of Georgia Southern. Hard run that time for 9 yards. Grant comes back in now. Football at the Georgia Southern 38-yard line. Huskers down 3, 38-35, 5:25 left in the game. Both sides have called a timeout here in the second half. Wide receivers left and right. Thompson gets the shotgun snap. Steps, throws, pass down the field, incomplete. Trying to go back shoulder throws way behind the intended receiver. It'll be second down and 10.
The pass rush for Georgia Southern has slowed up quite a bit. And, oh no, for Nebraska, is that Teddy?
I think it's Teddy. Teddy's gone to a knee. Teddy Prohaska's gone to a knee. Looks like he's holding his shoulder. Remember, he had the knee problem a year ago. We might be looking at that knee. So he goes to a knee.
Just as I was saying, their pass rush has slowed down quite a bit.
Scott Frost coming out to take a look at his big left tackle. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Kevin Williams can play left tackle.
It's either Kevin Williams at left tackle or they slide Turner Corcoran out to tackle. And then it could be Kevin Williams at left guard. It could be Piper.
Right. A couple of guys that could do this. So Teddy's now being helped to his feet. And he's limping off. Hopefully just something that scared him a little bit. So he's going to come out at least for a play. We'll see what the offensive alignment is. Huskers have 2nd and 10 at the 38 of Georgia Southern. Down 3, 5:10 to go in the game. See what the alignment's going to be. Well, we're going to take a timeout here on the field. So timeout, 5:10 left to go in the game. Back with more football. This is Big Red football.
In America, the future belongs to everyone. So we designed the Ford trucks of the future for everyone. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 45 years straight. Made for performance and capability on and off-road. Because the trucks of the future aren't designed for a few. They're built for America. Ford F-Series. Drive one today. Based on 1977 to 2021 calendar year total sales.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at neffafoundation.org. Brought to you by Central Valley Ag, growing agriculture together, and Big Iron Auctions, North America's #1 online unreserved auction marketplace because of our values.
Find your next truck at Woodhouse Buick GMC. No matter where you're heading or what tasks need tackling, there's a premium and capable GMC truck that's perfect for you. Make a statement on the job site, out on the town, or wherever life leads you in the powerful and distinctive Sierra 1500, or elevate your driving experience in the adventurous and innovative Canyon. Explore our inventory online at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com or visit our indoor showroom today. Woodhouse Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is where you come for Husker sports. KXSB Omaha and KSRZ HD2 Omaha. Broadcasting the Big Red to Nebraska, Iowa, and beyond. AM 590 ESPN Omaha. And now on the free AM 590 app for your phone.
Greg Sharp, Matt Davis, and Jessica Cootie, Ben McLaughlin, Matt Coatney with you in the Auto Company's broadcast booth. Huskers have 2nd and 10. Kevin Williams now the new left tackle. Pistol set, Grant the deep back. He gets the handoff, gets a block on the edge, cuts to the outside 35, lowers his shoulder, bangs his way down to the 30-yard line. That's an 8-yard pickup. Setting up 3rd down and 2. Seth Robertson makes a tackle for Georgia Southern. So Kevin Williams, Omaha North product, played at Northern Colorado, transferred in the offseason to Nebraska, in at left tackle for Prohaska.
Really big play right there to get 8 on a run play on 2nd and 10.
Huskers down 3, 38-35. 4:40 left to go in the game, 3rd and 2. Washington split to the near side of tight formation right. They give it off to Grant. He dives forward, has the first down to the 28.5-yard line. That'll move the sticks. Huskers with a new set of downs.
Clock becoming a big factor now, under 4.5 minutes.
1st and 10, football just inside the 28 of Georgia Southern. They lead it 38-35. What a game in Lincoln tonight. Pistol set, Grant the deep back. Thompson claps his hands, wide receivers left and right. Snap back, looks right, throws right, down towards the goal line. The pass is caught. That is incompleted pass. They say incomplete.
It must be incomplete or Marcus would be reacting differently. It looked like a catch. It must have rolled on the ball or something. It looked like a touchdown. What a throw from Casey Thompson.
Well, now the people are watching the big screen. Marcus Washington, the intended receiver, near the goal line, looked like he made the catch, reached out for it, and they may have to take a look at this again. Huskers letting the play clock drift down. They're convinced that there needs to be something happening here. They're not ready to run a play. Let's see if they can review it.
It's an incomplete pass. That play is under further review.
All right, so we have our second Hoegemeyer Hybrids replay review brought to you by Hoegemeyer Hybrids. Raise local, raise right here in Husker Nation. We're getting a couple of looks at it now. I think that might be a catch. Right?
That might be a touchdown.
They're going to look at it. We've seen a couple of replays. It looks like he has it there at the 2.
He take his knee. Actually, I think
it's not a touchdown.
It might be short of the goal line.
It might be first and goal.
First and goal at the 1. His knee hits. Then he goes into the end zone.
I think it's a catch and the ball at the 1 is what I'm going to guess here. Let's get a Rob Seco sideline update. Jessica, what have you seen from Teddy?
He just emerged from the tent, but knee brace is off and doesn't look like he's going to go again.
All right, so big moment for Kevin Williams. So they're reviewing it. The little iPad is out on the field for our referee, Jeffrey Cervinsky, to look through this. Huskers got a big overturn earlier on this drive. If this is overturned, this would be in some ways bigger than that, because it's going to put the ball at the 1 yard line. Huskers down 3 with 4:02 left to go in the game. I think it's clearly a catch, but I think he's short of the goal line when he got it. But it looks like to me, Matt, he completes the catch to the end of the process.
The guy took it from him after he was already down, but he catches it against his face mask. His knee is down. The ball does not touch the ground. His hands are underneath the football. I think it's a catch, and it's first and goal at the 1.
All right,
I mean, how long do you have to hold on to it, right? He catches it. His knee hits the ground. He falls forward with the ball. He's rolling over after doing all of that, and then the guy takes it from him.
So it's either 2nd and 10, or it's going to be first and goal at the 1. They are still looking it over. We've seen 4 or 5 different angles, and I think what we've come up with is catch, ball, knee down, and he's not at the goal line when the knee is down.
His hand is underneath the football the entire time. The ball doesn't hit the ground.
Never.
The ball never hits the ground, I don't think, from the angles that we've seen.
Marcus Washington's had a big game for the Huskers, and this would add to it if this stands as a catch. Again, 38-35, Georgia Southern with a lead. Huskers either have 2nd and 10 at the 28 or going to have first and goal at the 1.
Man, this is obviously a huge call.
They are still looking under the hood here at Memorial Stadium. Sometimes you'll get an early...
I don't know how they're going to call it incomplete, really, unless... the ball doesn't touch the ground, by the way I see it. And so...
After further review, the ruling on the field has changed. The receiver had possession of the football with his knee down and the ball at the 1 yard line. The ball be placed at the 1 yard line. First down and goal, Nebraska.
I think they're right.
I do too.
Yeah. That one was more apparent than Logan's, honestly. So a big catch for Marcus Washington.
And he's had a big night.
Sure has.
That was a heck of a throw from Casey Thompson. Now you got to pound this thing into the end zone. First and goal at the 1 yard line.
He's got 6 catches as Marcus, over 100 yards in the game.
123 on 6 catches.
So first and goal. Grant is going to be in the backfield with Casey. Washington split right. Alante Brown to the left. First and goal at the 1. They'll wind the clock. Will be inside of 4 minutes before the snap. Huskers down 3. Snap, give it off to Grant. Pushes his way off the right side. And he is short. They have not put the hands up. Must be short. Going to be second and goal. Ball inside the 1. They're unpiling bodies, but no signal from the officials. It's second down. And the clock's going to run. Huskers down 3. Trying to grab the lead. It was tied at half. It was tied starting the third quarter. The only points in the fourth quarter. Then a field goal by Georgia Southern. Second down and goal.
The ball is about as close to the goal line as it can get without being in, and Nebraska brings in an extra lineman.
So Hunter Anthony line up out there. Shotgun look. Grant to the right of Thompson. Chancellor Brewington in motion. Snap back. Casey keeps it himself. Dives over the top. Touchdown, Nebraska. And the Huskers have the lead.
Quarterback follow. Quarterback power off the right side. An extra lineman and Hunter Anthony along with Chancellor Brewington. And a huge drive, obviously, for the offense to take the lead. A big extra point here, Greg, to try to make it a 4-point game with 3:05 to go.
Third rushing touchdown of the game for Casey Thompson. Timmy Bleekrode to try to make it a 4-point spread. 3:05 left in the game. 2 timeouts left for each side. Snap down. Bleekrode's kick is up and through the uprights. That makes it a 42-38 Nebraska lead. How about a 98-yard drive, Matt Davison, in 15 plays and nearly 6 minutes off the clock?
Both interceptions by Buford. Nebraska has turned into touchdowns the other direction. Nebraska now with 532 yards of offense. 42 points. Most times, that's good enough.
Time now for a Big Ten scoreboard presented by GoCurrency.com. All Michigan right now in the third quarter at the Big House. They lead Hawaii 42-0. Indiana, slow start to this game, but they're now up 23-10. Fourth quarter on Idaho. Buckeyes beat Arkansas State 45-12. Michigan State shut out Akron 52-0. Washington State wins at Camp Randall today. Beats 19th-ranked Wisconsin 17-14. Minnesota blows up Western Illinois 62-10. Duke a winner, and Evanston over Northwestern 31-23. It's Penn State 46, Ohio 10. A final from Happy Valley today. Maryland throttles Charlotte 56-21. Iowa State snaps a 6-game losing streak to the Hawkeyes. They win 10-7 in Iowa City today. Illinois a 24-3 winner over Virginia. Purdue blanks Indiana State 56-0. Rutgers 66-7 over Wagner. Today's game sponsored by Currency, an online lending solution that specializes in heavy machinery, farm equipment, trucks, and trailers. Whether you're replacing old machines or expanding your fleet, Currency makes financing simple. Visit GoCurrency.com for details. All right, now, the Black Shirts, Eric Chenander's group, which has stood up and done better things in the second half than the first, has to do it one more time.
That's right. They know they need a touchdown. Each team has 2 timeouts left. It has not been a good night for the defense. Everybody watching this game knows that. It has been far from good. But if you get one stop here, it changes everything. You win the football game, get a stop. See what Eric Chenander does here on defense. He's tried a lot of different stuff here in the second half, brought more pressure. They've come up with a couple of big stops, a turnover. Starts with a kickoff. Kick this thing through the end zone.
Frankie's been good at this tonight. Most of his kicks have gone to the south end zone. This one's he's going to be kicking into the north end zone. Arnold and Lewis deep for Georgia Southern. .305 left. 2 timeouts for both sides over the last 3:05. Frankie has it on the tee. 2 big replay review overturns on that drive for Nebraska. Frankie with the approach and the boot. This is a shorter kick. Waving for the fair catch is Arnold. And so the ball will come out to the 25 for Kyle Van Treese. His numbers tonight, 32 of 47 for 352 and a touchdown, but he's been picked twice, both by Buford.
All right, O'Shawn Mathis, Colton Feast, Ty Robinson, and Garrett Nelson up front for Nebraska. The 2 linebackers, Hausman and Luke Reimer, of course. And Tommy Hill back in there with Quentin Newsom at corner.
And Treese goes shotgun, 2 wideouts each way. They're stacked. Man in motion is Hood. Van Treese gets the snap. Back in the pocket. Gets hit as he throws. Pass incomplete. Off the fingertips. He got knocked down from behind. It was Garrett Nelson coming around the edge. And that ball deflected. And that thing almost got its way out to a Husker for a pick.
Garrett Nelson came flying off the right side of the defense there and hit Van Treese as he was getting rid of the football.
2nd and 10.
This place is rocking.
2 wides each way. Van Treese now goes empty as White sprints to the left. Back to throw. Van Treese pass in the flat, caught by Hood. Short gain about 6. They'll put it at the 31. So here's 3rd and 4 coming up. Man, their scheme, Clay Helton's schemes have been brilliant tonight.
They've had a really good plan, and they've executed it on offense.
Yep. 3rd down and 4. Trips go left. 1 wide out to the near boundary. Tommy Hill's on this wide out to the near side. Van Treese gets the snap. Hands it off to White. He's hit. Stop. No gain. He got about a yard. It's going to be 3rd down and 3. Garrett Nelson, Ty Robinson in there to wrap him up. 4th down coming up here. Clay Helton's going to call a timeout with 2:19 left to go in the game. It's going to be 4th down and 2. Robinson and Nelson combine on that tackle for the Big Red.
It's going to come down to this play at this moment. Get a stop on a 4th and 2. They have run the ball in this situation a couple of times tonight. I don't know if they do it here. Nebraska's been better against the run in the short yardage, especially down at the goal line. You'd think they're going to look for something in the quick game, quick pass game, stacked wide receivers, something quick out to the flat.
4th down and 2. Acres Ag Day, presented in part by Central Valley Ag. Central Valley Ag is the official co-op of Nebraska Athletics. Right, 4th and 2. That was...
Tommy Hill is in man-to-man coverage on the near side. The ball's on the right hash. That's the quickest throw for him into the boundary.
Shotgun look. White in the backfield with him. Van Treese on 4th and 2 from their own 33. Gets the shotgun snap. Looks left. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught. 1st down. Little quick slant. Tommy Hill was on the spot, but Burgess held on, knocked him down at the 39-yard line, a gain of 6.
My goodness, could have won the game right there. He was right there to knock the ball away.
Clock rolling, 2:10 left. Only 1 timeout remains for Georgia Southern. Trips go left, 1 wide out to the near side. Snap back to Van Treese. Has some time. Steps, throws, pass nearly intercepted. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Tommy Hill read it. Dove for the football, had it in his hands, but it could not hang on. It's 2nd down and 10.
Nebraska brought pressure. Man, he had his hands on that one, Greg.
2nd down and 10. Two wide outs to the near side, 2 to the far side. 42-38 Nebraska. 2:02 left in the game. In motion is Hood. Goes from the left to the right. Van Treese back to throw. Trying to set up a screen. They flip it out. The pass is caught, and it's a gain of about 10 yards by Derwin Burgess. He gets it up to near midfield. It's a pickup of 11, and a new set of downs for Georgia Southern. We're inside of 2 minutes left in the game.
That stops the clock.
Now they wind it. 42-38 Big Red. Van Treese, trips go left, 1 wide out. Now empty as White drifts out to the left. Back to throw as Van Treese sets, throws, pass. Nearly picked off again. It rattled around a couple of Huskers. Flags come out as well. Do we have a targeting? Do we have a push by Nebraska?
I think it's going to be interference.
The pass was tipped. Therefore, those DPI. 2nd down.
That ball was near Garrett Nelson. I think he should have probably grabbed the football, but because it was deflected, you don't have to worry about contact down the field. So 2nd and 10, 1:40 to go. Huskers 42, Eagles 38. 3 wide outs go left, 1 to the near side. Van Treese goes shotgun. Jalen White off to his right. Snap back. Huskers come after him. He gets hit as he throws. Pass caught by Burgess. A gain of about 7 to the Nebraska 44. Clock rolling. 1:30 to go. O'Shawn Mathis darn near got home. Ernest Hausman was also firing through there. 3rd down and 3 from the 44 to the Cornhuskers. 2 wide outs each way.
Don't be shocked if they take a shot down the field at one of these.
Van Treese on deep fade pass. The pass is reaching out and grabbing it. What a grab by Hood at the Nebraska 15-yard line.
There it was. You just knew at some point with the clock running they were going to take a shot down the field, and another great throw and catch.
Yes.
I mean, that is a dime by Van Treese.
Minute to go in the game. Clock rolling as they've reset the football. They have it at the Nebraska 17, Huskers by 4. Van Treese claps his hands. Play actions. Looking to take a shot to the end zone. The pass is up in the air. Flags come out. Might have a hold or a PI on Tommy Hill. They were battling inside the 5-yard line.
It's going to be a hold on Tommy. Man.
What a great throw again. Right over the top of Isaac Gifford.
And a great catch. A diving catch.
Holding. Defense, number 0. The penalty being forced half the distance to the goal and includes an automatic first down.
10th penalty of the game on the Huskers. Nebraska with 2 timeouts left. There's 50 seconds left in the game. At some point, Scott Frost might have to think about taking one to save his offense some time if they score 7 here. First and goal, ball at the 9. 2 wideouts left, one to the near side. Van Treese looks over the defense. Claps his hands. Play action. Looking to throw left. Steps, throws toward the end zone. The pass is sailing incomplete. It'll be second down and goal. 44 seconds left in the game. Nebraska by 4.
Good coverage by Quentin Newsom in the back of the end zone.
This drive started on the 25-yard line. 10-play drive. At this point, second and goal at the 9. 44 seconds left. 2 wideouts each way. Van Treese now goes empty as the back sprints out. It's a quarterback draw. Van Treese to the 5, to the 1, dives, leans.
Touchdown.
And Georgia Southern has the lead with 36 seconds left as they go up 44-42.
Quarterback draw. And that was precision down the field.
What a drive. Great execution. Terrific catch. The diving catch on the near sideline. And this team has been so impressive tonight. They have made play after play after play. Nebraska's not been able to get home enough.
642 yards of offense. 40, almost, be 45 points after this extra point.
75-yard drive and 11 plays. Here's a big extra point coming up here by Alex Rayner. Snap down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. And so a 3-point lead for Georgia Southern at 45-42. Nebraska will have 2 timeouts remaining, 36 seconds left in the game to try to at least get a field goal to send this thing in overtime. And the Black Shirts could not get a stop on that drive.
Well, fair catch the kickoff. You have 2 timeouts. There's enough time to go get in field goal range.
Yep.
Clock stops on first downs and 2 timeouts. Chance to get down there and give Bleak Road a chance to tie it, get this thing to overtime.
45-42. My goodness. This Georgia Southern offense has been something else tonight. Terrific execution all night long. And again, Nebraska, no sacks. Haven't been able to get you a Big Mac tonight. But still time, 36 seconds. Need 3 to keep it going.
Let's see if they kick it deep here, Greg, or if they try to squib it to take a little time off. If they do squib it, the up guys have to field it clean and get upfield as quickly as you can and get down. If they do squib it, you could get better field position than the 25.
Lance has it on the tee. The approach and a high kick. Huskers, Palmer going to grab it at the 4. He's coming out 10, 15, 20, and upended it. Ball comes out as he lands down, and it looks like Georgia Southern led, but will they say the ball, was he down when he landed? Was the ball come out when he hit the ground? Georgia Southern has the football. The ruling is he was down when the ground caused the fumble. So that took 6 seconds.
Took 6 seconds off the clock. I thought he would have fair caught that one to just get it at the 25. I understand it's an electric player, but I'm not sure he was down. We'll see the replay here. They called him down. But, yeah, now you're at the 23. You have a great player. You got the ball in his hands. I get it, but that took precious seconds off the clock, too.
All right. Casey Thompson comes out. Ramir Johnson going to be in the game for this set of downs. So you lose 2 yards by not fair catching it, and you lose time off the clock. Tight formation. Huskers need 3 to keep it going. Snap back to Casey Thompson. Step throws, deep out pattern, pass is caught, and stepping out of bounds at the 35 is Trey Palmer. It's a 12-yard pickup. That took 5 seconds, 25 seconds left in the game. NU down 3, 45-42. A couple more of those, and you'd be pretty close to field goal range. Again, same formation, tight to the line of scrimmage. Snap back, Casey being rushed, throws over the middle, pass low, incomplete. Probably better that didn't get caught. That would have killed a bunch of time, although Nebraska does have the 2 timeouts. 2nd and 10 at their own 35.
It's not like you can't go across the middle. The first play was a good play to get 15 yards, but it's not like you can't throw a seam route if it's there.
45-42, 2 wideouts each way. 2nd and 10 from the Nebraska 35. Thompson gets the shotgun snap, steps, throws, deep out, pass caught, headed upfield. With the catch is Wyatt Lear. And he runs out of bounds at the 48-yard line of Nebraska. 13-yard gain, 15 seconds left. Well, you still have about 15 more yards to give yourself a shot of making a tying field goal to send it to OT.
Yeah, I'd say 20 yards.
Ball at the 48 of Nebraska. 2 wides each way. Snap back. Thompson steps, throws down the field, sails it out of bounds, incomplete. Now you're down to 10 seconds left. 2nd and 10. And there's an injured Eagle down at the 40-yard line. One of their defensive linemen slow to get up.
If he puts that one on the back shoulder of Alante, it had a shot.
2nd down and 10. That really doesn't matter as much as 10 seconds left. Huskers probably have time for 2 more plays. And maybe just this one to get yourself a field goal attempt. Thompson gets the shotgun snap. Back to throw. Holds, rolls, throws, pass caught. Palmer trying to get out of bounds. 3 seconds, 2 seconds out of bounds at the 35-yard line. And you have a chance now for about a 50-yard field goal on the last play. They have 1 click on the clock as he scooted out of bounds at the 34.
Well, 34, 44, 51-yarder, 52-yarder.
And is it Bleak Road or is it Frankie?
I think it's going to be Bleak Road.
The ball is at the Georgia Southern 34-yard line. Usually you go 7 yards back, and it would be a 51-yarder. Frankie missed from 56 in Dublin. Bleak Road made from 46 here last week. There's not much breeze here at all. The flags are basically still at the north end.
This is on the edge for Bleak Road. So now, if he hits it good, it's going to get there, right? He can get it there, but it's, that's why Frankie kicked the one in Ireland. First of all, get a good hold snap and so protect this thing. He's going to have to drive the football a little bit lower when it's such a long field goal to send it to overtime.
Going to be a 52-yarder. We're going to put it down at the 42, add 10 to the end zone.
Clay Helton still has a timeout. He's probably going to use it.
He's standing right next to the line judge and does call timeout. So he burns his last timeout. 1 second left. Huskers down 45-42. We were tied at 28 at halftime. Nebraska took the lead with 3:05 to go in the game. But Georgia Southern drove down the field, a 75-yard drive to grab the lead back, a quarterback draw by Kyle Vantrease to give them the lead. Now the Huskers have come back down the field. 1 second left. We'll have a kick to try to tie it to send it to overtime.
It was a good throw by Casey to get that ball to Trey Palmer to even give him a shot at this. It was a heck of a throw on the crossing route to fit it in there, and then good job by Trey to get out of bounds. And here we go with Bleak Road.
So Timmy Bleak Road, 1 for 2 on the season, made a 46-yarder. This is going to be a 52-yard attempt to try to send this game to overtime. Buschini to put it down. Kicking it to the north end zone. Cameron Piper to snap it back. The snap down, the kick sailing towards the uprights, and the kick is no good. Missed it off to the left, and Georgia Southern has made it quite a day for the Sun Belt Conference. as they've won in Lincoln. Appalachian State won at Texas A&M, and Marshall won at Notre Dame. Big day for the Sun Belt, a crushing loss for Nebraska. They just couldn't get the brakes on the offense of Georgia Southern, and they win it tonight 45-42. The kick had the distance, but just off to the left. And Nebraska, a disappointing Saturday at Memorial Stadium as they drop this one, a final of 45-42. Our fifth quarter coming up next.
Now, it's the EECS fifth quarter on the Huskers Radio Network, presented by EECS Office Solutions. For office printing, furniture, supplies, and more, think EECS Office Solutions. Visit EECS.com to learn more. Today's game broadcast is also presented by these local sponsors.
Husker Nation, AM 590 ESPN Omaha, is giving you a shot to score amazing seats at Memorial Stadium. Third row on the 50-yard line. For your chance to win, go to AM590ESPNradio.com or open your AM 590 app, sponsored by Coors Light and AM 590.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Doman along with Jay Foreman. This is the fifth quarter coming to you from the Acres Broadcast Center inside Memorial Stadium. Well, it was dramatic, but in the end, it's not a happy ending for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Game number 3, a wild one offensively, more than 1,200 yards of total offense combined between Nebraska and Georgia Southern. 87 combined points put on the scoreboard, but unfortunately, it's the Big Red falling tonight. Dramatic finish, a missed 52-yard field goal attempt as time comes to a close, and Georgia Southern, out of the Sun Belt Conference, defeats Nebraska by a final score of 45-42. Coming up, Matt Coatney will have scores and highlights. We'll hear from Nebraska head football coach Scott Frost, and a whole lot more coming your way on the fifth quarter show. Jay, we had a pretty dramatic game a week ago, one that was tied 7-all at halftime. Nebraska comes back to defeat North Dakota. This game tied at halftime as well, but in the end, Nebraska just could not get the final points it needed to extend the game.
Yeah, it was, a back and forth type of game. I mean, Georgia Southern, you got to give them credit. They came in here and had no fear. Everybody thought, it was a fluke that they scored 63 points in their first game. Scored 45 today, and to be honest, they gave away. I mean, what they turned the ball over 2 times in the red zone. A couple good plays by Buford, and you got to think that it might have got 10 more points. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty speechless. I guess numb to it. Obviously surprised, embarrassed, and angry and all that stuff. It's just man, I mean, 3 weeks ago, I guess, before the season, if you would ever told me that we'd be 1-2, I would laugh at you. 2-1, okay, that okay, I could get with. Then we're playing Oklahoma the next week. It's just it's a lot of self-inflicted wounds. There's plenty of blame to go around, but at the end of the day, you're losing. You know what I'm saying? And and it's hard to get up here and say you can't lose to Georgia Southern, because when you watch them play, they're a real football team. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? To be honest, their defense isn't very good. It just was this thing that almost kind of like the last team that has the ball. And here's what. You understand, when you have a game that kind of goes down to the fourth quarter, like last week did, it was 17-17 going into fourth quarter, yep. I think. And then Nebraska scored. North Dakota wasn't able to answer. Nebraska scored again, up 14, and then North Dakota got desperate. The last touchdown is kind of a throwaway touchdown, right? When you kind of keep going back to the well like that, right, where you think like, okay, I can, for people that like gamble, the analogy is the poker, when you just – okay, well, I'm down to my last $10. Okay, I hit on a 2 queen, or a 10 and a queen, and then you get 21. Okay, then you're back up, right? You keep trying to do that. The odds are it's not going to work, and that's just that's I guess the best analogy I could give. Like I said, I'm right now, to be honest with you, more than speechless.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm angry. I'm upset. Look, I'm not the coach. I'm not playing. So I'm upset and angry for the players. And I just don't. I mean, like I said, I don't want to come off like arrogant. You know what I'm saying? But no way in the world. You get what I'm saying? This game shouldn't be happening. So I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to say it, and I got a ton of respect for Coach Helton, because here's what when you look at Coach Helton and what he had to coach through at USC, you know what that man is built of. And he won a Rose Bowl. He turned him around, and he kind of was always on borrowed time. Didn't have to coach. I'm sure he could have went plenty places and been a defensive coordinator or a position coach, right? Mm-hmm. But he chose to go to Georgia Southern, a place off the beaten path. I mean, he could have probably went to a Power 5 school and been a defensive coach, right? Or in some form. I mean, let's be honest, right? But he chose to start over. What that told me is he felt like the ending at USC wasn't above board. He had a lot to prove. And for him to go in here and turn them around like that and look like a tidy type of team, that lets you know he's coaching for real. So in Georgia Southern, you knew they were going to have some athletes. I mean, they're down in Georgia. Mm-hmm. Now, they might have guys that are inch too small, or like instead of being 185, they might be 165 coming out of high school. So they might be a 2-star instead of a 3, or, vice versa, or whatever you call it. But they got football players, and they came in and competed, and they won the game. I mean, they just, whether they scored the last or they just, they outplayed us, to be honest with you.
Well, Nebraska certainly put together a big fight down the end with that monster drive that gave them a chance to win the game, and with that 98-yard drive for the touchdown, but left too much time on the clock. And Georgia Southern marches down the field, gets the points they need to win at 45-42. Much more to come on the fifth quarter show. I want to remind you that seatbelt use saves lives and prevents injuries. Nearly 15,000 lives saved per year. Buckle up. This message from the NDOT Highway Safety Office. And now here's Trooper Dave.
Thanks, Bill and Jay. Traffic is very busy everywhere at this point. Be extremely careful downtown right now with everyone making their way back to the parking lots. Rosa Parks Way over to Highway 77 is moving well up to I-80. Southbound 9th Street is bumper to bumper. West O out past Sun Valley Boulevard is slow going. I-180 northbound is very busy, racing 2 wide out to I-80. I-80 westbound is slow going out past the 395. Highway 6 out to Superior Street is stop and go. I-80 eastbound is slow going from 180 out to 56. Get out of that right lane as traffic is getting into the mix from those on-ramps. As of now, the gates to eastbound I-80 are still open at Highway 6, but that may change shortly. If so, just stay on Highway 6 until Gretna. Fans, before you leave your parking lot today, put on your seatbelt. Don't let it be the last thing you ever forget to do. Take the time to buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. This has been Trooper Dave with the Nebraska State Patrol Traffic Report on the Huskers Radio Network.
This is the Huskers Radio Network.
The Nebraska FFA is growing leaders
and building communities.
Together, we are strengthening agriculture.
The Nebraska FFA Foundation believes in our future leaders and the communities they serve. We believe in the future of agriculture.
Join us in the I Believe in the Future of Ag campaign. Learn more online at nefffoundation.org. Brought to you by Central Valley Ag, growing agriculture together, and Big Iron Auction.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter show. Nebraska loses to Georgia Southern 45-42. Nebraska head coach Scott Frost is at the podium.
They got after us.
Questions? I know it's not easy to maybe assess this right in the moment, but why was it so hard to stop them tonight?
I don't know. I got to look at the tape. They ran a lot of what we'd seen. I don't think we won very many one-on-one matchups. Just looking at it, they got inside us on slants when we were supposed to inside technique, and broke a couple tackles. I said at halftime I don't think we had enough eyes on the ball in a couple of our coverages, and guys rallying to the ball well enough. Ran some tunnel screens on us that we didn't get back out of it on the defensive line, but that's not supposed to happen.
Can you sell the notion of progress in your program after such a loss like this?
certainly didn't expect that tonight. I thought we would perform a lot better than that. I felt really good about our defense going into the season, felt good about our offense. I knew it would take a while for our offense to start clicking. I thought they did pretty well tonight. Thought the defense made a lot of progress last week. That was a major setback.
Did you consider going for the 4th and 1 there early in the second half, the way it was started, just to back everyone to score?
I did. Yeah, it was 4th and short on our, but at that point in the game, we weren't going to win if we didn't get a stop anyway. And it turns out that we got the lead and put ourselves in position to win and didn't get it done.
It's probably impossible to answer on the fly, but I mean, how can you put this together when the defense, it just feels like it's kind of in shambles right now, the outsiders, right? How can you do it on the fly?
Well, we got a lot to look at, looking forward to getting in the film room and looking at it, and I can spend some time with some more time with the defense and see what we can get fixed. I think in that game we probably had a notion that we could do pretty well in some of our base calls and probably needed to mix up the looks a little bit because they were getting in the right thing for what we were in, and we didn't execute great.
What was the mood of the locker room when you have such a dichotomy? One side played really well, a 98-yard touchdown drive to take the lead. The other side was, how does that kind of settle out?
We win together, we lose together. There's obviously guys that are frustrated. All of us are frustrated after that one. I give them a lot of credit, give Clay a lot of credit, but we can't let it divide us. I think in the first game, offense could have played better and won, but we gave up too many points. I think in the second game, offense struggled in the first half, and the defense held us in it. So we got to play more complete games, and that wasn't even close.
How do you let the obvious outside noise that's going to come not seep into players?
Got to make sure it doesn't seep into players. I haven't listened to any of it for a long time. Got to make sure they don't. There's a lot of games left in this season, and this group can do well.
How did you think Casey played?
Made some big plays. Thought he played well. 42 ought to be enough to win almost every game you play. But again, we win together and lose together, and offense could have scored once more too, for sure. It's a team when you win, it's a team when you lose, and we got to keep together.
Where the defense at? Is that? Are you kind of stunned by it? Did you think coming out of fall camp you sort of had that group together?
Yeah, again, we win together and lose together. I was excited about what I saw in fall. I don't think we got off blocks very well. We got blocked up front and didn't get off blocks well enough. I expect more out of the group that I've been seeing for a long time.
Coach, it was another one-score game. Do you feel like just the notion of you guys have been so close in some of those one-score games, do you think that kind of set in the players' minds at all on the court?
It's funny that the new guys in the program don't even remember those things, and the old guys I don't think have that attitude right now. We just simply didn't get a stop. We had a lot of chances to get a stop. We didn't get a stop. Special teams played well enough, for sure. You can't give up that many yards and that many points and win very many games.
Coach, what do you say to the fans? They're watching and their impression of the program at this moment in your team?
I just appreciate it. It's fun being here. I'm blessed to be the coach here. I love this state and this program. I'm fighting with everything I have. So is the rest of the coaching staff. We do the march to victory and everything, and I know there's questions and negativity out there, but the people that I see at those things and the fans staying, it's unbelievable. So I appreciate the people that are with us. Thanks.